but underneath 20 bucks, it's a fade for me. Was willing to play longs if it could have held the 21 level, because then you would have held that trend line. But without it, sorry, GME, going the other way.
All right, we're already in the dollar here with NVIDIA. NVIDIA just went up to 109 and faded off of that. So we're going to have that watch right now. We'll think about getting another piece out if it comes up to 109 again, as CPI just made this market drop just a little bit here. So I'm pretty sure this is going to now confirm that 25 basis point move as expected. So I feel like it's just par for the course here. We'll see what winds up happening. Putting an offer at 109 on NVIDIA if it comes up there. Yeah, watch 20 bucks for GameStop. Well, look, I've already mentioned this. When DJT was up at 50 bucks, it was basically Katina Capital put a price target of 10. We're getting closer and closer to that level. Let's see if it can get down to there. It's 1580 right now, 13% down. I don't know. I was watching that debate. It was pretty big. I don't know. I think it was like a little bit of a shit show there, kind of as expected. So, you know, we'll just wait to see what happens. November 5th is 55 days away, man. It's coming pretty quickly here. So we'll see what winds up happening. We'll get a good, we'll get a good response. Then what happens to that market? I mean, it will be a contested election. Who knows? Should be an interesting couple of months heading there. But yeah, DJT not faring well today, down 14%.
All right. We were just looking at some of the solar stocks. We were talking about it a little bit in the pre-market, or before we came on here, pre-show, before we came on at 8:30. Solar stocks across the board higher today on, the thought in general that interest rates, come to the downside, some policies that could come with the election in November. I mean, that's end phase. I mean, if you zoom out on end phase, it's absolutely a disaster. So, I mean, there's a ton of these. There's Solar Edge, there's Sunrun, there's First Solar, Enphase, Sun Nova, all up more than 5%. They did get quite the downtick on that 8:30 print this morning, but sorry, that was the wrong chart. As you see with Enphase here, we're right back to almost 108 again. So better part of 6% here for Enphase at least. Yeah,
it's interesting here, Brendo. So a couple of reasons why solar are running. Obviously, we had the debate yesterday. A couple of mentions with respect to solar. Donald Trump saying that he's a big fan of solar, then talking about, fossil fuels right after that. He did criticize, the amount of land required for solar. Obviously, after the debate yesterday, some odds makers putting the favor in Kamala Harris's side. So if that is the case, then obviously we anticipate more spending from the Democratic side with respect to this renewable energy. Separately, though, Brendo, yields have come down, and we know that yields are very influential with respect to startup costs for solar. So we'll have to wait, keep an eye out, but interesting look for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the story. The cost of borrowing here right across the board for these companies has been just too high for the past. I'm just keeping an eye on the 10-year, actually just making a low right now, 3.64 for the 10-year. But there's a short side of this story as well for a lot of these. Enphase specifically, just double checking a couple of sources, more than 10% still for ENPH, FSLR a little bit lower than that, but FSLR dual listed here, but nice move for it this morning, back to 216 right now, guys.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, the short float's a part of it, and ideally, I think they would have benefited more with the odds going up, I think, of 50 basis points. So when I last checked, it was 29% chance of a 50-point cut, and then now it's 21% after CPI. So it didn't make a huge move, but you're not there just yet. Next week you're going to see that tighten up and probably get to 1% chance of 50 basis points. So you're going to get the gap up because of the debate last night, but then you're going to get some pressure on them because the chances of that 50 points are seemingly dwindling at this point. So yeah, I look at Enphase in here. It would have been more interesting if it was breaking out to 50. Oddly enough, it was First Solar. First Solar's got the chart that, I don't know if it looks better, but it was the one that I was at least looking at if we got any increase of a probability of a 50-point cut. I was thinking this would just break 220, and then you got the 50-period break. You have a trend that would be breaking as well with FSLR. Like, you'd be breaking out this sort of downward trend. Didn't draw that line very well, but you can get the idea. You'd be breaking this downward trend and breaking the 50-period on a 220 break with room to the upside. Unfortunately, with it now looking more likely that it's only going to be a quarter point, I don't know if that's going to get the juice for this name. So unfortunately, don't see a trade here in FSLR. Although the flip side would be, well, then in theory, you could be shorting it off that level that didn't break. But there's other names that I'll be more interested in. I was only interested in this if they broke and started going because of the squeeze potential.
Yeah, always look at the ETFs here. And again, TAN ETF. I mean, some of these things have been so beat up. You want to pick names. I think First Solar is going to be the right one. But you can see right here, I mean, it's a nice downside move, breaking through that low, now trying to hold it. So, I like this spot here at $39, $38 for TAN. I just feel like you want to buy the right ETF. And this might be that heading into election season, right? I don't know. We'll check what the odds are saying here. I don't know if the polls are ever going to be right. I mean, they've been wrong, I feel like, every election. So, if Kamala gets in, I could see this being a positive move. And then, of course, like we just mentioned, it's looking more and more like that 50 points will not happen, of course, in September. But I think it'll probably be a 100 basis point move by the time the year end happens. So TAN rate there could be a good little play. FSLR, we always say, I always like to, I don't own any solar stocks, but I always feel like you want to buy the best names. I think FSLR is in and around that. So 206, 205 there for that nice little bump up of a few percentage points. Thank you, Randy.
Saved Randy. Well, the good thing is
coffee.
Well, also the banana, because there was a banana on the desk,
Obi's.
but it has Obi's name on it, so I can't eat it, which is unfortunate because
That's right. That's right.
I feel like
we had some fun times yesterday.
Clearly, he didn't want to eat it. I don't know.
Thank you, Randy.
Thanks,
How's your day going? Fun? Good. Shaky. Okay. All right. Well, we'll be having this banana and going back over to the desk.
Affected.
Yeah. Here it is. Right now we can have a look. Sharif and I were just talking about, I'm not sure that, this is September, first off, 85%. That's a quarter point right now. Just 15% would be 50 basis points. You go to November, I think the more important number is going to be the end of the year at this point. So 54% chance that 50 basis points would come off before November. And then if you go out to the end of the year, the December meeting, I mean, this is the better part of 80%. If you split that down the middle, it's almost exactly 100 basis points in total. I think we're at 5.3. I saw the other day was the effective Fed funds rate, 5.3 or 5.33, something like that. So that's 100 basis poits by the end of the year.
Which is really interesting too, because it's going to have an effect on some of these banks. Because we saw with some of these banks reporting earlier in the earnings season that they were having a marked effect on the net interest income that they were actually able to generate, having to pay out more in savings accounts than they were actually getting on some of the shorter dated loans. So this could actually change some of their look. We obviously saw JPM come in yesterday with a 5% down day. So we'll have to see how some affects some of these financial institutions going forward.
Meanwhile, we are 0.1% away from positive here, guys, for the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is what we're doing right here. I mean, we find the best stocks, and we said there's only one. I like NVIDIA right here, and yeah, buy the dips. We know, I feel like tech names are going to be sort of a place to hide, to be honest with you. I mean, their earnings are what they are. The cash on hand is what they are. These are monster stocks. I mean, we saw yesterday a little bit of an estimate cut down there for JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. JP Morgan touched $200 yesterday. I mean, it's not like these are bulletproof stocks, and you're seeing that right now from $225 down to $200. And then yesterday we also had Goldman Sachs on a move to the downside as well. I was just looking at this the other day. I remember it was 550 or something like that. And now you're back into 460, not 550, I guess, 510, back into 465. So a nice move down for Goldman as well. Meanwhile, you're getting some nice, hold ups. Like Amazon continues to be nice, right? Oracle yesterday. Talk about a different kind of a situation. We had yesterday Oracle up, and I mean, thankfully I own some of those. I mean, I own pretty much all tech, but Oracle nicely moved back up to the upside on earnings again. And if we're going to be trading stock, and by the way, there it is right now, we are now officially, we're a dollar club right there, but we now are officially with Amazon. Congratulations, or with NVIDIA. Congratulations to those of you that took that trade. But that's 3 straight up days. We'll see if Amazon can continue that one. I think Google has a good chance today as well to get above that 150 and hold. We'll see if that winds up happening, here. Could happen, could not. I still like NVIDIA. The other name that I wanted to talk about was Apple. And of course, after that glow time event, we'll see what happens. Still at that 220 level. That's going to be a pretty interesting mark too, underneath the 50-period moving average, looking to take down 222. So, when I look at Apple, it doesn't look as dramatic of a move down as Goldman, right? As Goldman or JP Morgan. So, JP Morgan was just at 225. It's now at 200. So, this name's not so bad here. I think tech is here, obviously, as a safe haven. And look at Oracle, man. I mean, if you're just going to play earnings and play strength, this is pin action, right? Oracle's involved in all of this. Look at this move upside. I mean, it's an absolute monster. I feel it's just a matter of time before all the rest join the party. I'm long here. NVIDIA will continue to support these tech names and continue to buy all of these dips.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that's been historically true is that when you think about if we have like a recession and all that stuff, at the end of the day, tech names tend to do pretty well, relatively speaking. Now, Oracle, it might not be moving a heck of a lot, but when you talk about continuation plays on earnings, well, what else are you going to look at for day 2 or day 3? I mean, Oracle's pretty much the one here. And if it doesn't break, it would be nicer if it was going with the bounce that we're getting in the market. So it's a little bit weird to me that it's not. That said, you can see, close holding 155 in there as long as it holds 155. I think it's more of a retracement of the move kind of day for this, but I'm a little bit concerned that it's not going with the market. If it loses 155, then you get to wait down for a 150 or 151. But on the nose of JP Morgan and the banks, I just feel like if it doesn't break the high, it can't fly. And you saw where the buying took it to yesterday on JP Morgan, right into this 206. If it can't take that out, a retest of 200 seems decent. And then also the other one to maybe watch out for is, I think, a little bit like Morgan Stanley's just weaker than JP Morgan. Like you saw JP bounce, JP Morgan now holding a higher low. It was 200 bottom, 205 top. In Morgan Stanley, one thing is distinctly different from the other. You're underneath yesterday's lows on Morgan Stanley as opposed to JPM. This one feels weaker to me, and we closed at like 26.6 to be down underneath the 25 level. I think yesterday's lows, if it holds under there in the opening range, this could be the better bank short, at least for today. I understand JP Morgan was the big mover yesterday, but today it's Morgan Stanley that's weaker. Adara?
We have some upgrades and downgrades to hear. Morgan Stanley actually on this list, but we'll start here with the upgrades, including Charter Communications. Slightly positive on the day with this Citigroup upgrade. Goldman Sachs upgrading Evercore ISI here. Williams-Sonoma with an upgrade from Jefferies Financial, and Wells Fargo upgrading One Gas. Now on the downgrade side, we do have Morgan Stanley. So Goldman Sachs doing some bank-related upgrades and downgrades here. Morgan Stanley down about 1 1/3%. We have Novartis down almost 1% with this B of A Securities downgrade. HC Wainwright downgrading Adicet Bio. And last but not least, Supernews getting a downgrade here by Piper Sandler. Some smaller names here, but some of these banks, as just discussed, could be interesting.
94.
Well, kind of just mentioned Morgan Stanley there on the downgrade, but obviously that's going to be the one. I will say this about Williams-Sonoma. The good news is it's not completely dying any further. And sometimes when we see a pattern like this, there you go. I'm going to do that and just draw yourself a channel, because sometimes channels are fun to observe. But since they got cracked, it's been in a very clean downward channel. So the thing to look for on Williams-Sonoma, at least for myself, would be, hey, if it breaks this channel in either direction, you want to play it. Now, it's been riding the top of the channel. It's been wicking the bottom, which, what does that tell you? It tells you when you get to the bottom of a descending support, it's kind of running away from it, whatever, and it's kind of looking to break out a little bit more than it is down. At least that's the indication. Probably needs to get through like a 140, so I don't think that's a today thing. But this is the kind of thing worth keeping eyes on, right? All these retailers that have been beaten up so badly, this is double-digit shorts, and a lot of them are at least close to double digits. This is 10% short. So if you break this channel to the upside in Williams-Sonoma, you might have something. I think that's probably more of like a swing idea or a wait till next week thing, as it's not close to breaking that top here today. Up a couple of points, but the appeal of something like this is that it's down so badly that there's going to be some double-digit moves in there at some point. Just needs to break this channel top. Today it sits at like 138 to 140, but that's what I observed with Williams-Sonoma. You can set an alert for it or something when it gets to the top.
All right. Obviously, on the sticky note is now out. It has NVIDIA. It's all over it. But we are already $1.20 now, Neil, in the money here on NVIDIA as it's looking to break through 109. And when it does, let's see. The last time it tried it, it only got to 109.10 or so. 109.06 actually as the high of the day. So here we go. We're doing it again here live for you at Trader TV Live, where the best traders reside.
All right, a few other things to keep in mind as we head towards 9 o'clock here this morning. Bitcoin moving around, BTC downside. We are bouncing along with equities right now as the 15-minute chart. So we end the day 57.7, 57.800, all the way down to 56,000 during the debate. Bit of a bounce this morning back above 56.5 here at least. So I mean, I've been keeping an eye on some of the equities. There's not much movement happening as far as some of the ETFs, but worth noting.
So last week, Brenda, we had like negative outflows, record for negative outflows for BTC spot ETFs. Yesterday, we had about $26 million to start the week come back in. We'll see how that does today. Already down 2 1/5 right now on Bitcoin. Obviously, the debate yesterday may have had some sort of influence on that. We know Donald Trump is pro-crypto. We haven't heard anything from Kamala Harris, so we're not really sure whether she's negative on crypto or not. So we'll keep eyes on that. But yeah, some of them already moving here, guys.
Yeah, there was a big move up yesterday for Mara. Rallied right into the close, so gapping to the downside this morning, back below 1550. But huge day for this one. Basically going out on the highs at the close yesterday.
Yeah, I think that kind of bodes poorly for it, really. Like the way that it rallied at the end of the day there, and then to get essentially, a nothing burger for crypto. You didn't really do anything except not hear much, and you wanted to hear a little bit more. I guess people were waiting to hear something out of Kamala on crypto, and you got basically nothing. So 58, there was no breakout at 58. That's the key level we were mentioning earlier on in the week. You're still kind of double top rejecting it. This is a 15-minute chart in here, and as long as you're doing that, yikes. I don't necessarily love what I see in Mara. I think if it hadn't moved so much, like there might have been some kind of a long in there, but all I see is a rejection of $16 and some people that might have tried to get ahead of it. If it tries to get back into 16, that just looks like a fade to me on MARA. And then Coinbase is the other equity that we're usually looking at. It is not distinctly different, but I think the difference for me is you can see how much stronger Mara was going into the move, and thus, breaking back underneath. Yeah, you can say, okay, well, this one also maybe trapped some people long going into the debate, but I would say Mara trapped more people and trapped them a little bit bigger, which sets it up for a better reversion play. But Coin kind of rejecting that 160 as well. That's a pretty key level. 160 on Coinbase is that August 5 low. And now all of a sudden you have resistance setting up at that previous, it's not really a support level, it's kind of like a bounce spot.
All right, we are waiting at 109.40. It just stopped at 109.40 here for $1.50 right now on this trade. So here we go. We'll see if we can get a little bit more action on this. If it stops and doesn't print us, then that's just bad luck. Yeah, look, we really like Mara. We talk about that over and over again here, and I think it's going to be a good trade. I haven't really looked at it today. I'm not super concerned about Bitcoin. We talked about maybe there'd be a catalyst there that they could mention something about BTC last night. I didn't notice anything unless I had sort of stepped away for a moment to put the kids down and might have missed it. But just looking at the chart here for Mara, 1450 maybe as a level down here if we sort of zoom back out. Just looking to see what we held yesterday, 1475, 1476. I don't know if we get down to there at all. We'll have to just keep watching out for Bitcoin. But this is not a bad little level either, the $15 level. It is where the 50 period is on the 20-minute chart. That's something that I generally like. Plus, you get $15 as some support. So a little drip into that would make a little bit of sense. Oh, it's also where the 200 period is. So yeah, feel like technically there's something there in and around 15. And then if you're completely wrong, maybe you go below this 1475 for a little bit of a dropout area. So, I mean, this would be something good there. Fill the gap, hold it, and see if we can get back up to the upside. So I think in and around here would be a decent spot to look to buy 1475. And then if you break 1450, then you can get out. So yeah, actually, it's pretty good. I feel like I've missed a couple trades here. And one of them was Morgan Stanley. I think we could be shorting that through 96. Let's see what kind of a reaction this stock has today. Only 9,000 shares, down that 1.39%. But yeah, I like Mara here at this level. Come on, NVIDIA, do the work, man. We're already $1.50 in the money off this 108 buy as NVIDIA just keeps going to the upside here. I might not wait for that 40 level and just put an offer right now and take this 33s. Because what is the difference? And there it is right there. It's a slapper to start the day. $1.50 right there on NVIDIA. We still have a third left. Let's go back over to the desk.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here. 9 o'clock, we'll start things off with a look at the market.
5504, Brando, that's where we closed out yesterday. But you feel like we're using 5,500 as resistance despite the fact that we closed above it. The overnight high, 5501. We're below 5,500 right now. So I need a bit more proof that we're actually going to take this 5,500 level. If we do, let's look to that 5525, 5550 area as resistance. We have resistance at both levels. So the downside, we'll use 5475 as support. That was kind of the low yesterday.
Yeah, pretty muted as far as the reaction off CPI. That is for sure. As far as the market is concerned, again, if you missed it or joining just a little bit late, CPI in line with expectations, basically right across the board. So a bit of a non-event. If you haven't done so, grab that. Go down to the description in this video right now, and there's a link waiting for you there for the watch list. Enter your email address. Absolutely free. Every single day has everything you need to know on it. What is this? 13.25% currently for DJT off the debate reaction last night. I mean, the polls I've been seeing really haven't changed too much. I guess it obviously depends on where you look, but
yep.
It wasn't the greatest performance.
No, and I'm just going to leave my comments there about the debate, but I'll tell you about this. The timing of the expiry for the lockout period for DJT is a little nuanced here, so let me tell you about it. So if the stock stays above $12 for 20 trading days starting August 22nd, Trump can sell his shares starting on September 20th. However, if that precondition is not met, the lockup period ends September 25th, Brendo, so we'll have to keep on the price action to see what the volatility might be like.
Trying to bounce, guys, back above 16 here so far.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still down 13%. It was at like 1675 when the numbers came out. Never mind. Before the numbers came out, the high was like 1675. So it's still looking pretty weak. I find it, look, it got a couple of days worth of rally into the debate, but really when you look at it, it's just been in a downward trend. So I think when it looks like this, I'm essentially looking to short the pops. I know it's over 10% to the downside, likely at the open, which would set it up for some kind of a short sell restricted bounce. I'm kind of anticipating that that's going to be the case and looking to short pops. Obviously, you have a high that got made at 1685 now, which is within the target zone underneath $17 for me. But if it breaks out 17, it's just got to be a patience game. It is capable of squeezing. I just look at prior lows in here, 1775, and if it gets through 17, wait for that kind of a curl. We have to pay for locates at Real Trading here, but they are relatively cheap. I'd have to double check. Both this and GameStop were, I want to say, very, very cheap. I don't know, like less than 1 cent per share on both of them. So it was relatively cheap for us, like I said. But I'm only looking to short pops on DJT. When that lockup expiration happens, whether he sells or not, there's going to be some people doing some selling. As everything's sort of out of whack when it comes to fundamentals with this, and daily chart says it all.
All right, almost $2 now on this trade here with NVIDIA. Yeah, just talking with our friends here about the debate in a WhatsApp group. Okay, yeah, I mean, we can look at oil here today. I mean, this NVIDIA trade has really got me going here a little bit, so that's nice. Yeah, USO, we could see a little bit of a rebound here. I mean, it's been pretty much crushed over the last week or so to the downside. This again, United States oil. We can look at the actual oil contract. We do have oil inventories coming out today. I feel like there is an oversupply right now. Heading into winter gas, that formula is a little bit more expensive than summer. I was talking to Randy about this yesterday. So we are a little concerned here about the price of oil and the price of a stock like wow. I mean, we could break on the sticky note today is 110 for NVIDIA. I mean, we might be breaking that ASAP right now. But XOM coming through now. I mean, 110, this was a level that we looked at yesterday as well. I mean, this could be a good little bottom spot there for XOM, just trying to hold out for that. I mean, if you get 110, you don't have to worry. 108 seems like it's the bottom. You are at the 200 period moving average. I mean, this has been XOM's a pretty lame stock. It's one of those ones where there is a dividend attached there. There's the buyback. And if you like energy, I mean, you can't go too wrong with that one. The one name that I would definitely not be investing in is Occidental. We talked about this yesterday with Brian Shannon. He was thinking it's looking the worst out of them all. I think that's an obvious statement. Without Warren in here buying this is probably a $20 or $30 name. So let's wait to see what winds up happening with Occidental, breaking well below all of these levels. And I mean, if you're in this name, you were probably in it for this kind of a bottom at 56, 57. If you miss getting out there, you're down about 7 or 8%. I don't think it's the end of the world. And you could find a spot, but this is why I zoom back out. See, like if we don't hold right now, and if the energy space keeps getting a little more suspect, then this is where that drop starts to happen. And then we get into these levels where I said $30, $20 into here. So we'll wait to see. I mean, look, if energy gets worse, this is not going to be the only name that's to the downside. So it's just right now, this is starting to break and looking pretty bad on the daily chart. Occidental would be one for me to short. But again, we got to sort of break a little bit lower and hang underneath $50 before I get super, super interested in that one. GameStop is down. Yeah, we were watching that yesterday during the market recap show. Of course, we had a good
What
show
time
there
was
yesterday.
the?
No, it happened right away. It was they didn't have a conference call, so there was nothing happening when the earnings was released. It was basically a flat earnings trade, and then you wake up today to see that we're down here into 21. So I guess you mentioned that there
was an offering.
I'm
just not. I didn't know exactly what time they dropped the offering. I'm imagining that's when it went to
this morning. I don't know.
You know what? I'm not sure. Let's go to the desk. Maybe they'll tell us what time, because I think that's the only reason why GameStop really went to the downside big, was because of the dilution. I mean, they actually beat on earnings, guys.
Just keeping my eye on Palantir.
Yeah, they made
well.
money.
They just posted a very cryptic video on their Twitter about it was a floating box, and it said coming soon. So we'll talk about Palantir, though, coming up here in a second, but it did move up on that, just be aware. GameStop down big time, 9.8% right now, trying to hold 21. But I mean, you have the details on the earnings, but it wasn't great right across the board.
It wasn't, Brenda, but I think Neil's accurate in saying when they announced that the offering was come out, that's when you really got the price action to the downside. But here's how they did. Q2 revenue fell 31.2% year over year. They continue to bleed revenue, but they were able to shore up costs. The EPS here, they printed 1 penny per share, but that was compared to a 9 penny loss last year. They're looking at shoring up costs just more than just layoffs, but they're eliminating redundancies and underperforming assets, as well as identifying certain stores that they want to close. The tailwind here comes vis-a-vis new hardware releases, as well as the GTA 6 that we're all expecting.
The interesting note, I think, here, we were just talking about, according to Trade Ideas anyways, short float back in the single digits once again here for GME.
Sent yesterday.
That's crazy, almost.
That's why the play's not here anymore. Honestly,
just not there.
Yeah, this stock is just going to be something that you're going to have to wait for some actionable tweets, I guess, on right now. But yeah, beating 4 cents versus -1. We talked about that. Revenues under, though. They missed by over $100 million on the revenue side. But it's nice that they finally get a little bit going there. They don't have to burn some cash. But then again, that offering sends the market to the downside. So this won't be a name that I trade today. So I don't know. I mean, if you hold $20, that's always pretty good on the daily chart. I mean, it's a nightmare. It's hard to chart something that looks like this. We've had Michael Noss on and various traders on here. We had Andrew Rader on talking a little bit about some of these names. At the end of the day, volatility is what it is, and right now it's to the downside. I mean, the 200 period is right here at 1850. I don't even know how valid that is considering all these crazy moves up. But yeah, 1850 would be, I guess, a buy zone. That's right here. So it goes back to this May 23rd bottom, and it's also the 200 period. So if the move's going to stop, try 19, but then you have to be down a lot. Like I don't know if that's going to happen today. I don't know. Let's watch it for increased volume. I mean, if it shows up on our volume scanners and starts going crazy, then I think we can go over to GME. Let's see if there's any posts or whatnot. But I think GameStop for now needs to be sort of left alone and see what happens. Watch that $20 mark.
I mean, obviously DJT is moving around just as much, and probably I would argue a bigger. I know earnings is a big deal, but probably as a bigger catalyst today, relatively speaking. So I do like DJT as a trade more than GME. That said, I don't want to ignore. Like, it's got this, it's not really a trend line. It's just a couple of lines of support in August, and it lines up with 21. So I kind of feel like let the opening range play itself out, but underneath 21, shorts down to 20, and then that 18 half level Sean was just mentioning. If you're able to hold above 21, I think you can play back into here, which is 2165, 2175. But I like this 21 as not just a round number, but obviously a little bit of dip support there. It's happened a couple of times for GME. So let's see what it wants to do at the open on either side of that, right? And if it starts going, like if GME in the first 5 minutes is doing, or 10, 15 minutes is doing more volume, and it's going to do more volume than DJT, but if GME is just doing better movement and looks like the better trade, it's setting up off the levels that I like better, then I'll probably trade this one. But for me, I feel like it's going to be that DJT off of the open. And if you like what you see, guys, hit that like, hit that subscribe. If there's something we're not talking about, let us know in the chat. If you want to talk about symbols or let us know or can't communicate with our great community, you have to be a subscriber to be in our chat. So do hit that subscribe, hit that like, and then jump in there and ask us anything that you want. Vendetta says you're shorting the NASDAQ. I mean, good luck. We're breaking through overnight and yesterday's highs as we speak. But yeah, a certain name was lower. I don't know if it still is after that last little bump there. Brendan?
Apparently this video I was just mentioning there for Palantir was initially posted yesterday, so making the rounds once again on X. Yeah, all they posted was it can't be contained and coming soon, and there was a floating box. So Palantir being Palantir, but just it took out the highs when that did pop up on my screen anyways. Once again, down 2% was a heck of a lot more than that after a bit of a choppy day yesterday.
Yeah, so a lot to talk about here. ARK Invest, obviously run by Kathy Wood, was selling some shares yesterday, almost about 125,000, a little bit less than that, valued at approximately $4.3 million. Also, chairman of Palantir, Peter Thiel, sold some as well, or hasn't sold, excuse me, looking to sell. He did file to sell up to $1 billion worth of stock. He has not sold any, and it allows him to sell up to 28.6 million shares by December 31st of next year, Brendo. So over a year for him to be able to distribute that.
You've ever heard that guy talk?
No.
I watched he was on Rogan, and a really interesting conversation they had. Peter Thiel, he's really, really interesting guy, worth checking out if anyone is interested in learning more a little bit about not only Palantir, but Peter Thiel as the person.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously smart dude there. So Palantir is still down a couple of points. They did make a little bit of a bounce, as Brendan mentioned, but that's, that tweet being, from yesterday, I feel like it was more just following the market, as it was a very slight move to the upside. It feels like it's just trading, diddling in the middle. And when you get a post-earnings move, you want to see it settle down. So it's obvious 35 is a resistance spot. I think you can play off of that, but I'm not completely convinced. If it heads to the downside, you got to look back to that previous before earnings 52-week high, that 33 change. It was like 33.13 or so. That's where it broke and dipped the first day. You didn't quite retest it. If it's going to be relatively weak today, then I think you might have to be patient with this. And if it gets down to the 33, that's a different story. It's not really moving. It's not breaking out. It's not breaking down. So like I said, diddling in the middle. 33 is the last key level, unless you're looking for fade plays, in which case you'd have to wait for the 35. But I feel like this will be like a tomorrow thing at 33, or maybe like a Friday thing or a next week thing at the $33 level. Like previous breakout prices to dip back in and find some support, but you're not there right now on Palantir. So I don't really see a trade for this today.
Yeah, I'm going to So we've just had four straight. I just double checked. We've had now 4 straight big days here to make back what we lost on that first day of trading. Look, Palantir. Yeah, I'll probably leave it alone. Honestly, I don't think it's a buy until 31.50. So yesterday we were sort of Obi and I we had bought that stock, then it sort of came back in a little bit, ended the day fine, but it was just a little tough to trade that during the first part there with some of that selling happening with Kathy Wood and Peter. But right there, 31.50. I mean, I kind of like that spot to pull back into. A little bit of that top break action. We got a little excited there. And again, it's pretty well valued. I mean, the PEs in the 50s. We'll see what winds up happening with this name. Of course, you got to pay up for names that have, growth, like hopefully like Palantir does have. And inclusion in the S&P 500, we had Justin Zacks yesterday from Moomoo on as well talking about this name. But yeah, there could be some kind of support down here at 32, 32.50. But for me, I'm going to wait till 31.50. I could see Palantir going the other way. Not a stock that I'll trade today. To be able to buy that dip there, obviously we bought it on NVIDIA. But when that number CPI, that's why when it came over to here, I said it's all just as expected. So the market's just going to sort of regain what it was doing before. Now it's even going higher. Palantir going against the market today. Not a trade for this guy.
Let's have a look at some of these solar names. Back to the upside we go here as my cables are falling off the desk. Enphase trying to get back above 109 and hold right now. Again, this is just a interest rate play, some potential policy to come if depending on how the election goes coming up in November after the debate last night. All of these kind of looking the same right now. I just pulled up Enphase. You can have a look at FSLR. First Solar, same thing, trying to get back above 218.
Yeah, it's interesting here. TAN is up 3 2/3. That's the solar ETF, TAN. So good look there. Obviously, solar was mentioned in the debate yesterday. Donald Trump saying that he's a big fan of solar, but criticized it for requiring too much land. We know separately the Democrats are pro this renewable energy spending. We'll keep an eye on that. Just give you a little bit of data with respect to the solar industry in the States. So U.S. Solar installed about 40 gigawatts of power last year, and the solar industry is projected to grow in the coming years. And that could be helped, Brendo, by lower yields.
Yeah, these have been hurt. If you go all the way back to, the end of the pandemic, really, it's just been straight southbound. This is a weekly chart for Enphase. Hasn't done anything all year, just dropping around $100.
When we were brought to solar earlier on in the show, I was looking at Enphase and it was like First Solar. But I think maybe for most traders out there, you might be interested in looking, I guess, at Solar Edge. How many down days in a row? You can count them up if you want to, but this would be the first green one if it even has one. So Sedge here, clear downward trend and a bit of a reversal candle at $18 yesterday. I say a bit because it's not an extreme one, but when this happens, you get one good up day. That's all it's going to take. If the market decides it wants to break higher, and I don't love the notion that it's only looking like a quarter basis point cut, but it is what it is. Stock's going to go where it wants to go. This one looks a little bit more interesting, I think, than First Solar. Just because it's been bled so much to that downside. You get that first big day to the upside, and it can be a good one. Now, maybe you don't get 18.20. I think that's like the obvious level in here. We had previous lows. You probably have to look at the pre-market low trying to hold for like a little bit of a gap and go. But yeah, like I said, I'm just more interested in DJT, and I like AMD today. And we haven't even talked about Tesla has a big double top in there. Apple made a double bottom at 217, so looking for longs on that stock. And then Mara, because of crypto, we're going to get to in a quick little second. But Sedge, this one's up 7.5%. Feel like it's going to be the mover over looking at something like a First Solar or an Enphase, but that's just me.
Buys are almost at $30. Yeah, look, so none of these names will get traded today, but I think TAN down here at 37 or 38 could be something. We talked about this as an ETF. I just, watch out for this. I think if you want to buy something, I feel pretty safe about doing this. We were just at, in June, $50, $49. You're down to 39 right now. It's a nice pull down for the ETF. I think you can buy it. It looks like Kamala now, I just checked. Don't at me. I just checked the odds on DraftKings there. Now Kamala minus 125 versus President Trump plus 100. So that's pretty equal. I think so. Neil's saying it's over, but no, those are pretty good odds. I still think
not
for
really
Donald
over.
Trump, no, not even close. But the favor is there now on the Dem side. So, it's been a swing, right? When Joe Biden was in there, I feel a lot more confident that President Trump was going to be the next president. Now I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. And I feel like that's fine. That's how you're supposed to feel at elections, I guess. Straight down the middle. So it's not something that we vote for. It's something that you guys vote for. And, if Kamala gets in with the Democrats, I do think this TAN ETF will get a bump. So if that's how you want to play it, I don't think that that's the end of the world. And then there's also, this just keeps getting beat up. I mean, I remember when we were talking about this, traders were talking about a breakup here at $33 on uranium. That was basically the top. And now you're coming back in, and where can we find a bottom? I mean, myself and Nos Boss there talked about $25 a while. I'm still not in this. I remember when it was here and it went up to 27. He's like, oh, that was a good call. But I'm not. And I was like, yeah, I wish I would have taken it. Now you have an opportunity to take it now. Still underneath 25. I don't know about uranium, but this is another name here that could get going. CCJ Cameco, if you're into the equity. NVIDIA is still $1.50. I'm actually going to clean up. We have a bad wick there. I don't know. Normally we don't get these wicks, but I'm going to clean up this data editor right there. But still a nice little play for us on NVIDIA now. $1.50 in the money. It's high there. Was 109.70. Man, I'm getting excited for that 110 break.
Just seeing dollar moving around here once again, back to the upside right now. There's also the DXY. There was a downtick, but then we ripped right back to day high. So I wanted to mention AMD real quick. There was a Oracle executive that was basically saying that a lot of AI developers are now making the switch from NVIDIA to smaller providers like AMD. So yeah, I mean, 2% right now for AMD to start things off here this morning. Not seeing anything else significant for them. This portion of the show brought to you by Moomoo. They're shaking up the investing game with their cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app, backed by the NASDAQ and the SEC, ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now, snag 15 free stocks and bonuses up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you. Did you have anything to add there for AMD? Nice.
Yeah, it was interesting, Brendo, because yesterday AMD and AVGO Broadcom were distinctly strong in the microchip sector where you did not see that strength everywhere else. So that stood out to me, looking for specifically what was said here. But what really kind of confuses me a little bit is AMD. You hear about the issues that they're having manufacturing these GPUs because they get Taiwan Semi to make the majority of them. But Taiwan Semi, most of their output really is being given to NVIDIA. We're hearing rates of 80 to 90% of the GPUs created by TSM go to NVIDIA. So wondering how they're going to be able to get their hands on these if TSM can't produce it for them.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the story, right? The demand and, the supply just not equaling out at this point. This is from the information, guys, so viable source. Oracle Cloud executive Karen Bata saying that some customers developing AI are turning to AMD chips. Again, that's from the information. So, 2% now for AMD.
I'm going to get to that in a quick little second, but I did want to get to Easy Media. It's a super chat here. Thank you very much, Easy Media. We appreciate all our viewers. We love it when you give us super chats. All we ask is you enjoy the show, learn something, hit that like and hit that subscribe when you get a quick second. What's the short float for HQ, please? So I don't have I asked in the chat already, can you clarify the symbol that you're looking for? Because I don't have HQ. So just let me know. I don't mind checking. We have multiple sources we can look at. I can look at my trade ideas anytime I want to. So just let me know what it is, which one you're looking for there. I still haven't gotten a response. Or maybe you meant Q. Oh, it looks like it was possibly QH. So let me just go right there. That's an 80. QH is an ADR. So that's only going to have like a 2% short. If you meant QH, the ADR, then that's 1.7. short is the short flow. Now remember with these, for anything like a QH or a runner that's this cheap, it's more about the float than anything else. Like you can squeeze in different ways, right? Like you can have a short float squeeze, shorts covering. You can have gamma squeeze, which is going to be about options and the market makers having to hedge, and therefore you get buying in that regard. And then you're going to have just simply a small float, like a 5 million. It gets soaked up by a few actors, and then they don't release any shares. And suddenly, because there's not a lot of shares available and the stock's going up, then you get a squeeze in that regard because there's just not a lot of the free float that's available to trade. So there's a lot of ways in which things can go up. I think in this case, you're looking at the last one. It's about the 5 million float on QH. So hopefully that helps you out. AMD is what it is. I mean, I can throw you to the note here. AMD, after strong move yesterday, 143.50 set the breakout, simple over under. And that simply means at the open, looking for a breakout. Obviously, you've broken the you-know-what out of this to the upside, but it's still got room. This is the thing about this. It's got theoretically room. It's all in theory because you're just looking at lines on charts. Like this is the resistance that we just broke. So 148, 149 up top in here. That's where I'm looking to go to. And if you're going to dip, you got to look for trend back in. Whether you get the breakup price seems unlikely. VWAP's always a good buying spot. I think in here where it checked up and then broke out again about 144.5 to 145, that would be the dip zone for me. And look, it's obviously a strong one in there. We already talked about crypto a little bit. Just the way that Mara moved yesterday with Bitcoin doing nothing and given the reaction, the muted or non-existent reaction in crypto to last night, I feel like all of that exuberance here, I'd rather be fading this one even into a strong market. So these tops that we made yesterday, it closed at 1594. If it doesn't break out above there, I'd wait until it at least tests those highs. You're either failing pre-market highs when looking for a trend trade, or if it breaks the pre-market highs, it's in breakout mode. You have to wait for resistance to pull in. Because the market's screaming to the upside. So as I said, AMD is already through our 143.5. Going to look for that dip. VWAP's in play. 145 is in play as well, as we did just get past 925. So there are some imbalances in there. Oh, that QH actually has an imbalance. So easy. QH has a 600,000 sell imbalance if you're looking at that stock. Palantir, 400,000 sell imbalance as well. Nothing really big outside of those two.
What's up, everybody? Sticky Note Nation is long and strong here already. Look what we wrote down for Google, 150.50. You know when we wrote that down when it was at 148, and now it's at 150.50. So although we'll have $1.50 on NVIDIA, this Google bottom was actually $2. From top to bottom. So I feel pretty good about that one. We have Amazon here at 178 dip buy, but again, with the CPI coming through, you're not going to get anything around 178. Of course, we wrote that at 179. Nice upside movement here. So if we do get a pullback, there are a couple good ideas. I do like the Tesla break upside at 226.50, and that could be coming out right now as well on Robotaxi news. We said watch out for the CPI, but let's get ready to rock and roll here. As we are ready to go, real traders unite. Let's trade some of these names. Tesla up at 226.50. Again, a name that could break. I mean, there it is right there, 226.80, 226.50. Could be a good little break long. The name that I'm most excited about today is going to be NVIDIA because we have that top at 110. So if you can come over here, Fabian, we'll have this look right now at 110. Good little movement. We'll see what winds up happening if it breaks. So that's something that we're looking at. We're already $1.50 in the money and printing over here. So again, you know, just take it one step at a time, and we'll see where we go. Just a quick look on the TQQs. One of the most positive names here on the desk pretty much all year. We'll just wait to see. $60 yesterday was a great level that we had talked about. That's where it fell into today again. So 60, we're looking at that as a level for support in the TQs if we do come back in. Let's go find out what's going to be on the midday show with Sharif.
Get your protractors ready today, guys, because gone lines include a lot of geometry. So we're going to continue our talk about trend. Check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Right. Yes, sir. So good luck there.
Where are my math nerds at?
Good luck there, Sharif. Always looking forward to that lesson of the day when we get a chance. As mentioned, there weren't a lot of imbalances worth looking at. That QH is now paired most of it off, but it did make a hefty downward move on that 600 sell imbalance. It's now 180,000 to the sell side. Palantir 350. not a heck of a lot doing on the imbalances this morning. Tesla actually backing away from that double top, at least as we speak. So that might have to wait. But remember, the chip names did not care. Apple, we haven't really shown you the chart, but Apple double bottom the last 2 days at 217 after the event. It's also breaking out. I want to look trend on Apple. I mean, after that double bottom. So you have VWAP here at 220. That could be the first look for sure. So with under 30 seconds to go, it is hump day. It's hump day Wednesday. We're gonna get this one started here with the market already taking flight, and the ringing of the bell, which will be done by Adara, brought to us by Firefly. So shout out to Firefly, but let's get this party started, Adara, and ring it in less than 10 seconds as the market is green and looking to hold on to some of those gains in 4, 3, 2, and 1. You know what to do.
All right, well, the future's starting to look like they're coming downside a little bit here. Let's wait to see what happens with some of these breakout plays that we had on board. Here comes NVIDIA. We said this would be a one that we'd have if it takes down 110. We'll be in and then out real quick if there is a fail on this play for NVIDIA. But here it comes. Through it all, it's already a $2 winner. We might as well... There it goes. So now we are in now. I was going to say we might as well take some of this out for $2, but it comes in right away, immediately to the upside now, going NVIDIA. We're long at 110.11, so it's not like we had a great fill there at all. Nice little pullback in now for NVDA. So gets a little excited off the jump. Futures are pushing down a little bit here, so watch out. Oh. Maybe try to buy some dip. We're going to wait here. You like some chips with that dip? Apparently, we like some chips for sure with NVIDIA. So maybe we'll get a piece out here. We already got out of a quarter for whatever that was, 20s or whatever that high was there. Let's take a little bit more out as we failed underneath 110. So this was an early break try. Yesterday, we absolutely destroyed Amazon on a similar break. So right now, we'll sit here and see what winds up happening with NVIDIA, trying to get above 110 again. There it goes. Let's see how high this name can fly. No lie, and you know this. It's NVIDIA. So Tesla with the move down. We are long NVIDIA. And there it is right there. It's a beautiful trade. Hopefully holding that 110 now. Let's see where we go. We're doing it again.
Yes, sir. And I tried to rhyme that one, but I couldn't come up with anything for that. But all you say is ballin' is what that line goes to. So we just got AMD back in. I'm on the offer of DJT, but I'll get to that in a second. DJT trying to press back up, oddly enough, through $16. It did make a move to the downside. I just got DJT. So 45 came in heavy on AMD and immediately lost it. And was looking for a VWAP in there at that point. Then it reclaimed the 145 level. I'm looking to see if this can get back to that 146. DJT is heading back into the upside. This is VWAP. This is a lower high in here at 16 and a quarter. If it loses 16 and a quarter, I should say breaks 16 and a quarter, I want to jump out and look for the next opportunity. I kind of only want to be short this name, at least for now. Tesla did not make that break. Tesla dumped off of that 226 level. It's headed down to 222. If we get to 219, 220, that would be the buy zone, but Tesla's taking it on the chin right now as we speak.
Yeah, we're long Tesla 222.20 right now, and yes, it is.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
On the chin. So yeah, oops, are we on even on, oh, we're still on NVIDIA, sorry about that. There goes Google trying to break through 150.50. This was, again, another price that we liked. We're going to get out at 221.50 on Tesla if that winds up breaking. It's NVIDIA. That is just the monster trade of the day. One more time, we'll have that on for you. It's your Trader TV Live trade of the day with NVIDIA breaking through 110 as posted on your free resource. The sticky note props it up right there as we get going back up to the upside. Oh my, we're having a day again. Let's go NVIDIA. Let's go Tesla. Good trading abound right now. 222.10 there on Tesla. So far, so good here as we go nuts. Neil, it's another dollar right now on NVIDIA as we get into 111 right now. Yeah. Hey, man, as it was written, we keep on saying that. Shout out to our guy, Nas, right now. Google might be the one that's failing, so we're fine with that. As we get out, we're probably up. Oh, man, you know what? P&L is irrelevant because there's only one. Look at Tesla there. $1 right now in the money on Tesla as well. That was a good call off that bottom. So here we go, man. Let's see if we can get something out in and around 223. Oh, boy, it's another one here today. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. NVIDIA, Tesla, Google, and that's it for me.
Okay, I want to look at Google in a quick little second there because the market's absolutely flying. I'm surprised that any big cap name is not flying to the upside. Unfortunately, don't add us. It is what it is. Trades are trades. DJT got to VWAP, and DJT is now at the low of the day again. So I felt like there were going to be a couple of opportunities to short, and technically speaking, only one of them actually hit. So DJT off VWAP, rounded into 16. It's about to break 1550. There are no levels anymore on DJT. Every single bottom it makes would be an all-time low since the transition. Obviously, you've got other prices in there when you consider the pre-SPAC, but most of that heads down to $10, as Sean mentioned. So 15.25 next out in front, and then 15 even would be that key price. It is short sell restricted. That means every even dollar, I'm cognizant of the fact that you could have a huge SSR bounce, but for now, this one's heading into the downside. We got a half buck on it. Want to see if we can get all the way down to that 15 level. You know what? There's buyers here. There we go. There was buyers stacking up a bit, so I just got some more out there, 35 instead of 25. Now we'll hold on to the rest. But you know what? AMD can't seem to hold on. I got back in 45s. It gave me 75s, 145, 75 out, and then just lost VWAP. So yeah, you are starting to pull back a little bit here, more than expected. Although before we go to Adara, Apple holding the highs pretty well.
Applied DNA on watch here, APDN. This one is a small cap, about a $13 million market cap. Short float of about 16% with a float of 10 million shares. Company announces that they're expanding their testing services here to include testing for some of these Mpox variants. So Mpox-related catalysts sending APDN to high of days, guys.
Got some more Google down here, making it a little bit better. I'm just into so many trades right now. It's only the three of them, but we are trying to get back and forth there. We actually made a little bit of money back on Tesla from buying that 221 there. We bought it right there, got some out 222, 222.15, but it is losing it right now pretty good, Tesla, to the downside as the market as well starting to fade out. So it's just the best name, man. It's just NVIDIA right now trying to get higher. So that name trying to go. Google trying here, but if we lose this 149.50, then we're gone. We are still positive today. I mean, this is going to be and has been a good day, but that Tesla, we just got out of that one, breaking through 221 and looking to go lower. Really, it was just because we actually stepped up and put on shares, and that was a good trade there for us on NVIDIA. This is why and how you actually, put up some numbers by taking trades and believing in them. We're only going to go 2 for 3, 1 for 3, basically. Tesla's going to be a flat trade. Looks like Google's in a bit of trouble here. I would love for this to get back up to 1. There's NVIDIA again. I mean, I feel like you just trade. This is back-to-back days we had 110 on for NVIDIA, and yesterday it did not break. Let's see if we can hold. I do have an offer at 111 to see if we can get out of that one. But really now it's going to be the Google show. If this can get back up, we already put some offers there in and around 150. So if it can get back up into that area, then let's just sort of lick the wounds because we're already down to VWAP. And if we break that, then we don't want to be part of it. A very good positive day here so far, but a lot of that is on the backs of NVIDIA. So, so far so good here. You were in AMD there. You got DJT. So a couple different names being traded here, but at the end of the day, it's a nice positive one. So let's see what winds up happening. A nice bounce there on VWAP for the TQs. Let me guess, 60. That was going to be a level that we wanted to talk about, $60.40. So watch out for those TQQs.
So very quickly, Blake Cotton, I don't know the story on Geo, but it is down 10% now SSR. So I'll scan the news, see if I can find something for it. DJT is starting to bounce, so it looks like it was the right decision. There was, like I said, there was a buyer, or there were buyers in plural, who knows, at about 1535 when I was looking for the quarter bounce. And you could see it kind of stack up there, hold the level, refresh, all that good stuff on the tape. It did not get back into VWAP. If we make a fresh low, I am looking for 15 even as the next out. So I'm going to get on the bid and just be ready in case it flashes down there. GameStop was the other one that we're looking at. Under 21. It cannot break that 21. The over-under 21 looking pretty solid as that just continues to flush. So I think it's trend down as long as we're holding underneath that $21 level. And the other one we wanted short, I said short the pop, but the market was going up and there was no pop in Mara. Mara continuing to head to the downside, now 5% down. Got to wait for it to come into VWAP here. Maybe the pre-market lows, but I prefer to be patient waiting in for VWAP.
Tesla just held 220 there. I see that. All right, guys, the number one trade of the day. It's NVIDIA breaking 110. We called this the Trader TV Live trade of the day, even when we had it and it was just going. So we already had this name at 108 today. It's now at 111.50, Neil. NVIDIA continues to put up numbers. And those of you that are trading it, all about that, man. I mean, there's the one dip. We got nervous on that first break. We got some out at 75, then we got some out at 90s. And right now, $1.50 in the money here. Well, we're actually much more than that, but let's see if we can take out something now at $1.32 and see if we can go a little bit higher. So far, so good. I mean, you know, Google went back up. We actually got a fill there for roughly flat, 150.05. We're long at 150.12s here on this name. So let's just continue to watch out for this. And yeah, we'll be here for it. NVIDIA, Tesla just holds 220, I saw in
Big
the
time.
chat. So that was a good hold down there in and around 220. This is going to be a losing stock for me today, but not by much. So we will try to get a little bit of revenge on this name, but there's no way I want to trade it if it is going to the downside. The market right here is trying to break lower. So all of these shorts will not pay, including Google, which goes into the garbage there. Finally failing one more time for Google. So that was the only real problem. Buying these dips were fine. We're coming into the 200 period. Maybe we need to look at that one. There goes Tesla breaking through 220. That trade is now finished. We'll wait to see if Tesla can find a base, but it's just NVIDIA, and NVIDIA has been by far a big name here. It's going to be P&L number one. I'll check the rest of the floor in a minute, but it's only 940. So right here, Google down to 149. Let's try to find some areas.
Yeah, so I just got a quick little update for you guys. Again, double bottom now, same level, DJT. It's the only thing we're still in. That 1535, you're still finding buyers down there. They just held it. And that was a pretty decent reversal candle, looking like it was going to flush. They just held it again, so I'm grabbing more out. Might have to wait for a VWAP or trace. But yeah, it's looking pretty ugly to the downside for a lot of names. Now, Tesla at that 220, just very quickly going to zoom it out for you guys to be able to see. There was like a 219 bottom, so if the market is going to give back, I think you could still break 20, get to a 19. But the other thing that's happening here is Mara doesn't want to bounce. Mara is just holding lows here. I'm looking for the first available pop to try to jump into a short. It seems like it wants 15 in a bad way for that bounce. The pre-market low is holding. Just got to be patient with it to try to find some kind of a short trade in there on Mara. It is, I don't want to say it's bleeding, but down 5%. I mean, the market's really not having that much movement, and clearly this is a weak stock. Apple is still above VWAP, still above yesterday's highs. That's a big rejection candle. I want it to settle down a little bit here. I thought maybe 220 would be something. Right now it looks like 221 wants to hold on Apple. Because of that 17 double bottom, I do favor longs on this, but the way the market came in, we want to be a little bit patient here. Let's see it hold VWAP first. It hasn't really done that with any strength just yet. Federa?
Beware of the children's place here. We already mentioned this one on the big desk this morning, but PLCE, this one is a smaller cap name here. They do have a short float. I was seeing anything from 19% to 47%, so just be aware of the short float on PLCE. Trading higher after earnings. They did miss on sales, but they actually had an unexpected profit here. So this one on watch. It has already halted, guys.
All right.
That's 47% short float on Children's Place. 47%. That's not small. That one can do a lot of things.
So right now, Google, 25 cents in the money. We'll see if we can get this one back going upside right now. NVIDIA was just a ho-hum. We just took 110 break with serious shares to the upside right there. 111.70 coming through, $1.70 now in the money. And I know you guys are like, oh my God, why is this kid not still on Tesla? Yeah. I mean, we can't have them all, but we should have this. I mean, there's that 220 level there. I was just looking at the charts and was like, yeah, I don't know, man. Once we broke that 221, felt like we could have gone a little bit lower. 219 would have been a nice little spot there. I don't think we're out of the woods yet. We're really starting to print, though, man. Neil, it is almost $2 now in the money on NVIDIA, and it's actually $3. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Obi. Coming through there, NVIDIA 110. That bottom right there from the morning was taken right there at 108. So there's our first take on NVIDIA. There's the next one up to 112. So far, so good on that. Google trying to go. I mean, we just got something out there at 70 after buying some 149 and changes. came into the 200 period. We're trying to be as disciplined as it is right here for the market. So we're working on 5 straight green days here, and it's been a good one so far, needless to say. Here today, we did slip up on Tesla and on Google, but NVIDIA really holding fort right now for us as that continues to climb higher. We only have 15% left, but I really like the stock. And where can we go? Good question, Sean. What about 116? You know, what about into here? That little drop started at 116. There isn't much action here. I mean, that one right there is 111, 111.20. We are climbing higher and higher through there right now. So let's go. I mean, for Google, same way. We can get back to this 150.50. And if we do that, then we're singing again. So yeah, man, so far so good here. Let's just keep the sort of the good vibes going here today. And you know, keep hitting winners for you left, right, and center. What's up, Adara?
Another small cap earnings name to be aware of here. This one is Petco Health, WOOF or WOOF. This one does have a short float here of about 7%. Market cap of just under $1 billion. They reported earnings. They did miss on sales, lower than expected forward guidance, but WOOF picking up some volume here as it gets to a new high of day, guys.
Wolf making some power moves. I mean, look, if I'm looking at a small cap today, it's DJT and it's GameStop. Those are the ones that I want to be focused on. So we want to stick to them. Mara, I guess, counts as well. But Apple here, it didn't hold on to VWAP. You're still trending down. If you want to buy a dip, I want to be patient, especially the way this market is opening up and now heading back even lower. So this is a NASDAQ in, and you're still seeing a little bit of weakness after we got that initial move. If you can't break back above this 18.8 I don't necessarily love these dips unless we get a little bit lower. So I might have to wait till 220 or the pre-market lows here on Apple. Again, I don't have to sit on the falling knife. I can like along, but you're so far away from 217 and that double bottom that jumping in too early can be a little bit of trouble. As far as GameStop goes, as I mentioned, this one now trending to the downside. I don't think we're going to get those 21s again, so I have to abandon the opportunity to short 21s and look at VWAP in here. If we get to 20.5, the 20 break is looming. I'd rather it pop and fade than try the break at 20 because it's SSR. I don't like breakdown trades on stocks that are more than 10% to the downside. It's a good way to get trapped. So if it fails a 20 break, I'd probably look short into VWAP. DJT, we're just going to hold on for now. That's still looking very, very good to the downside. But we did miss that shot, like we said, on MARA. And now it's starting to come into VWAP. It just tagged it and looking to hold underneath again. So there's the pop. And here's the opportunity for the fade play on MARF. Kind of the first available pop back into VWAP here on MARA. I mean, Bitcoin not doing a heck of a lot, but I think the reason for the short has to do with the fact that everyone was buying this with reckless abandon in the afternoon. And then when you got a nothing burger at the debate, I guess there's some people that might have been trapped.
Yeah, pretty much of a nothing burger there. We talked about that with Justin Zaks there, hoping that there was going to be some kind of talk there, as Donald Trump was. Obviously a proponent of Bitcoin there. All right, so it looks like I'm just on Google right now. If you guys are looking at this name, it is coming back in as the market fades pretty nicely here, back down into the downside. So good little trade there if you're short. That is for sure. Short the market was a nice call. That is good. We'll say a shout out to my guy back there. You know, again, we don't give enough credit. Well, we give a lot of credit here, but Obi, shout out to Obi there, had some great trading yesterday. Look, for me, man, ego's not a thing, man. I will just throw credit around here as much as we can. Shout out to Obi on that one. Good trade there for DJT over there with Neil as well. But here we go, man. NVIDIA, $1 in the money. Google now 15 cents in the money. Trying to get back up, man. We do have a little bit more shares here, and it's not trading very well, Google. So this is like a day maker if it goes, and not a day breaker if it goes the other way. So I like those odds. May they forever be in your favor. That's a movie. What movie is that?
It's the Hunger Games.
Yeah, Hunger Games. Shout out to Jennifer Lawrence, if you know what I'm saying. Let's go, Google. Here we go. It's a face slapper. The action is here, man. Hey, we're here every single day. And there it goes, man. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. As Google goes, as NVIDIA goes, we've got DJT on our mind. We've got Mara on our mind. And I believe we have Adara at the desk.
We have CCJ here getting a nice volume spike compared to any of the volume it had previously. A lot of these uranium names pushing higher right now. We do have around 9 9:30, a little bit before 9:30, we had news here that Kazatomprom, which is one of the top uranium producers, has secured a license for exploration in the Turkestan region. So new uranium exploration, sending some of these names in that space to the upside, guys.
Uranium. I love that uranium. We talked a little bit about that before. As we continue to watch, we're watching The Simpsons with the family. I finally found something on Disney that is worth watching. We did finish The Bear, which was disappointing, to be honest with you. At the end of it,
Everybody told me that's the show to watch.
It was. The first season and second season, I think, were pretty good. Very
I love the kid. What's his name?
I have no idea what the guy's name is.
But
Google, I think is he a one-hit one? Is he from something?
No, he's from Shameless. He's like he's like one of the better characters in Shameless.
Yeah.
Coming in very quickly here. So AMD did not hold. So here's the litmus on AMD. 145, first time loss, second time win, then back in. So 1 for 3 on AMD and down, and now it's back at the breakout price. So the breakout happened on the number, and we didn't get it. That was 143.5. Now it's trying to bounce off that same even dollar area. So I'm in 2 shorts and 1 long. I would like to make it 3, but I'm not going to chase GameStop. We got to get ourselves a good entry into GameStop. But this is at 143.5. Let me show you the 15. If you're just tuning in now, this is what AMD looked like on the break. To lose this would not be good for AMD. So it actually is losing it now. I'm not jumping short on this idea. I just want to see it put in a higher low. I'm not going to reverse it, not until I see it hold under. But the shorts have been the better trades for me so far. And I want to see if we can't get into the one that was supposed to be a headliner, and that's GameStop. It just broke 20. I said I want to look for a fade.
Yo!
Oh my goodness, there he is.
What is going on, my guy?
I didn't even.
Ice is in the building right now.
Hey, how's it going, brother?
We are in the building. How's it going, Mr. O'Keefe?
Good. I'm good. I brought my compadre Marshall.
Hi, Marshall.
How's it
How are
going,
you doing,
Marshall?
Marshall?
Come on board.
We're ready to go. We're trading the markets. They're open. We've got some NVIDIA on our mind.
There you go.
We've got ready
apple
to go. We've got
fritters
some
on.
apple fritters. We're trading some
I
Google.
can't eat this any longer, so I thought.
You're looking good, my guy,
know.
over there. Look at this guy.
Bad.
I got to get on that diet.
I got on your.
That's a good
I got to
one
get
right
on your
there.
program.
I wore my traditional garb, my vest.
there we
It's
go.
dangerous with this.
Yeah. Now he's on the mic.
I always want to say like
Do
Roxanne.
you have any rhymes you want to spit in there?
I have
you got a
no
little
rhymes.
Drake
I'm gonna
action.
pass this to my colleague. Hold on, Marsh.
Get in there.
Do you want to say who you work for? Which company you're here representing?
Sure. Do I need to?
Yeah, it's on.
Marshall and I both represent ICE Data Services,
Bang.
and we're here from the U.S. to have a client appreciation event on Thursday, and I'm glad to see my favorite Canadians, right?
There we go.
Hit the OK. Now let's look at this, Marshall. Check the screen out. There's the screen right there for
Now
Mr.
we're
Mark
talking.
O'Keefe.
Hold
We've
on.
got O Canada going on there. Marshall, what is your role?
He's actually Canadian. Hold on.
am actually.
What?
Get
You
in
don't want to
here.
take the
Get in
mic?
here.
Come on, Marshall.
Come on, Marshall.
No, I can't be doing any
Don't
of
be
this
shy,
stuff.
don't be
Oh,
shy.
I'm very
So
shy.
you're with ICE as well?
I am. I'm on the real-time side of the business, so
Good.
all the data flowing in.
Yeah, well, we have some data flowing.
You can't
We have
trade
some
without
real-
data.
No.
All right, I have real-time equity and capital on the line, so I'm going to let you guys go in a second. But I do want to thank you for the fritters. We got some nice crullers there, and it looks like some Boston cream
Yes.
action.
Plenty of cookies in the back.
And more cookies.
Good to see you
Mark,
guys.
come on, man.
Sorry to pop in.
Oh,
Sorry to pop in.
do not apologize.
Hi, Mark. How are you doing? Hi,
Hold on.
Sean.
Where's Brendan? Hiding or?
Brendan, no, we got rid of him. Yeah,
he's
so don't
right
worry.
there.
Oh, no, he's actually right behind you.
Yeah,
My
he's right
bad. Right there. And I don't know if you know Sharif. He's over there as well. Sharif, this is Mark. Okay.
Totally turned the place upside down. Goodbye, guys.
Thank you. Bang,
All right,
bang.
thank you so
Randy,
much.
get these out of here, man. We'll get those in a minute. We are at the highest spot we've been at all day. That's called content right there, baby. Now let's get going to the upside. NVIDIA it's starting to go. Yeah, you know what's been happening there? I don't know if Mark is a Google fan or not, but that stock starting to go upside since that man came on the screen. So I like it a lot. Google letting it spin. It is a trophy day on this side. One more time over here, guys. I told you 5 straight up days. We're not stopping. Let's go back over to the desk. It's A.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
right there as we'll get out of it as it breaks back down through 110. I mean, what a money-making trade NVIDIA was there. So some good outs, man. We have the out at 112, which is pretty good. The market now failing back into the downside. Again, a big shout out to my guy Wayne in the back. A big shout out to many traders there doing quite well. Their host Joe and so forth putting up some days. Google trying to go. We got a good out there up near the 50 period, up near VWAP, but they're all falling back in right now. So we got a couple shorts on this side with Mara and DJT. We might have to flip over into some shorts, guys.
I'm looking over. Okay, so DJT, by the way, just bounced back into VWAP. Remember that the buyers at 15.35 are legit. It tagged down there again. It's for whatever reason, it's exactly at $15.35. They just keep buying it up. If it breaks out at VWAP, I'm out of this thing if it takes 16. It's 10% down. It's a squeeze type of name. And if it just goes squeezing, then I want to get out of the way. Like it worked, but you're now getting higher lows into that 16 level. If VWAP doesn't hold, I fear for that stock. If the market's heading back and we're going to have a red day, I know we failed to look at Intel today, but I mean, come on, it is what it is. Intel, as usual, gets to like the first breakout level, tries to break, fails break, trend down. VWAP short. So anytime it looks like this, I want to short it back into VWAP. If that's going to be the case, we just have to be patient. But it's starting to look a little bit weak over there. Mara was we just gotten like 10 cents in the money, and then we're reloading at 30s, and then we just lost 5 pennies on it. So Mara is actually trying to break back out. If it can hold under VWAP, I'll re-enter. Otherwise, I'm going to wait for it to get into those highs. So recap, DJT's trying to bounce, but if it doesn't break 16, then I'm going to stick with the shorts in there. Apple was the one we're looking for a dip buy. It's now starting to look a little bit better here for Apple. Catching a bid right at the 830 number. It was 220.35. It's bouncing off 220.35. I like that spot. So the CPI high, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, is now the support level for AAPL. I wanted to be long, but we said we'd be patient for some buying to come in, and it's starting to come in. I'm going to try and pick up some 50s and then give it to that 220 and a third.
Great to see Mark there today. We just had Google nicely taken to the upside again, now breaking through the 50-period moving average as we just continue to print over here. NVIDIA, again, 109.90 we're long at. I don't know if this one's going to work, guys. We just got some out in the teens. There we go. We get another piece out there as well. Sorry, no, that was Google we got out of there. Sorry, my bad. More Google out at the top. Wow, what a day this is turning out to be here. One more time. Neil's got that Mara. We've got NVIDIA, DJT coming through again right now. Sorry, just DJT Mara now out. NVIDIA, 50 cents in the money. Google, 70 cents in the money as we get excited one more time. Let's look to see what else we were trying to trade. We were trying to trade some Amazon today. Ooh, Amazon down at 178. That was the level for us. Is the market going to hold or not? I'm just going to punch in there. We are long now on Amazon. We had written down on the sticky note 178 for a possible dip buy. That's coming in pretty quick. That bottom there was 177.57. So I feel comfortable if we break this 178 to maybe just fly out, and then we'll see. We don't have many shares. That was just a quick little take there. So let's not panic on what we have, but this is a little lower than I'd thought. I did not think Amazon would be double the market to the downside. I mean, yesterday it was probably the biggest trade of the month here on the show. And it was to the long side on that 178.50 break. So now I'm just looking at it. That's a 177.50. Yeah, I don't know if we really want to be in this. We might have just jumped the gun a little bit. Let's take something out here at 10s there. We're offering 10s. We just punched them out at 8s there. We don't have many shares, so hopefully it will work. There it is. We'll take some more out at 10. So we got out of half now for 10 cents. We've already got NVIDIA and Google long. I mean, I would love for Amazon to work, but right now we'll take a 20-cent hit on half of it and then see if we can get back up to the upside. I'll see about supporting that bottom there on Amazon, but that's 170. Here, it probably is right here. That's not right. 177.12. That's going to be incorrect. The bottom right there, let's just respect whatever it is. About 50s, right? So 177.50. So I will buy some Amazon down here at 177.80 or so is the reload spot for Amazon. Google's trying to go. I'm not happy with it. I'm going to offer some out there, punch out some 77s, start to slowly get some out. It's a P&L green day here, so hopefully that will hold out. if NVIDIA, where's the stop for NVIDIA? Many of you are asking. Maybe not. 109.50 right there. Sort of that little break spot there. We do not want to be in it if this comes back in to 109.50, which apparently it's doing right now.
Goldman Sachs Technology Conference at 10 o'clock. NVIDIA is just hearing in my ear from Benzinga. NVIDIA is going to be presenting or talking at that, it looks like. So maybe look out for some movement at that time. It's just actually 1 minute. So we'll see if they announce anything. A lot of times, you never really know what can happen. GameStop, it did do that false break of 20, but then the break of 20 was better than coming back in. It broke 20. You could have had 1980s. I said my plan was to look for a fail break. It came back, gave 20s, failed it. I got 95s, and then it just broke consolidation to the upside. So unfortunately, I think you had to take the initial break on GameStop, but it is what it is at this point. Apple cannot seem to hold. So the market's bleeding. I said I'd wait for the first chance that Apple looked strong off of a level I liked, and it came all the way back to our, call it the CPI level, because that's where we were, essentially right at 830. It bounced off it the first time, so look for it to hold the second time. You'll see it not hold support. If it can hold on to 220 even, I suppose that would be a different level that we can play into. But yeah, not doing what I'm expecting here. It really has just been the shorts. And as I said, I'd love to get into Intel short, but this is allergic to VWAP right now. Down 1%. The market is only 0.5% to the downside. So that's check one, because it's relatively weak, and it's got a ton of room to yesterday's lows. So joining this there's no green candles on this stock on a 15-minute. Joining this to the short side, there's still plenty of room to do so. Just got to be patient with it. And DJT obviously didn't break that VWAP just yet, but let's go to Adara at the desk. Why is this through the price?
Very exciting, pretty volatile day for the markets thus far. Both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ selling off despite initially seeming pretty strong here, with the SPY running into multi-day resistance at this 548.50 level. We'll have to see what happens here for these markets. CPI data coming through at 8:30 a.m., pretty much in line with estimates. No other economic data to keep an eye on today, but CPI could be interesting with the FOMC meeting for September happening next Wednesday, so 1 week from today. Another thing on a lot of people's minds was the second presidential debate for the U.S., which happened last night. So lots of catalysts to talk about in this market. GameStop trying to make a new low of day here, down about 15%. They did have a sales miss, but a gap EPS beat to talk about here for GME. Solar on watch here. I have Solar Edge here, SEDG, this whole sector on watch after the election, pushing higher. On the flip side of that, we have a lot of these crypto-related names in Bitcoin and Ethereum pushing lower, with Donald Trump, who has been positioning himself as a pro-crypto candidate, certainly keeping these names on watch throughout the cycle, guys.
Thank you, Adara, for that one, man. You're going to come back to some excitement, boy. That's a nice little buy on Amazon right there, Neil. 60 cents now in the money on Amazon. We're going to be up pretty much cruising right now. NVIDIA was a good dip buy as well, as you guys can see there. Now taking 110 again, trying to get back up to the upside. Man, if this name goes, wow, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. We're sitting on 3 50-cent winners right now. So we'll get out more here on Google. Google's the one that I'm like sketchy on, but could still get back to the high there. So we'll hold a little bit. The name that I'm obviously really excited about there is going to be NVIDIA. We're long underneath the spot that we love of 110. So, but look at that, just got pushed back in a little bit there. Let's put something else at 08s here. We're riding a 5-day win streak, so we're going to keep on going, not in the market, in the P&L spot right now. So let's just keep on reading it right, hopefully, and taking out profit where profit lies. That's the way to make money, right? I mean, you sit there, you can trade 7 or 8 names, but if you're down on 6 of them, it's going to be tough. So we're just going to try to sort of ease it out, right? You're not going to be right all of the time, that is for sure. But as long as at the end of the day, you look down at your P&L and it's green, then you've had yourself a decent day. Amazon, Google, NVIDIA all working right now to the long, with Tesla being the missed opportunity. I mean, we could have bought that 220. That is for sure. So a big shout out. We'll be number 2, but Wayne right now number 1. Wayne lifting it up on GameStop. So shout out to GameStop trading there in the back.
Dump it.
Yeah, great trade there, Wayne. Yeah, no problem. Good job. Here we go. We're starting to go back up to the upside. Here goes NVIDIA. Here goes Google. Here goes Amazon. We on one again here. You guys are watching SoFi. That's good. Neil here on DJT right now. Let's go over to Miss A for a ad read.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be a part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We love that. We love that story.
that.
Obviously, fantastic concept, and wish them all the success in the world, because brain health is the most important health. Simple as that. One of the healthiest stocks, I see a lot of people talking about ARM. Ben mentioning this. ARM's up 4 points, headed into the 135 level. That's been resistance for a while. So if it gets into here in the mid-30s, watch out. There's been sellers there every single time it gets there. That BCTX is halted upside. Should reopen in about 1 minute or so. I see a 173 tap for those that are asking. That means the theoretical auction price, if they open it now, it would open right here, which is significantly off of the highs, unfortunately for that stock. Apple is still trying to hold on. It just did a wick through 220, so failed at 220 level, then came right back in. As long as it can hold 220, I want to jump back into this long. But when it broke stop, get out. If it holds 220, we'll try to get back into it. I still believe in some shorts out there. Obviously, GameStop can be one. I'm looking for a re-entry point now in DJT. Like, it's now shown that VWAP is a bit of a thing. So if I'm trailing this one to 16, I want to move it down to VWAP and then re-enter in front of VWAP, which is about 1580 or so. Starting to calm down into a more gentle downtrend, at least a little bit here after the initial drop on the open, which was a big one. But I think we got to be patient. I mean, the market's trying to make a nice little bounce, and finally finding a bit of a level here is Apple. I'm not going to chase that. Let's back off and wait till it retests that 220 level, which we like a little bit better. Tesla's starting to go, but there's one name that I kind of feel like I forgot a lot about here, and I did write it down, and I want to jump over to just very quickly. It was kind of on my note 2 days ago. I wasn't here yesterday to be able to trade it, but as the market's trying to go, Uber did make that breakdown that we were talking about the other day. It was like a flat bottom break, so it did lose it yesterday, and it tried to break back above and lost it again. So if the market's going to be weak, this is a name that I like to the short side, but it's back at that flat bottom level around the 69 level. So I'd look to pop and fade in Uber. That was an idea that I was looking at yesterday if I had traded, but if it comes back into 69, I do think this is a relatively weak stock worth shorting.
Carlos, did you super chat something there? Did I miss something? Thank you for Carlos. I just saw in Bears vs. Bulls. Bears vs. Bulls, let me know if we missed any sort of a super chat there. We want to make sure that we get into that, of course. All right, so I just have the 3 longs, and I know the longs probably aren't the right play, so we're getting out right now. We keep on saying, like, you could make money, but you can give it back just as fast, especially when you are trading up shares. But at the end of the day, it's the up shares that give you the profit that you need. So we're completely fine with it. We've been reading the market pretty good, but we are starting to get out. So let's just review the positions that we're in case you guys are in these with us. Amazon's not going. So we just keep getting out every time it pops above 178. So we're long here at 177.72. Positive name for us today. Despite losing on that first take, we actually got in and out of that, so that was okay. But since then, been a nice positive stock. But look at the market fading, right? So all we've been doing is getting out on every pop we can. Google came back in. Look at all these outs up here at the 50-period moving average. We are going to watch out for 149.20. I'm not even sure about buying the dips anymore. I feel like we've gotten lucky doing that. But now the market definitely wants to head to the downside. So we got to be careful holding on to any of these longs. I mean, again, and another one there is NVIDIA. By far, probably it'll never be caught, but NVIDIA for the number one P&L will be there today. Let's just wait to see if there's some action down here at 109.50. That's the break spot. If it breaks that, then we are out of NVIDIA. We'll try one more time, but look where we're long, 109.69. So, you know, that's giving us a little bit of a buffer here in case we're wrong. But that's going to be a trade there. Google, Amazon, I think we just broke down everything, right? Oh yeah, if Google breaks, we talked about that, Amazon breaks. So they're all there for break spots right now. So let's wait to figure out what is happening now with NVIDIA, Amazon, and Google. If there's anything else you guys want me to look at, I will definitely do that. Put that in the chat. Meta moving around, not really. No. I saw that name in the chat earlier. Meta just kind of flat. That's going to be a nothing burger for me. The other name that we wrote down on here was Tesla, but let's have a quick look at one of our biggest stocks in the portfolio will be Palantir, and that's starting to go up, which is nice. Maybe a break there of 34.40 for PLTR, and look what that is, though. That is your 50-period moving average, so maybe nothing there for PLTR, but so far, so good. We'll just try to be as patient as we can here with the market now. It's a big day. It's not as big as the last couple days because the follow-through hasn't been here, but we're pretty happy with the performance so far. Maybe buying this dip on Google, but our stop is already a break of 149. So we'll see about buying a little bit more. There it is. So we get a little bit. Let's see if it will pop back up to the upside. Little bit of a buy, dip buy opportunity there. We're long at 149.20 now on Google.
So Apple is holding 220 a lot better the second time through. He actually put in a higher low at 220 and a quarter-ish. I mean, it got to the 20 even. I got 22s on that dip. Gets to the 50. Needs to see VWAP next. We're 40 pennies in the money, but we get to VWAP. There's been sellers galore at VWAP at 221. If we don't break 221, then I think we got to get out of this one and just take the profits where they lie. I keep telling you, I mean, the market's heading lower. You can want a VWAP or trace, but if you don't get one, you just got to respect the trend. Whatever the next available pop is, I feel like is going to be the name of the game for Intel and Mara. We just want to be able to get in, but I don't want to be overly aggressively chasing it, but they just can't seem to find any kind of a bid here whatsoever. We're still bleeding down. I mean, on the 15-minute in the NASDAQ, it's now 3 up, 3 down. Since we got the numbers this morning, and 3 red candles. If we lose the low of the day here, you're going to want to jump in some of the weaker names to the south side. I did say Uber was another one I was looking for a short in, but that was, again, it was a short to pop situation. So got to be patient. Still looking for the mid 80s here on Intel. And man, if Apple can't get back above, 220.75, like your trend down, false break, you're basically just holding on to the 220 level, and that's about it. Still want to get some shorts in there. And the last one we had mentioned to you guys was Uber. It's at VWAP. I just want to see this break down underneath, and then we would jump into that one. But as you can see, it's still kind of hanging out in the middle of no man's land. Apple's got to do better than 30, 40 cents here. Otherwise, this market could be in trouble. You got to have one of these big cap names try to bounce. And I'm not seeing any that are bouncing currently.
No, there ain't much right.
You know what's strong? Oracle.
Yeah.
Oracle's really strong.
Love Oracle. All right, so NVIDIA, you know what was strong? Yeah, Tesla's been holding up as well. That's not near the bottom, so that could be another name as well. NVIDIA did drop out. We talked about that. So in what is not a strong name today, NVIDIA, although up 1.5%, you might think, hey, this is a strong name, but unfortunately, we got dropped out there. Oh, no, now it's right back up. Looks like we are going to hold. I was waiting, honestly, for 109. We have the 200 period there. That would have been a real nice take. But you know what? Let's just put a bid down there. We'll wait at 109.25. We were a little bit closer to that level because the market was really screaming in. So we wanted to make sure that we gave it a little bit of a thought. And then if it breaks that 108, I mean, what is this level exactly? 108.80, something like that? The 200 period there, we don't want to mess too much with that. 108.80s, so 108 like 85 or so. If it breaks through there, then we will get out. But it looks like NVIDIA trying to get back up to the upside, so that might be a trade for us later on. Okay, so here goes Google. It's at 149. It's going to break, and we are going to get out. So right there it goes to the downside. It'll be a negative name after all, so we'll hit the sirens for that one. We are positive on the day, and again, you guys could always ask us that, whatever you want, any of the hosts, of course. Positive on the day here, and that's really just because of NVIDIA. Amazon will be up, so we'll go 2 for 4 and positive. So that's what I'm talking about. When something breaks and it's in your favor, you should trade it. And that's how I'm positive, right? And so we'll go 2 for 4 over here on trades today, and we'll be up. So obviously not as good as we had hoped for. We'd hoped for a little bit more. But what can you do? They did not hold. So that NVIDIA trade, if we don't get stopped out there, we're probably back to day's high. Tesla's basically a flat trade for us today. And then poor Amazon. I say that we're 25 cents in the money. I mean, it's better than losing 25 cents. But at the end of the day, I still think there's more upside here. We do have right now White House's Brainard speaking right now on inflation. So we'll wait to see what happens, but it's a nice move up there for Amazon, trying to get back
She left the Fed,
right now. Yeah, okay. I didn't know anything about that. Here we go, 150 upside for Google possibly coming in. 149. Let's just wait on it though. Amazon's trying to go. Take profit if Amazon gets again back to 178.20. I'm going to put an offer there.
Yeah, Cale Brainerd, I think, formerly of the Fed, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Hey, I mean, that's what happens. Like, kind of write your own ticket, I suppose, when you leave the Fed. Look, 16's about to go on DJT. We said we had our trailing stop in there. We're holding on to the last 10%. And someone said, is it time to go long? I'm not there yet, because to me, if it doesn't break out a level, it's not squeezing. So this is 16.15 at the open. That was the first level of resistance at 9:30. If it breaks that, then I think you're a little bit more bullish. Even then, might need to break to 16.25. The other squeeze name in here, GameStop, and I tried the 20 level. It's still gently trending, I suppose, back into the upside. This still looks like a short to me. I just wanted to test VWAP in there. But Apple just lost 220. So Apple gave us the bounce initially, the second time through, but it just lost the 220 level. So unfortunately, we're trend down here, and you just got to try to jump into some of these shorts. It is what it is. I hate chasing, but I was just unwilling to chase in Intel, and you see it drop almost like 1 point there, and a single candle. This is clearly looking like a reversal red kind of day. And when that's the case, you just got to jump into the shorts. Where we were able to get them. Unfortunately, not able to get this one here, but Uber is still available to us. So we break VWAP, it just broke VWAP, so looking for this one back into VWAP. It didn't take this one, obviously, yesterday as I wasn't here, but flat bottom breakdown. It is what it is, but feel like I missed an opportunity on Uber. I sold, I should say this. I did sell, I said I was going to sell some of my shares if it broke that flat bottom. My PA, I sold some yesterday, but I didn't get to trade it live.
All right. Everything broke, right? NVIDIA broke. Everything broke. So NVIDIA coming back in there. Apple breaks as well. But I actually like this Apple trade. Again, we can see if we want to get into this name, AAPL, right now. I'm going to buy a little bit on this breakout, a breakdown actually, and play off that 219.50 area. That was that zone, 219.25 back into pre-market bottoms. Oh no, we just bought it and it's starting to go back up. Okay, we're long now at 67. If we could take a quick 20 cents, we'll try it, but here it comes back in again. We don't want to get caught. This is how we lost all of our money the other time, when we started chasing names, not believing in the dip. We've already shut it out. Some of the traders behind us are taking some nice shorts there. We'll see if it does come back in. Google loses it. We're not really down that much on anything here. It's just a matter of we're down right now because of where this market is. But so far here, Apple, and again, we're just talking about some of the trades that we have on board. Apple right now, 219.60s. We'll try to buy that dip against the 219 flat. Wow, here it comes again right now. I mean, this market may just continue to accelerate. We do have that JP Morgan Tech Conference, I believe, or Goldman Sachs, one of them, going on right now. So let's just be careful with exactly what we're doing here in this market. But I'm pretty confident with everything. So we'll hold on. We'll look for some more shorts. It's a good move. We wrote down TQs to possibly go short there at a 60, and that is now gone. But a good little spot here for Apple, I feel like. We'll see if it wants to go. We'll buy some more 50s here, or 29s, and then 49s, see if it goes back up. I would love to get a 200 period fill now. Even back to 220 will be fine for this guy here on Apple. Our stop is 60 cents worth of a trade here. We're trying to get more near the bottom, but this bottom, I don't know if it's going to give out on us or not here, but it's looking like the market just wants to get lower. So that's CPI, I guess, coming in as expected. The market no likey. Let's go over to Neil for an ad read.
Yes, sir. And becoming a funded trader means trading a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description of this stream. And when you're trading, it's always better to be able to trade someone else's money than your own. That said, you got to have those ideas in there. So scan that QR code below. Start your journey over there. Thank you very much to Trade the Pool here. The market is bleeding, however. Bleeding's not the right word. The market is down 1%. I mean, I feel like until you get to 2 points, I don't think you're necessarily all that crazy to the downside. Still in DJT. I think the position board might be wrong. They might need to refresh that, or my next available fill, I guess we'll get it. So there's the down move we said in Uber. I'm going to short back into VWAP if we're able to get it. Let's see what happens next, because you're trying to bounce. I'm going to show you guys the NASDAQ in here. Like, you're trying to bounce at kind of a random area. If you go back into yesterday's trade, it was about 70, 80 points lower than this, where you found some support. And then if you bounce here, kind of looking at the overnight bottom, that 18.7, I feel like that can be a key level for us, the 18.7 level on the NASDAQ. So on the fly, support turning into resistance from yesterday makes some sense to me. So first available pop in Uber just came into 68.15 or so. I just got 13s. It bounced off 68 even, so I should probably get on the bid in front of 68 even. Uber, reason I like it, underneath the 50 period, kind of broke a double bottom yesterday. Feel like it's trending into another test of 67.80, and if it loses that, all bets are off for this stock. This was a flat bottom break yesterday, just looking for some continuation as the market's heading back into some of those lows. So Intel we didn't get short. Uber was the new short. Still believe like this could go. I mean, this could go down any amount here. There's so much room to yesterday's bottoms. We're not going to get VWAP. Going to short back into 1875, kind of like we did with Uber. Get the first one you can, not the one you wanted at 9:30.
Right. If you're trading with me or like me, then I think you just always want to trade relative risk, right? I mean, and I think that the thing is that right now, NVIDIA, I feel like if we break this bottom, we can get out, right? Breaking up through 40s. So there it is right now. So what I was going to say is I feel like the risk right now, we could get a little bit of a pushback up. I mean, I was looking sort of trying to find a long-term chart here for the futures. This is only 30 minutes, not super long-term. But we have 18.6 right now. That's been an area that we sort of traded around. We're at 18,665 right now, so still 60 handles away from potentially getting lower and lower and lower. So we'll wait to see. But right now, we just took 25 cents on the reload there for NVIDIA. NVIDIA, still, like I said, a very, very positive name there today. I think Apple, since I'm trading it, could get back into the Greensville here. Well, we already are green on Apple, but we'll wait to see it's falling back in. I'm just looking at this 18.6. We could be in a little bit of trouble there if we get into that level. So we're just going to be holding our trades for as long as we can, but there's the out right there. Like, we just bought 659s there. Well, what are we long at NVIDIA? 65, sorry. And we got out 95. So that's 30 cents, nicely traded there to the upside. We are also waiting for Apple. We're long at 43s. Let's take a piece out if it comes back up into 40s there. But it looks like it wants to break now through 219 Apple. So, the market not really finding a bottom yet. And when it does, I don't know if we want to be around for it in these longs. So let's just sort of layer out of these trades as the winners come in and not hold on to them like we've been known to do in the past. Right now, NVIDIA's 40 cents in the money, trying to get back higher, man. I mean, that'll be great. Looking for like a 109.50 area that we lost before. So that's kind of the target spot there for me on NVIDIA. We'll leave Amazon alone. So 109.50, I just said, that makes good. Like a 109.20. Nice little move, 30 cents in the money on NVIDIA and 20 cents out of the money on Apple for now. So let's see. We know we've got a good name here. We are net positive today on the day. I think there's just a couple traders there today that are net positive. And it's been pretty 50-50 actually. So a good day so far here for the floor. We had a good day yesterday as well. Let's just wait to see. Here goes Apple. Good trading now. We're back in the money here on AAPL.
Yeah, good trading over there. If you can get Apple to start going, this market could go. It didn't go for me at the level I liked, so I'm backing off of it. I'm back over to Mara. Now, Mara just broke $15. 15 was a big level before. It doesn't matter. Like, it kind of already passed through that. But if you look at yesterday, on the way back to the upside, Mara was able to break out at about 15.10 and start going absolutely crazy. So as long as it holds on underneath that, I want to take a shot at this one a couple of times short at this 15 to 15.10. I don't want to get trapped at the bottom. I don't mind taking a few shots at this, but I don't want to get trapped at a 15 when the trend would say shorted at 15.25. But when it's under 15.10, we're going to take it on the downside, see if it can't hold that resistance level and the trend, which has been weak. Overall, Bitcoin's not really doing a heck of a lot. It is above that 55,000 level. And the other thing I wanted to quickly show, volatility in here. I've seen a few people talk about the VIX. I'm looking at UVXY. This is what just happened on UVXY, which will be the same thing as if you look at VIX. You just broke out the top from yesterday, and you're getting a little bit of resistance up here. So while screaming to the upside, market goes down, if suddenly this ends up failing this level and you get a pullback, there hasn't been a red candle on UVXY in the 15-minute. Which is why you're getting a trend to the downs, or part of the reason you're getting a trend. If that reverses, the market could catch a little bit of a bounce. So you want to stay a little bit nimble here when looking at anything into the short side. So here comes Mara. It did not break that 15.10, so I think we should probably be jumping back into it. Wanted some confirmation here. I think we're in early. 15.10 is the key level on Mara. Thank you very much, Rob. A little bit of reload action on the old Java. Keeping us warm, it seems.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, let me know. I'll file that expense report ASAP. All right, so look, man, NVIDIA, we did it again over here. It's now 70 cents in the money on NVIDIA. You know, stay with what's been making you cash, man. I mean, we'll lose on these dips, right? But now we're making it all back, and we will pretty much, well, we won't be at the highest spot we were at for NVIDIA, but we'll wait to see what's happening. Apple trying to go again. We've just been buying these dips. Another positive name for us there today is going to be Apple. Like I said, we'll go we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stocks, flat on Amazon, slightly down on Tesla, down on Google, up on Apple, up on NVIDIA. Of course, as you know, we're here for this. So let's wait to see. Now NVIDIA getting a little bit of a bounce. Of course, they are at that Goldman Sachs conference right now. But there it goes, man. Props it up to everybody here today, trading all of that. Yeah, you know what? We didn't talk about Children's Place. Children's Place, I actually remember this back in COVID. I called this probably the best short of maybe of all time because I didn't see anybody in Children's Place on the reopen, and the Children's Place near our place closed as well. If you scroll this back out, man, I think this was over $100 for sure at one point. Now down to 8, was just at 5, and we talked about, you know, how sort of the destruction of some of the retail names. We saw Big Lots and someone else file bankruptcy there.
Yeah, they're done.
Down to $5. I mean, this has been a bad stock, but today, Neil mentioned, I didn't even know about that, over 50% short float right there. So watch out for PLCE trying to get back up. But there it is. We're almost back in to $1 into the money. Hamster, are you in the chat? Because if you are, I have something for you. You've been waiting for this for a while. So let's go back and do it right now. It's what's for lunch. All right. All right. Ooh. Sauteed onions. All right. Beef bourguignon with sauteed onions, mushrooms, and baby carrots with a little white rice and quinoa, steamed bok choy as well. So we will say that's what's for lunch today. We had some
what was yesterday?
Chinese, was like a hoisin chicken right now. But we've got chicken dinner winners on right now for you. So today we'll get the beef. Yesterday was the chicken. And there it goes. Yeah, you know what, Shakib, you are right. Let's get this going back again. It is Hydration Nation. How dare we forget about that? We filled up our water there, and we are still at 9 a.m. because, you know, we've just been laying down some trades here today. Saw our good friend Mark O'Keefe from ICE and had a great time with that as well. What's going on, Sharif? As he's back in the building right here after his nice little walk. Get that headspace ready to go. We're ready to go every single day. NVIDIA now, Neil. Bang! There it is. It's $1 in the money again for NVIDIA. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Patrick. As we start spinning it up here, Neil, you know, the trades just keep coming in on this side. What's going on over there?
We're back in tomorrow. We're still holding on. You know what? At the end of the day, we might end up in DJT all day long if it holds that trend. I was about to talk about this stock for just a quick second for everybody. B-Fly is breaking to the upside. This is not day one for the stock. It's like a triple up. Well, sorry, it's over a double up in the last 2 weeks. So you got a move which is actually being sustained, but it's a very, very light move to the upside. The volume is starting to churn. What's good about it is it's been one of the better technical stocks. Every single time it gets to the previous high, generally that's turned into support. That's what's happening again today. But this feels like it's running out of steam in terms of volume. I'd be cautious with it. But anytime we get questions about small cappers, we'll let you know whether we're trading it or not. As I said, I'm back in tomorrow holding a downward trend until it breaks this trend on the 15-minute. I want to keep going back to the short trade. If we lose that 15-15 area, I think we're in trouble. As I said, DJT just feels like it could end up a hold all day. I keep putting my trail, looking at my trail. I'm like, do I move it? Do I move it off 16? It gets to 15.98. Now you're backing off. I think we're going to see the low of the day, and it might just be timed. I didn't want to reload this because I felt like it was making higher lows. And I don't like reloading a squeeze name or an SSR name if it's making higher lows off a bounce. But it stopped doing that. You've now got a bit of a head and shoulders and now a lower high that just formed. If you make a lower high, I want to jump back in off VWAP. So next time we get to VWAP, I'm shorting it still to the 16 level. But the way I'm looking at things on an SSR bounce or 10% name is once it starts doing that and trend back up, I don't want to reload. I want it to reform the downtrend and be patient enough to wait for that on DJT. It's back to about 34 cents in the money, but I've only taken the one short off that 16 false break. Now we're looking for the short back into VWAP on this. I still haven't shorted Intel, but the market's still weak, and it still doesn't seem to want VWAP. So now it's got a bit of a trend that's formed. I thought I drew this before. So kind of like this. As long as it holds on to this trend, okay, still going to be shorts. But to me, if you start breaking 5 to 7 cents above there, then it's gone. That would be about 78, 79 as we speak. But the trend is still working to the downside, at least on this name. Some things have calmed down. This one's still looking relatively weak, but there's my trend. If it breaks, then I shouldn't be trying to short it, but I'm still looking short on Intel. So just Mara, DJT, it's the same two that we started with. And just as I was about to offer 74s, you can see Intel's breaking lows of the day. So I'm going to get into the low 70s here as the market continues to bleed to said downside. Mara just tagged underneath 15 again, but getting into Intel will be the next concern here. I didn't want to punch the low of the day on Intel. That was not part of the plan. I hate punching low of the day past the first 15, 20 minutes when you get those bigger moves.
All right, we just got oil there. So crude oil right now, weekly builds. So build on oil. We talked about this yesterday. Look at USO. More downside, getting cheaper and cheaper to put that gas in your car.
That's not good.
Right now as more build there coming for crude. So watch out now as USO going to the downside. Our guy Randy was looking for some XOM love. We'll see if he can get some of that anytime soon. But right now, not much happening on XOM, down 2%. Watch out for that break of 108 and change right now on XOM, actually. That's not a bad breaking spot right there at all. Breaking back down below 108 could be a decent spot there for XOM. Actually, I may take that. Now that I see this, we did just get a little bit of a reload there in NVIDIA. So that might be a good trade back up through 109. We just got, not to tell you the price exactly, 108.85 on that one. Apple dropped out. So that name, again, will be a red one as it just dropped back in, down 0.6 now, taking these out. We shouldn't be going long on any of these names as we continue to go to the downside. I'm happy going long NVIDIA just because it's NVIDIA, but at the end of the day, it's a slippery slope for all names today. The NASDAQ has not got going at all day. So move to the downside, we just should be short for sure, but NVIDIA is pulling back right now. Our stop on this is at 108.40, sort of into the low of the day there for NVIDIA. So we'll see what's going on with it, but for right now, nothing good in NVIDIA land. So yeah, back up. There it is, back up. We are offering 10 or 05s, so we'll take that one. A little bit of a hot dog can in there for NVDA, and let's just see if it continues with those plays. But right now, downside for the whole market.
Almost. Palantir's holding the bottoms very nicely.
Okay, that could be a good call.
I was looking for like what's actually relatively strong right now. That's a bit of a misnomer, I should say. It's not up. It's down 2%. But if you look at yesterday's lows, 33.70. Ignore that dark pool wick at 8 o'clock. Those aren't real prices. It held yesterday's low by 5 cents. So, and look at this. Now it's making higher lows. The market's at the low of the day, and Palantir's starting to look relatively strong. If this can hold 34, maybe we just wait for 33.70. I want to find something which is strong. I was talking about Oracle before. That could be another one as well that you can watch, but that just lost VWAP, unfortunately. So I would have liked this a little bit better if it could have held VWAP. Now you got to wait for maybe 156 is a relatively strong name. When you lose the support level and the market's at the lows, that's not the one I want to be in. I'd rather be in the one that's holding a support level and we can still play off it, or making a higher low over there on PLTR. So 33.70 would be that low. I think we just got to be patient, as I said, waiting for it. I know it's down, but there's more to it than just red or green. You got to look at the levels of that day. When it gaps away from the previous close, it can still find a level of support if it's down. And it's already held that one twice as the market continues to bleed. So we're in. Mara's now at 14. All right, Mara's down at like 1480 or so. So that one continues to flush into the downside as it's hitting right to these lows. It has actually broken 89, which is the double bottom. But if it does continue further, just zooming out, 1475 is where all you know what broke loose, and this thing ran like $1.20 yesterday. So I think 1475 is as obvious a potential support level as possible. Want to get out if it bounces 1475 here. Down 6.5%. I can only imagine what's going on with Coinbase right now. No, it's not. Coinbase is not broken $150. Man, if Coinbase loses this low from yesterday, I feel like that could flush as well. Just prefer Mara a little bit better.
Yeah, what is Bitcoin? 55.7. Yeah, that is actually.
If we break 55 today, we could be.
That is pretty low. I did see some talk there about Oracle. I think that's a good call because Oracle's been strong, right? I mean, we're up 14% yesterday, up still 1% here today. If you are looking to get long on something, I think Oracle or NVIDIA. I mean, I'm in NVIDIA, so a little bias to that trade right now. But Oracle could be something. I mean, I'd rather take the 156. Give it a minute to get down there. As Neil mentioned before, it's only 10:35. We have a lot of time here to go. So let's just let it relax for a little bit. Again, like at a key level is softy. 411. I mean, this is going to be one of those plays again where if you thought, let me just have a look here on softy just real quickly. Why do I think this is so key? I guess just because it's an even dollar bounce. Yeah, so it's just bouncing off 411. It's actually not that important. Maybe 409 might be something there for NVIDIA, for Microsoft. But yeah, 411 coming into play now for MSFT. What does that look like here? Yeah, so all right, so this is maybe it's 410-ish. There's the 50-period moving average at 410.50. Yeah, there it is, 409. So sorry about that. I got a little excited there. This was the level that I was looking for, 409 on Microsoft. I actually thought that was 411, but
you seen this?
409. Starbucks? No. So that Brian Nickel just took it over a couple days ago.
So there's a note from 4:30 a.m. I got it. Like we were just talking about relative strength. We have the best trading community in the world because I was looking at, well, I mean, Palantir's not making fresh lows. I mean, Oracle's trying to hold on to VWAP. That's what I was looking at for relative strength, and that's muted. Starbucks is at the high of the day when the market's at the low of the day. That's a strong stock. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be a home run today, but 2% when the market's down. So Brian Nickel, on his second day, announced plans to return the company to its roots as a community coffee house. So that's the headline from 4:30 this morning. If you happen to be up at that time, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that Starbucks is a strong stock. And it is just clean to the upside the last couple of days. I didn't even realize, I had forgotten that he officially took, to be honest with you, I forgot that he officially took over yesterday. And look at the reaction. It goes up when he's announced. It goes up when he takes over, and it continues up when they find out his plans. So yeah, the stock's going up. This seems like a much easier join of a trend to set upside. Well pointed out by everybody in the chat. I mean, Starbucks, if it is late, let the market try to bring it back into VWAP. But the trend has been very, very clean on this one. At that said, you're not at any of the key levels. Palantir, however, It's just trying to make a higher low, which we said we'd look for a higher low if it's not above VWAP. Now you're getting one here at the 33.80 level on PLTR. I know it's not up on the day, but as I was saying, sometimes it's not about the percent because it gapped away. It's what it's able to do, which is hold on to the low of the day when the market couldn't. If you're not breaking lows when the market is, you're relatively strong in the moment, which at least for now, Palantir is trying to get into VWAP. Mara, I don't want to reload. Intel, we're still in the offer and cannot get filled, but Palantir looks like it'll be the one. So yes, Starbucks is stronger, but Palantir was at the levels that we liked. As long as it holds on at 33.70, I want to try that long. Strong reaction to earnings, and it's holding a higher low than I'm going to like it here.
All right, I'm just going to start canceling some of these bids here because we are not going anywhere on our friend NVIDIA right now. We're actually even just going lower. There it goes. Okay, I was just going to say we are getting ready to get out. It's breaking the lows. So we just tried some more at 50s there as we start to go lower. Yeah, man, the whole market is falling down right now, and London Bridge is falling down. And right now the market is that bridge and trying to get a little lower for sure. Now, I might just punch this low on the market. I mean, I feel bad already. We should already be short 60s on the TQQ, but we are not. So that kind of sucks. Levels that we written down before were Amazon. I just gave my sticky note to Sharif. He needed it for a second. Amazon, Google, Tesla. So what's been strong? I mean, so the one name that I was going to dip by here was Microsoft at that MSFTY, right there at 411 and change to see if that one wants to come through as well. I don't know. We just missed it for, what is that, 38s. We're at 25 trying to defend 411. So if that does spike down, we like that one. NVIDIA's coming in, man. I mean, this could just be that break. I mean, why are we even looking long anymore? Nice downside move. I mean, the TQQs has this 58.50 level that we could short off of. That's 58.72 there as a low. Debating starting a trade right now on the futures to the short side. I mean, nothing's holding up. Google's at 147. Apple's at 218. NVIDIA's about to break 108. I mean, I don't know. You know, it's not great here. NVIDIA's just turning red right now. So there is a big opportunity for this market to continue to fall. So with that being said, let's just take a small position here, see if we're going to be right on the TQQs. Sorry, wrong stock. There it is. So I'm going to give this until that spike high or maybe even 58.80 or so for that short. Let's put on a short here on the futures. So basically 18.6 is where we're at. We're going to go short right now. Smallish position. It's not the size that we would normally have. I'd much rather come up into that 50-period moving average before we shorted it like crazy. But we'll hold this and try to play momentum. It is the low of the day, so this is a little bit of a sketchy play, but we'll wait to see if it works out or not. It went 10 cents in the money. Not going to be good enough. We'll try some more reloads here, mid-40s.
Well, it's also yesterday's low, right?
Is it yesterday's?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know.
It's yesterday's
we're right there
low
on the futures. Yeah. So 58.50. Yeah. Okay.
I have it. Okay. Technically,
lower here.
Technically speaking, when you get to an even level on the futures, this is 18.6, but then the bottom was really 18.5, 8 something. But 20 handles up or down off of an even dollar level on the futures is still that level. So you are at that you're at that 18.6 level as we speak, and that has been kind of the spot here for the future. So it just got tagged. All right, so Palantir, just to come back over to the full idea. So you had yesterday's lows, that holds. There's once, there's twice, there's the higher low at 80. It just tagged like the low 90s and pulled right back. So it needs to get up into VWAP. It will scalp it into VWAP and try and hold for a break in VWAP. But as the market is coming down, we don't want to be fighting it past this higher low. If it loses 80, I shouldn't be in this all the way to the low of the day. So I'll be out of it if it gets into the 70s. This is me canceling orders on Intel. The thing about a trend line, so remember about a trend line, like the entry prices get lower, obviously, as the stock trends downside. So where I liked it before, I have to wait for it to retest the top of this trend line, if it ever even does again. That'll be in the 60s through the low of the day. We'll see if we can jump back into that. But at this point, you're almost more concerned with any long trades on as we speak. So Palantir, it's kind of consolidating on a higher low, which I like, which means it's not breaking lows, but it's not really going all that far. Like it bounced 7-8 cents there, which is essentially 1-to-1 the risk that I have, but it's not doing any continuation into VWAP. We need to see that happen pronto in this market, which is still finding its way off these lows. Adara, what other sectors are moving in here on the big board?
A little bit hard today because all of these sectors look the same and they are bright red. There are two bright spots here to talk about. We have Oracle, which is to the upside here, the only strongly green name here in technology services on a day two earnings move. Then on the consumer services side, we have Starbucks, SPUX. Not seeing any new news on this one for today, but it's Brian Nichols' third day as CEO. Yesterday, he outlined his plans for the company, though they were recapping some other previous issues with regards to mobile apps and talking to baristas to understand their concerns. In terms of other sectors, we do have a particularly red transportation, health services, process industries, consumer durables. A lot of weakness across the board here in health technology, but finance, to me, especially interesting. We have BRKB and BAC leading this group to the downside. Berkshire Hathaway and Warren Buffett actually selling more of their Bank of America shares. Bank of America CEO actually addressing this, saying, not really sure what is going on there. I'm not talking to Warren Buffett about that, but interesting look for BAC and BRKB, both to the downside as Warren sells more, guys.
I mean, I don't know what else to do. The bear is in the building. We just went short on the NASDAQ. We just went short on the NASDAQ at 18.6, man. And like, this is 40, 50 handles in the money and going lower right now for us. So we'll cover some of this at 58. Again, when you're trading the TQQs like this, it's going to be my P&L number 2. And it's just funny how this happens because, we got more shares, by the way, right there. So that was a good trade. Let's just wait to see. I'm going to take one more piece off here at 07. Oh, we got filled. Okay. Wow, the liquidity is here, boy, on these stocks. So obviously, as the futures, you're not going to get a much more liquid symbol than the TQs. Remember, a lot of this is going to be program trading, meaning that like they're going to be pulling and throwing offers, and you get a lot of inside prints, dark pools. So there's a lot of algos is sort of the word I'm looking for here on TQQ. So just be careful with it. I'm still going to stop out if it breaks this 80 level, and we're already out of half. So let's now wait to see if this can continue to bleed down. We got slipped in and out real quick there on Microsoft. That came in, we took 411.20s, we got out at 411 break. So 30 cents. It happened quickly, but I have to tell it to you. We used to have what we were up or down on stocks, but Microsoft will be down. I just want to let you know that because that was a name that we had talked about potentially defending this 411 spot. So good couple outs there on the Qs. I'm going to put another bid there. We'll take a 23, but we'll wait to see what's going on now with the triple Qs to the downside for the NASDAQ. Pretty comfortable holding on to it, but again, you know, comfort is in the eye of the beholder. As long as your fills are getting hit and the stock is reacting your way, the stop orders should be your best friend.
Yes.
Because if you're wrong, you'll get punched out. And if you're right, then hopefully you'll be able to hold something for a little bit longer.
So Coin's best friend is $150 right now. And Bitcoin's best friend is, it's at 55,000. I have iBid up. I'm going to show you why I'm not on the offer right now of Mara, even though it's in the money. Is triple bottom here on BTC. That's iBit as a way of showing you. And then Coin over here, triple-ish. It's not really a triple bottom, but whatever. It's 150 support, you guys can see. And it's not really breaking. So I was just on the offer when I saw that because you're holding the same range. We've gone back into this one, played it 4 times here in Mara. The last time, it's now off of this 15-10 level where it's resisting. If we make higher lows here, you're at a bottoming level on Bitcoin, obviously. If it doesn't break that low, then we scalp the range and wait for a bigger move to the downside. Otherwise, I want to be very cautious and only short it on the way down. Like, see the green, wait for it to make a high underneath our resistance level, then get short instead of just sitting on the offer just anywhere. I think we got to be a little bit more cautious on this one. I'm going to go back to DJT because, as I said, I was going to reload at VWAP. The thing hasn't been anywhere near VWAP since I said that. It just continues to make some lower highs in here. Essentially bleeding most of the day, but if it bounces off the low one more time, I probably just take that out at the low of the day if it can find a bid off of said low. It hasn't been a very good day or a healthy day for DJT, as anybody can see. GameStop as well, working into the downside. I keep looking over, and the biggest disappointment today was not getting into the trend on Intel. Too late to identify it. I didn't throw this up until it was essentially breaking here, and now it's 1850. You know, you're going to break all-time lows. This is not all-time, sorry, 52-week lows, I shouldn't say. It's been lower than this before. You're going to break 52-week lows when it gets underneath 18.5 on Intel. got to find my way in. I don't want to take, like I said, I'm not taking a breakdown at 11 o'clock, but if this loses, I think it's going to have some kind of a short in this name here today.
So guys, like, you know, our number one sponsor here, Real Trading. I just want to say I feel like this is real trading that we're doing here every single day. We flipped over. We talked about XOM breaking 108. I flipped over there. I was like, XOM's at 108. Let's go short. So there it is right now. We're short at 93s on XOM. Our first out's 80. We're actually bidding right here. Hopefully we'll get a fill if this cracks through 78. And then we're bidding lower. So we've broken on XOM. We got that oil number. It was weaker. Oil's been bad. XOM's bad. Market is bad right now. And then, by the way, the TQQs, oh boy, as this is going to the downside. And let's spin it right there. We'll spin the money for anybody short with your boy over here. And again, I talk about that real trading stuff. It's having that opinion of, okay, we're wrong on the long. We are right on the short. And it's just like, it's never too late to flip your position over. And that's what we wound up doing there. Now it's starting to go back up. We'll take a 10 there on the TQQ. We're short in the money now, 35 cents. We like that trade. It looks like XOM may not be that one for us. So we'll still sit in it. I mean, like I said, I like the stock. We don't normally trade this. I'm going to give this to one. I mean, look, if it battles back, it battles back. We're going to give this to 108.25, which is the 50-period moving average. Let's just keep doing the same thing that we've been doing for a minute, and that is watching these shorts still coming to the downside. Just a target for the TQs now. Same thing. The 50 period is still there. I don't want to get out of anything until we're back into here, but I definitely do not want to reload at this level. This is not a reload level here for the NASDAQ. It has to come back up into the 40s in order to be right. Okay, we just get an 85, an amazing 7 cents now. We'll wait to see if XOM prints those mid-70s for us, and then we'll just work off of that. But hey, it's oil. So I don't know where this is going to go. Supply down, oversupply right now, sending the price of crude to the downside. And just so you guys know,
Oxy broke 50 just.
Yeah, I mean, remember I said Oxy's a disaster right now. XOM trying to join the party. This is USO downside. Okay, there goes the NASDAQ again. Let's go, man. Flip it up with me, man. XOM downside, TQ's downside. So far, so good there. We just got a 95 fill on the NASDAQ trade. So far, so good. We've got 10 members, 10 memberships right there. I want to give a big thank you and a big awesome and another awesome and another awesome right there. 580 iron worker right now. Thank you so much for that one, for the 10 gifted memberships. We appreciate you. Believe me on that. Means a lot to all of us here. So thank you for that one. And thank you to all of our members again. It's $5 a month. It just goes to help support the channel. So we definitely appreciate that. XOM's trying to get back up. We will reshort. We just took some fills, by the way, at 80s as well. We'll reshort that ahead of that. There it is. There's the short. One last time here on XOM, getting away from us now to the upside. We're short at 108.02. It's Money Talks with Adara.
Iron worker.
Bullish look continuing to form here on the DXY. This is our fourth straight day to the upside, but we're still struggling to break above that previous level of resistance here at that 104.70 area. We did get some CPI data earlier today, pretty much in line with expectations. CPI year over year, 2.5%, month over month, 0.2%. Core CPI year over year, 3.2%. All of those exactly in line with estimates. We did, however, get a core CPI print on a month over month basis, a little bit above estimates, 0.3% versus the previous print and estimate of 0.2%. We'll have to see how the market reacts to this as we have the FOMC meeting in almost exactly a week from today. 2 p.m. on September 18th. We'll get comments from Fed Chair Powell there as well, but it's worth noting ahead of that meeting, Citigroup now speculating coming after the CPI print that we'll get a 25 basis point cut in the September meeting and then 50 basis point cuts in the last 2 meetings of the year. So they're seeing a bit wider cut. We'll have to see what we get on Wednesday with the FOMC guys.
Flat bottom break on Netflix incoming as well. I mean, the market.
People are thinking here.
Well, I mean, it's breaking right now. It's actually already. So Netflix is in here, and like there's a lot of stocks that are hanging on. thinly trying to hold some lows here. 662 would be that bottom, but the 50 period's right under it at like 659. But this is what you're dealing with overall in the markets. You're absolutely bleeding. I saw, was it Shakib in the chat that just said they're adding to Intel long term? Good luck.
Yep.
If it was the same one, I wasn't sure. I saw it very quickly. Good luck. You're at the 52-week low as we speak. I expected to look down because Intel's a cheap stock. See like 1 million shares on the bid, because usually that's what you get at a big level on Intel. Nope. It's like a couple 100,000 shares are sitting on the bid of Intel. They don't even want to stack it at a level like this, and that's at $18.50. This is the first green candle since it touched the trend line, and it feels like it's going to take a shot at this break. I'm now looking for the trend at 1863, 64. Somewhere in here, we want to try to join this, but it looks like it's trying to bounce off that 52-week low here on Intel. Just no size in the bid, man. I would have liked this long if there was size on the bid. For now, hang on to your shorts or maybe even join them. If it breaks this, it's probably like worth a couple of cents risk just to see what happens. Grab a 49 and see what happens here on Intel, but it could break this 52-week low any second now. So that's where I'll be unless it decides to give us a pop and fade.
All right, we're going to go long NVIDIA right now. Like I said, let's just go back to the our best name here today. One of the only positive names. I mean, we're going to be well up on the TQQs, but we're going to try to see what happens now with NVIDIA. So we'll go long there. JP Morgan's going. Yeah, I mean, we've got to look at different spots. There's no doubt about that one. There goes NVIDIA right now. Did we just get that, Phil? I thought I was waiting up here. Oh, I'm at 98. Okay. We just went ahead. We talked about this yesterday with Obi. Ahead of 108, a couple pennies ahead. We're offering 98s. Don't tell me it doesn't get there. There it is. It gets there. It gets there easily. Right now, nice little trace back to the upside. And we did get a beautiful low there on the TQQs, man. We got 57.85s there. So nice little trade here. Let's go, man. Let's ring that register back up to the upside now with NVIDIA trying to go. What's not going, and we've gotten some out of this, is our trade here on XOM right now. Just looking at a break through this level. So 108, we talked about this. We'll get out if it breaks 41s. We wanted, I mean, it's right here, right now. We'll give this a little bit of room. Because it's on NYSE, I feel like it kind of dances around a little bit more. There's not huge size here. It doesn't look like NVIDIA or any of those other names. So sometimes you got to give these names a little bit of room to breathe. This will be a 30-cent hit, obviously, if it goes back up to the upside right there. NVIDIA is a 30-cent winner as we go back into the names that we like. But yeah, XOM, definitely a mistake there by going short. But no mistake, NEPA on NVIDIA. We're at 25s, and there it is again. That's a nice little one. It's 40 cents now in the money on NVIDIA. We're pretty happy about these trades coming through here today. I'm going to try to bleed out a little bit on XOM and see if we can't get there. It's gonna break higher now. USO probably retracing back up. I was just trying to play that 108 break. It looks like it is not going to be a break. If anything, it's going to be a sort of a catapult back up to the upside off 108. Our best outs are 70s. So we had the trade. We probably should have averaged into it. That's what it is. TQs near the bottom again. I don't know, man. It seems like, Neil, the market wants to bounce and then not bounce. So
it's almost like that was a bit of a trap. I just saw news on Designer Brands. They reported, I think. I feel like Designer Brands was it looks like an SSR bounce either way. But Designer Brands, I'm pretty sure did they report last night? Is that why they gapped down like this?
I don't remember that name.
I mean, this thing was down, really? It was down 30%? So it was down 30%. It's now breaking back out. Another retail name, another SSR bounce. We've seen this time and time again. Looks like a bit of a squeeze happening here on DBI. But yeah, that looks somewhat interesting if it's going to try to fill in this gap. That's like a $5 to $6 gap in there. I just heard the high of the day break here on Benzinga and went over to it. Intel's still holding on to 52-week lows, and it's really trying to bounce off this level. I keep saying, okay, well, I'll just go short when it breaks and take 49 short. But the other side of that is, well, I mean, if it bounces, you could also just risk the 2 or 3 cents in the other direction and play this. It's not a lot of size down here, but there's definitely some buyers on Intel at this 1850 level. It's now 12. I mean, you can see 4 candles on a 3-minute. That's how long it's been holding. This might be worth a bit of a reversal play. You can always short the pop on said pop. DJT is trying to get back into VWAP. I said we wait for VWAP for a short. It's finally back in here. There's a buyer walking this thing up. It's only about 34,000 shares on the bid, but they've been walking it back into VWAP here since it goes about 1550. If they get filled, look short. as they just fill for 1,000 shares there. But if they don't, wait for it to get to VWAP or $16 for a curl. But I like Intel at this price level. The bid's getting a little bit bigger down here at 51, 52, and 50 even on INTC. Shakib, it is you saying watch the weekly chart on Intel. 2 weeks ago, you can see a bigger candle in the last 20 years.
Oh, that's like
Why not? We got 2 minutes to go. So here's the weekly on Intel. There we go. Let me just drag my trade ideas down here. Look, obviously it's not going to be very, very good when you look at this one, but you're looking at, what do you see, 2 weeks ago. Sorry, I went too far back out. You said 2 weeks ago, but that's back in here. You see a bigger candle last, oh, this one. Well, I mean, I'm not going back 20 years, but I guess we go back 10 years, and that is the biggest volume candle at the lows, which you're now taking out. I do like volume reversals, but until you actually hold the level and get back above it on the weekly, it's still kind of pressuring it to the downside. Usually that can be a reversal, but when you make a reversal bottom, you're supposed to keep trending higher. It immediately reversed back underneath here. If this closes the weekly underneath $19, that looks bearish to me. I don't know, like it's unless you're breaking back out this top, I like joining trend reversals as opposed to sitting on the bid of them in a general sense. But I see what you mean. Huge volume bottom on Intel on that weekly chart. You'd just like for it to have held that bottom if it's going to reverse. That's the only problem I have with it.
All right, just real quickly, XOM. So we were able to get something out there when it came back into the 20s there, into the 50-period moving average. Not enough to turn us profitable, obviously, on the name as we get stopped out, as it breaks through 40 right there. Look, we're 40 cents in the money on the TQs, and we're 50 cents in the money on NVIDIA. I think tides have turned here a little bit. Market looks like it wants to get back up to the upside rate now. We are now 10% in on the TQs. I'm actually just going to bid it out. We are now out of that trade for a big win on that one, but it's a big dump and a fail on XOM. So we'll just kind of make what we lose there and lose what we make on those two names. So that kind of sucks. But it's NVIDIA with the buy maybe of the day here at 107.75 right now, long on NVIDIA. Play the strong names, man. That seems to be what works. So there it is. We could go, hey, what's up, Nick W? We could go in on ARM right now. We only have a couple more minutes before we go over. It's GAN something, GAN lines. GAN lines coming through today on the, yeah, get the protractors ready. I got to go into my grade 8, sort of a school bag there. I don't know, when did we use protractors? Grade 5? 130 right now coming through on that play for ARM. So yeah, I don't mind it. I'm going to stick with the best, and that's going to be NVIDIA. We did get out of our TQs. So right now,
slide rule.
We're just long right now, NVIDIA. So let's just wait to see if it comes back up. I am looking for 109 as a play to get out of a few shares on NVIDIA. All right.
So I just remembered something. Yeah. Remember that size that was walking up DJT? When it gets filled, you can't hit it because it's short sell restricted. Mm-hmm. So there was no chance to punch that guy. He just walked it up for 30 to 40 cents on the bid, just higher and higher and higher. When it finally broke, it's trying to head down now, but you couldn't hit the bid. You just have to leave it in there as it's SSR. I did get a reload. It's not at VWAP, but if 16 breaks, we're out of it. But let's get into some GAN.
Oh yeah, the GAN theory.
GAN theory.
Or GAN lines, I think it was.
Is it GAN lines?
It's like tan lines.
Yeah.
It's like tan lines, but it's
I don't have to worry about that.
Right there.
I'm just saying.
All right, let's go over
Never my problem.
To the midday show and learn more about GAN lines.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. That is your girl, Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait. Oh, we already have some people over from the other chat. A little quicker today. We got the OG Darwin dancing up a storm. What's up to you, my man? We got Mr. Jonathan. We got Cesar Sandoval and Peter Piccini, Jeremy Newman and Big Adam DeLuce, Easy Trader, Only Allen, as well as Benton C and Big Bob Dub flexing his muscle up on us there. TH, we got Mary S. Lyman and Kunal Lodia, Gabby McBoston, Pattern Day Trader, not the rule though, just a pattern day trader. I like that too. Very clever with the names. We got Andrew Chow, Gorev, Christopher Holcomb and the Huang family, Max Trades and Investing, as well as Derek Thompson and Small Town Pyro. Okay. The Piper, Blue Arrow and Draco. Joining us from Rocky 4 as well, Jeff Wilson, and we got Italian Honeybees, Fiddlebeck, Racer X9, Paul Goodson, Adara, and Marty telling us, let's go. Let's go to you as well. Good morning, Adara.
Thank you. Let's go to everybody here, and let's go to Sharif. How are you doing this fine morning, Sharif? I like your blue hoodie sweater. It looks very comfortable and very warm in this office that can also often be a little chilly, though the people in it are very warm-hearted. What am I saying? I have no idea. But yeah, no, how's it going? How's life?
It's very good. Looking at, I think this is the first time I've ever loaded up UVIX, the UVIXY. Looking at the VIX today, the 2 times VIX ETF, UVIX on the Amex exchange, up nicely here, 11 1/3, Fabian. Good look for them. It did break through $6, but yeah, down into that 570 area. So much to talk about, Adara. There's a whole bunch of small cap gappers, a whole bunch of big tech plays, obviously with the future really taking a bath. We saw the big boys trading that on the morning show. We'll talk a lot about that. But you have a couple of trades that if you want to discuss, we can get to that, or otherwise I can just get into the lesson.
I'd love to talk about my trades.
Sure.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity. Hi, everybody. Happy to be here. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Shout out to everybody. And I'm in, well, I was in 2 trades. One of them I got out of, and I'll talk about that in a minute. IWM, though, I'm long right now. I really like this look. We had that 205. I had this on my side chart. I always have EWM on my side chart. That is just like a rule. I have some side charts that don't leave. IWM is one of them. But basically, I saw us kind of holding on to that 9 EMA or the area really beautifully, pushing higher. I'm going to add if we get above this 27 area, which we're pushing into, and then we'll be moving the risk as we go. One of my biggest issues, I've not been risking enough. So I'm going to give this IWM a little bit of room to run as long as, what I realize is as long as I'm risking my risk units, I don't need to move things every 5 seconds. My issue is I would be moving stops way too much yesterday, and I stopped myself out of some great opportunities that I really did not allocate the appropriate amount of risk to. So we're going to be careful with that. I'm giving IWM 75 cents. We'll see what we do at 204.75. Once I add, that's when we can start moving stops to break even, but I haven't added yet. So why am I doing that? Lots of red coming in this year book, but we're going to see in a moment there. Also, Gumeh. I had a brief long here in GME. Happy with how I managed it. I want to shout out Obi. He and I were talking in the kitchen this morning. He was like, oh, what are you looking at? I was like, I'm looking at GameStop. And he was like, yeah, that 20 level is pretty interesting on GameStop. And look what we do coming into the 20s. We make a beautiful bottoming tail candle here of 1930s, up like a rocket, push higher. I was like, yeah, like I was kind of trying to take the 20 breakout. I had these 2 lines as places to add. We kind of wicked into one of them. Then we fell. I risked 10 cents. I lost 10 cents. As Neil says, your losing trade should be boring. This one was. And it was boring, and it was GameStop. So I am honestly really happy with that. Shout out to Sean, who we were always talking about real trading. What I've realized is real trading does not have just one look. Real trading means different things to different people. I've been trying to trade P&L a lot less. Like I said, I'm working on progress and learning. Yesterday was my first red day in a little bit, I'm not going to lie. A little bit of a hit, but you know what you do? You brush that dirt off your shoulders, shout out to Jay-Z, and you just keep going. So I was trying to think of another Jay-Z song, but it's all good there. Side charts on Watch For Me, GME, DJT, SPY, ORCL, AVGO, IWM, SPUX, PLTR. How are you doing over here with GAN lines?
Let's talk about these GAN lines, baby. So welcome everyone. Today we're going to dive into one of the more fascinating areas of technical analysis known as GAN lines, developed by an individual by the name of W.D. Gann. Funny enough, who was an influential 20th century trader. These lines are designed to help us predict price movements using geometric angles. Hence why I was telling the Katina man, Daniil, to tell you to get your protractors ready. I haven't used one since I guess middle school. So while GAN lines might seem a little complex because they use geometry and the such, they do offer unique insights into trends and turning points. By the end of this lesson, we hope not only to understand how to draw these GAN lines, but to know how to apply them to real world trading. So let's get right to business. And as we always do, we're going to start a little bit general here and talk about some of the basic stuff of GAN lines before we get into a little bit more of the details. So let's begin with what GAN lines are. Essentially, GAN lines are trend lines drawn from significant highs and lows. So if you're in an uptrend, you're drawing from low to high, downtrend, high to low. But unlike these traditional trend lines, they are constructed at specific geometric angles. The most famous of these angles is the 45-degree angle. So according to Gann, the 45-degree angle represents the perfect balance here between time and price, where for every unit of time, there is an equal price movement, hence why he considers it the perfect. But why focus, though, on geometric angles. What's the hook here? So Gann believed the markets were governed by natural laws, as he explained, including geometry, and that price movement follows predictable paths that can be plotted at specific angles. So why didn't he just stop at the 45 degree? He posits that 45 degrees is the best end of these angles. So why there? Well, he knows the market's a little bit more nuanced than that. So instead of just focusing only on 45, he has many different angles. We're not going to cover all of them here, but some of them, just so you understand, 63.75, 75 degrees in the or the less acute, I should say, angles. And then, for the flatter trend lines, he's looking at 26.25, 15. A quick internet search will get you all the different angles he outlines, but that's not really the point of the lesson. The point of the lesson is to show you how to draw them and how to use them. So each of these lines, by the way, serves as a form of dynamic support and resistance as price moves across them. So, for example, in a rising market, the price might find support at that 45-degree line, but if it breaks, the next level of support could be that 63.75, etc. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. We're going to use them one line at a time. So this is kind of how they look here. This is the area high. You draw that first 45-degree angle into the area low, but as you can see, many different lines. There's that 63.75, 71.5, 75, 82, all for these areas that act actually as support, which is interesting enough. Then, as an area of resistance, you have 26.25, again at 18.75, 15, 7. Again, you can search these online to find out which angles he uses, but this is kind of how it's drawn there, with the most important of which being that 45-degree angle right in that middle of that right angle, the 90 degrees. So obviously we know that there's something like this, right? Fibs. I mean, we've used this kind of thing before. They're not diagonal lines, but they're horizontal. So some of you may be already familiar with Fibonacci fan lines, right? Because you draw those through the different retracement levels on Fibonacci's, which are often compared to Gann lines. Let's briefly talk how they differ and where they overlap. So both Gann lines and Fibs are used to identify, obviously, potential areas of resistance and support. However, Fibonacci fans are based on key Fibonacci levels. We know those to be 38.2, 62.8, yada, yada, yada. We know all those. While Gann lines, on the other hand, are focused exclusively on geometry and not percentage retracements from the high or the low. They're focused exclusively on geometry and not percentage retracements from the high and the low. Okay? So here's where it gets interesting. Gann lines are meant to be used at precise angles, independent, of course, of market conditions, while Fibs, these Fibonacci fan lines, on the other hand, are based on retracement percentages from the previous move, as I just mentioned. So in both cases, when the price breaks one of these lines, it often continues to the next line, offering new levels of either potential support or resistance. So kind of use the same way, but they don't show up in the same areas because they're not based on the same calculations. So here's the look. So this is your Gann lines, and this is where your Fibs meet. And we'll get to that in a second because you can use them in conjunction with one another. But just the point to tell you is that Fib lines, you have your percentage retrace from the top, and then you draw these trend lines to go through those angles based on the percentage retracements, whereas Gann lines, you're basically measuring 45 degrees or whatever angle from the top or from the bottom, wherever you're charting from. So that's kind of the look there. So let's talk about some of the practical applications that we can use Gann lines for in everyday trading. The first and the foremost is identifying key areas of support and resistance. So in an uptrend here, you draw Gann lines from the low to the highs at the specified angles. We know what those are: 45 degrees, 63.75, and so on. Just to do a quick internet search, you'll find out what those angles are. These lines act as guides where the price might find support if it starts retracing. For example, if the price begins falling and breaks that 45-degree line, it suggests, deeper correction, potentially even getting into that 63.75. So we always start at that 45. If 45 is not factoring in there, then we go to the next one, 63.75, etc. The other practical application we can use Gann lines for is predicting market turning points, in other words, reversals. So by analyzing where the price interacts with GAN lines, you can predict these reversal points. So if price falls below the GAN line but fails, for example, to break another of the GAN line support levels, so for breaks 45 but finds support at 63.75, this may signal the end of the downtrend and a continuation back of the uptrend. So always be alert. Just because 45 got broken doesn't mean that 63.75 is, and 45 could be reclaimed quick as you like. The other practical application is dynamic trend lines for different time frames. So the beautiful thing about GAN lines is they're fractal, like a lot of technical analysis. So one feature of GAN lines is their adaptability across time frames, whether you're looking at the daily, you're looking at the weekly, or even the minute chart. GAN lines can be applied. The geometric nature of GAN lines means they adjust according to the scale of the chart, providing you with a consistent framework of trend analysis. And last but not least, combining, in the practical application that is, combining GAN lines with other TA, I'm going to submit to you fibs, okay? And I kind of showed you a little bit of an example of the chart earlier with fibs and GAN lines. When GAN lines can stand on their own, they've become, so when GAN lines can stand on their own, they're successful and even more successful when combined with moving averages or even fibs. For example, if a Fibonacci level coincides with a GAN line, I don't know why I'm sweating. Take a quick swig of water over here, Katina, man. Take one of these bad boys as well. Thank you, sir. I got it. Oh, sweating up a storm over here, there. All right. So, for example, if a fib level coincides with a GAN line, thank you, Sean, the chances that that level holds as support or resistance, depending on where you're coming from, actually increases. Let's talk about some of the criticisms and the controversies of GAN lines, because nothing is without its drawbacks. Now, while GAN lines have their enthusiasts, not everybody's sold on them. First is which line is going to work. So one challenge with GAN lines is the uncertainty around which line holds as support and resistance. The default setting is to always look at 45, but 45 sometimes doesn't feature, right? So with 9 different GAN lines potentially at play here, it's not always clear which one is the most impactful. So that's always been a criticism. There's also a criticism of the geometric nature of the trend line. So some chartists argued the idea of geometric trend lines is just too rigid, right? Market conditions are often far more chaotic than a simple, rigid pattern. What a rigid pattern might suggest, making GAN lines unreliable in certain market environments. And there's also the lack of the predictive certainty, right? Even if one of the lines holds, there's no way to predict which one will until after the price reacts to it, right? So you got to wait for the price action to come into that line, find support, and then you can make the judgment. So this can make GAN lines more reactive really here than predictive, especially in those fast-moving markets. So despite these criticisms, though, many traders find value in GAN lines when used in conjunction with other analysis methods. And just to conclude, guys, GAN lines are powerful tools, but they are by no means good on their own. Sometimes they come into play on their own, better used though with fibs, moving averages, and the like. I hope everybody prints up a storm on the day.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Sharif, for the preparing those lessons and delivering those lessons as always. I'm long the Qs. I want to talk about it. Don't love this entry. Okay, I don't dislike this entry. We're holding it beautifully, which is why I got in. But I was trying to get in here at 435, 450, 350. So obviously that would have been the better entry, but wasn't able to get filled. I watched kind of to see us push above these levels, and I like that we were pushing above this previous chop and trend level here. You guys know I love support resistance flips. One of my favorite styles. It's very playbook for me. I'm still trying to develop a playbook, but one of my favorite playbooks is going to be those support resistance flippity floppities. And so that's what I did here. I was able to, like I said, try to do things with risk units. And if it's not worth risking a risk unit, why are you taking it? So that's going to be a percentage of your risk. Figured that out here for the Qs. So not risking anything too crazy here. It's pretty realistic. We're going to see what we do here. 554 25s. Since I've gotten in, we have not even nudged our little nose. Cass will be like, we haven't even gotten our head near or below. I don't like that analogy. The 550, 450 area. So as long as we stay below or above that area, we're good. Now you might be asking, why are you trying to take some profit out here? Look at that wick. Now to be clear, I don't know if 8 a.m. wick is the best level to use for an out. Like I said, I'm trying to work on my outs as we go, but I'm very interested here in adding, or not adding. We'll be getting out some if we get to 554 50s or 555 15s. To be clear, we struggled getting above the whole dollar levels since I've been watching this. Like that 554 was like a push. So I am comfortable with this level. Then, if we get out, we take some profit. Adara, are you looking to add? Why, yes, I am. Adara, then why aren't you adding now? I do not have the buying power, but we will be adding some if we're able to get that profit there at 415.15s. 455.15s. What numbers am I saying, Sharif? And then we'll be adding back at that 454.75 level. I really like that level. We're holding on to it as of right now for support. We'll see if this continues. Like I said, I'm gonna give it to my 454.25s because my biggest issue is I wasn't giving things enough risk. And with that in mind, we have to talk about IWM because oh boy, IWM. This is what happened here with IWM. This is just tragic. I would have words for it. To be clear, like I was going to be risking it to break even, got out break even, but it's like I could have given it to at least 205s. I don't know why I did. I think I still would have gotten stopped out. Either way, it would have given you what I wanted, which was at 205.80s. Alas, did not work out how I wanted it to. That's how stocks go sometimes. That's how life goes sometimes. That 205.30 area was pretty hard resistance. If it comes back and bounces there, I might be tempted to get into a long. GME still below 20s here. It popped above 20s. I tried to get long at the top of that consolidation range there that I'll show you guys. It was going to be 1993s. I did not get filled. We popped into 20s, then we came right back. So I think that level is still in play. I am not playing it as of right now, but I have eyes on it. Guys, if there's any tickers you're looking at right now, let us know in the chat. !, join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. I'm always down to look at tickers for people right now as well, but I am a little bit preoccupied with my futures. Preoccupied. Because the Qs. Also, it's worth noting too, I know I don't trade the TQs or the SQs. That's because I find when I'm in those lever tickers, I make absolutely terrible decisions. And by that I mean, I won't risk enough. I'll risk way too much. I will just make why are you doing this? And I feel comfortable trading the SPY. So I was like, Adara, if you're comfortable trading the SPY, why are you not comfortable trading the unlevered Qs? That's why I started doing that. I just want to address it. Speaking of the SPY, it's coming into VWAP. I have eyes on it, or spies on it, if you will, but I like the setup on the Q's better, so I chose my fighter. That was the fighter I chose. I see you're having another dip into garlic aioli over here.
I did. I just missed getting printed at 78, so now it's coming down into 68. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. A holdover from yesterday, small cap gapper. This is a resistance flip here at $1.70, Fabian, because this area is the area we topped out at, and then we came back in to test it. So I'm going to give this one the old community college try and see what we get. People yelling out about, not people, there was one individual, I want to shout him out there, Johnny Nadal, commenting about Lucid. Did not have eyes on this one. Lucid getting not really much of a nod today. There was BofA Securities maintaining Lucid with coverage neutral and 355 price target. You had Needham also chiming in with a hold. I don't see the price target there for Needham. Let's see. The Katina man is short stock sell at the moment, so he's taking these futures. He's taking them short. The chips short. So shout out to him. I'll keep an eye out on the chips. I see Intel down there 1.25 and mixed bag there. Some green, some red there. SMCI, geez. Okay, SMCI and ARM. Strong today from my quick look there. Lucid showcases new Gravity SUV, teases affordable crossover EV. We've all been waiting for that G6 SUV. Well, I don't know, everyone. I've been waiting for it. So anyway, possibly moving as a result of this headline and then some analyst commentary today as well. So keep tabs on that. Back to AILE, still holding that technical area of previous resistance, that $1.70 or so. So we'll pack our patience here. Disappointed I didn't get filled. I think that this would be a good ad spot with a nice out at 62, 60s. I'm going to wait a little bit lower. If we can get 66s, I'll wait at 66, see if I can get something there. Give me a bit of a better price. Okay, the future looks like it's rejecting 18.7, Katina man. Looking at the future over here, we did a nice little umbrella pattern. Shout out to Adara. Big move up through 18.9 into 18.925, but that was as good as it was going to get, baby, because we dropped 400 points, Sean, from the top of the print this morning at 9:20 a.m. to the bottom there, 18.5 47 OD on the NQ. And then we did, a nice 150-point move up from 18.5.5 right back into 18.7. But that's where we met some selling there, kind of anticipate. We know that 100-point levels are areas of support and resistance. That's nothing new on the future. So we'll keep tabs on this one, doing a bit of an umbrella pattern, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the story. We could get a higher low. Who knows? Who knows? So let's pack our patience and see what the future brings us. But right now, it does look like it is a sell the pop kind of sitch on these here futures. All right, let's look at some of the small cap gappers. These looked a lot better when I put them on. Now they're looking kind of, yeah, okay. This one is the number one gapper on the day. CNEY, almost up 300%, was up 300%, in fact, at the highs. It is a $3 million market cap. It's traded almost 200 million shares on the day, and the float is a huge 2.2 million shares, and I say huge jokingly there. Let's find out what the short float is. Shout out the Nos boss and his boys over there at Trade Ideas. CNEY, 1.66% of that 2.3 million share float is borrowed for short, so not much to talk about there. I like this at $1.05. There was obviously a dollar trade to be had. The only issue, my only issue with this is it claimed a buck there at 4:55 a.m. in the morning on lower volume. Decent volume for that time of the day, 2.5 million shares, but this thing's traded almost 200 million. Anyway, so it takes that dollar level in the pre. It is above VWAP right now. As a breakout trade, I still like it, but I'd like it better if it was to set up a little bit better than how it's setting up right now. So CNEY in focus. WOOF is in focus, but it's off the highs. And as you can see, the real move was that double bottom there at 15.5. We'll keep tabs on WOOF. I don't like the way that it's setting up right now. AILE, I'm obviously involved in that right now. I did get the fill at 69, so we're break even at the moment. Still holding that 10 exponential on the 5. We'll have to see if this one gives up the ghost at my stop. PLCE as well, very strong name. This one you're gonna have to be a bit careful with because the range per candle is kind of wide, as you can see. Very wicky here on the 5-minute chart. It behooves me to give you the details on this one as well. So it's up 64 some odd percent. It's $102 million market cap, so it's a bit bigger, not big. 37.5 million shares traded today with an 11.75 million share float. Let's find out what the short float is. This is huge. Big boy short float alert on PLCE. 47.5%. Of that 11 and change million share float is being borrowed for short. Obviously, that could be up to 2 weeks old, but that tells me that this has the possibility to go parabolic. So we'll see if this one can break that 8.75 HOD. It is still tradable as a breakout under my system because it's still trading above that volume weighted average price, doing the dance with $8 right now. GME obviously on watch after its earnings report yesterday. This has been doing kind of a similar look to yesterday, where it works its way back into the volume weighted average price and rejects every single print subsequent, to 935 has rejected off VWAP. So we'll keep tabs on this one. It's doing the dance right now with the $20 area. Last but not least, another holdover from yesterday, BKYI. It looked okay percentage-wise, but when you look at the chart, kind of similar to GameStop in that it's moving back into VWAP and then finding that key area of resistance and then retracing off that. So I'll keep tabs on all of these, Adara, but we'll have to keep tabs on the one we're actually trading in right now. And nicely, we're in the money, but still haven't printed.
Nice. I hope your garlic aioli tastes delicious. I am now getting out of my second trade here on the futures, second L as well, and I want to talk about it. Where are my keys? There we go. Okay. So basically, the reason I'm getting out of this is because if I can get filled, okay, futures, come on now. There we go. So the reason, okay, I'm really disappointed in myself. The short, whatever, that's fine. The long upsets me because I saw something in the book that freaked me out, and I didn't trust it. And I don't know why I didn't trust it. That 450, 450s. That was my entry point. We held it beautifully. Like I said, we never got below it after I got into the trade. We never did. That does not happen very often, right? Then we start kind of, I was going to risk, to be clear, into 450, 425s. And then I was like, oh, well, let's wait. Let's see. Yeah, no. Oh my gosh, Adara, you see something like that, you run for the hills. So a little disappointed in myself. Then I got involved in the short. 454.75. I was going to risk into 474. Oh, sorry, 474.25, risking to 474.75. I'm aware that's giving it a lot of room to run, but I had a really small position. The plan was to add when we broke below 454. We did. Then we came right back up. I got out at 454.40s because that was basically, once I was in the short, that kind of became a lower high. So that's why I used that level. Still, 3 trades, 3 out. Okay, I was flat on IWM, so it's not a profit. But the thing is, too, you don't want to be taking, my thing that I realized is I think why I've been having issues with my stops is because I've been so worried about making profit. Why am I trading P&L? Don't do that. Trade progress, trade learning. That's my take on that. That being said, I don't want to necessarily try a third round with the Qs here. They still can't get above 454.75s. That's a little bearish still, but I will be very cautious. I will be waiting. I'll be scheming. I will be plotting. I will be scheming, and I will maybe be getting money. We'll see. It's a bit of a bull flag setup, which is why I'm waiting. I think if we have a nice hold here, a nice hold of 454.75s, and then we break above 455s, which, by the way, we really could not earlier. Let me tell you what I saw. So we break above that 455s. I get long 455s. I risk into 454.75s. That could maybe be a look, but it's not a look yet. I'm waiting. I am watching. When I got long the Qs, what I really should have been doing was getting long Tesla at that 219 because I had that look and I was like, oh, but you're watching the Qs anyway. Just trade those. To which I say, Adara, pardon? Excuse me? But it's all good. As much as I'm, being maybe a little bit cynical here, I am, you got to be entertaining for the show. I'm always in a pleasant mood over here about these trades, even if I don't feel great about them. Like I said, there were some trades yesterday I found disgusting that I made. That's the truth. But you learn from those trades. You figure out why those trades didn't work. In my case, it has to do with my stops. That's I think, the next frontier for me. But you know what? 3 losing trades, but Sharif, it's only 11:28 a.m.
Yeah, exactly, Adara. That was going to be my response to you.
We're here till 2 p.m., so there's going to be some more trades. So happy to be able to learn with you guys every single day. Thank you so much to Pretty Panda for the shout out. I'll look at some other stocks for some people now. Someone was mentioning Pinterest earlier, so hopefully the stock hasn't had, I always forget this is on the NY. Hopefully this stock doesn't have anybody in any pins and needles. I'm gonna look at pins. Yeah, like I said, guys, still looking at Qs, still looking at SPY, but I'm not taking any trades till anything sets up for me, so I want to take some time to look at things for others, because that's what we do here. Also, Microsoft actually kind of spicy, but I'll deal with him later. So let's talk about Pinterest. Oh, wow, Pinterest. This might be a Winterest if you're long, because look at that green coming in here. But, I mean, if you look at it's pretty bearish if you look at this chart. I don't really have a read on this. Higher highs, higher lows, but the way it's moving is so parabolic that it'd be really hard to, find a place to risk in here, right? If you go long your 29.20s, you risk into, what is this, 28.95. That's not bad. That's 25-cent risk. But you're the chance of us getting back to that 29.75s seems a little bit iffy. And I'm actually going to see if this one has any news, because that spike up on volume and then the petering out looks very newsy. Oh. So let's shout out to the movie Newsies. I believe young Christian Bale was in, I think. But I'm trying to figure out if I'm not seeing anything on this. On the Twitterverse is not super interested in what occurred here. But yeah, we did have that spike. I'm still trying to figure out what that is about. But thank you guys for letting us know about this. Higher highs, higher lows. As far as I see, Dominic wants to talk about CNEY. This seems like a Sharif name, and by that I mean it's probably.
I talked about it.
Oh yeah, you already did. That's what I thought as well. So shout out to you though, Dominic. Seems like you were making some Monet. And there was one other one I wanted to look at for people. Woof. People wanted to look at Woof. Yes, I was shouting out Woof, and then 10 minutes later, Woof. Sharif's like, oh yeah, Woof popped. I was like, oh. Because I was making a joke. I was like, big dog. Shout out to Woof, because they had earnings. And then Sharif's like, oh, did you see Woof popped? And I said, I did not. But yeah, this guy's barking. If I can, this one's on the NQ. Woof. Who let the dogs out? Apparently, the Woof CEOs in the earnings report. Those earnings weren't great either. I saw that. But again, earnings aren't good or bad. It's how the market reacts to them. The market is barking mad for Woof earnings. Wow. Talk about inverse umbrella handle patterns. By that, I mean sharp move down, push back up. The umbrella is when you've got a sharp move up and then a move down. So umbrella is bearish, inverse umbrella is bullish. You got that move down, down, down. This thing does not, basically what I mean is it's a steeper version. I guess Elliott Wave-ish maybe too. It's a steeper version more or less of an uptrend. I like this look on Woof. I have my eyes on some things. I honestly still like a futures long here, but we'll see how I figure out if I play it and if I play it through the SPY or the Qs, but I think I'll do the Qs. How are you doing?
First print Adara at 74 is looking for the next one at 81 now. So we're moving up here quite nicely, Fabian. This was I'm happy with this ad. I was sticking to my bias. which was this is on the way up. It's a holdover from yesterday. And you know, these small cap gappers, we always talk about them being around for a good time and not a long time. So when I see a holdover from the day prior that's still strong, it catches my attention. Because usually these ones, I'm not saying it's a hard and fast rule, but these small cap gappers, they typically retrace the next day. All right, into 78s we go. I'd like to wet my beak at around 81s because I know that we've been having trouble with 80s. I know that for a fact. Every single closing print south of 81. But we do have these outlying wicks over here, these areas of liquidity that we were able to grab up into 84. So I think that 81 is a reasonable level to have it at. We'll see exactly what we get, and then we'll hold a piece to see if it runs up more. 79's now printing. Let's see if we can get 80 on the ask there. 28's. Look, there's obviously an iceberg here, and that typically is normal for these small cap gappers. Topping tail, and here it comes down again. So a lot of zig, a lot of zag on this name to be expected. You're going to find that volatility, that's the word I'm looking for, right back into 76 again. So we'll see what we get there. I want to also mention Pretty Panda calling out a really good one as well. PLCE, this is up 60%. All right, so it's not a light move, but we talked about it on the side charts there. This is the 30-minute look, but that's not the look I want to show you. I want to show you the 5. The reason Pretty showed it to me is because I think it's doing the VWAP dance. Got into that 875. Obviously, some resistance there above 8.5. No closing prints north of 8.5. You only have wicks. Let me put in the ticker. Sorry, guys. I apologize about that. PLCE. There it is. Yeah, you know, this software is not there good. I tried to have bigger the ticker there, but it just doesn't work. Anyway, it's doing the dance with VWAP and $8. So it's a bit rangy. Look, it dips into 775, and then it has a range up to 8 1/3. That's just, you know, that's its consolidation range, it looks like here. So Pretty Panda calling this one out. I've already got it on the side chart, 61%. I already gave you the deets on it. This one holds VWAP for much longer. You know, you could get in here and put your out near the candle or the prior low of the previous candle. I like the chart on the 5. Execute on the 1. The low over here, 770. So you can put it at 768, whatever, to try and hold that VWAP area. You're going to have to give yourself some room because you've seen its propensity to breach VWAP, although it's on a wick basis, not a closing basis. So this one's doing a good job over here of holding VWAP. Maybe it becomes a VWAP hold high of day break candidate, and I'll talk about that trade a little bit later on. Anyway, back here into AILE. So 2 wicks now into 180, both of which can't breach. I should start being on the lookout here for a possible double top manifestation at that 180 area, because now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks in the last like half an hour or so. Can't breach 180 on a closing basis. You were able to wick up to it. But look at this, lower highs on the wicks. So maybe sellers getting a bit exuberant here, overwhelming buyers incrementally. Keep an eye on this one. Still in the money on it. Nothing really to concern ourselves with. But Adair, you know how these small cap gappers are. The bottom can drop off at any minute.
I do, and they can, and that is what makes them so exciting for you. I know you really love trading those, so shout out to Sharif on that. Okay, we took another L here on the Qs. I'm going to talk about it. Basically, I got long. I was trying to get long 455. Got long 455 15s, which, to be clear, an entry I still stand by, because look at all of these wicks here. That was a level I liked. I was going to use it as my stop on the first, my entry point in the first long. We broke into 450, 475s. I got out. Taking a moment here, breathing, living, loving, learning, laughing, life. It's not even like all of the calls here have been incorrect. I had the first Q long idea, just had that move back down, and then I played it incorrectly. Like the IWM, same thing. That long would have worked out. The risk was an issue, whatever, right? But it doesn't matter if your idea is right. It's about how you time it. That being said, IWM getting kind of spicy here for me, because look what we're doing. We're pushing into 206.22s. Now, we wick into it once. We wick into it twice. We could duke.
Uh-oh.
If we break above this level, I like it. I would risk it into the 206s. Whole dollar level. Don't necessarily love that as like a risk area, but it is right above VWAP there. It also, we had some of those wicks into that area earlier. So I do prefer, though, the 205.80 level. That was where I was going to be taking profit in that initial long. So we'll see what happens here on EWM. Probably the stock that's setting up for me the best right now. That being said, another stock I liked was Mr. Softy. Where did I like Mr. Softy? Why did I like him? I'll tell you.
Oh.
So, Softy here To be fair, rejecting hard at that 411.70 area, but we have this, very similar to what I saw in the cues that I liked as bullishness. We have that bottoming tail candle here. Then we get higher highs, higher lows. This book is super volatile. That's the other thing. I'm kind of just trying to wait for an easy entry point here in levels I like. I'm just waiting. I think that IWM, I probably missed my entry, but I like that look. Microsoft I like here as well, but also we have to be thanking some people here at Firefly.
Absolutely, Adair. Thank you for that. Firefly Neurosciences is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain network analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neurosciences, traded on the NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neurosciences. Ignite hope, one brain at a time. And I gotta shout out that company, because we did the interview with them, and I was very, very impressed, to be honest, with some of the technology that they were saying. And again, as I said to the CEO that day, we're always going to champion your cause so long as it's a noble one. And I think that brain health and definitely some of that stuff in terms of mental health definitely needs to be looked at in this day and age. So shout out to them. Anyway, back with AIL over here, AILE. This is having a lot of issues in the high 70s area. I could wet my beak here at 76. That's not the move. I'd like to hold for a little bit higher of a move, knowing full well that 180 is kind of holding me back. But I want to talk about another one here. GME has been at VWAP for a hot minute, and this is interesting because while it's not breaching VWAP and $20 are almost in the same area. So this is interesting here as a possible short. Now, on the floor, this is going to be a pay for shorts type situation. So, we're going to have to figure out whether we want to get shorts for this bad boy or not. But this is an interesting area here for GME. Another interesting area that I'd like to look at if this $20 and VWAP gets taken is this area low, 230, 233 generally. Look at that pre-market trough there that we got to, and then we bounced back up above 21. So I'd like to see if this area acts as a level of resistance, seeing that it acted as support prior to that. So GME, interesting as well. Shout out to Pretty Panda. Pretty Panda, he's pumped here, I'm assuming, because he got in at VWAP or thereabouts on PLCE, and look what it did. It popped up to 8 1/5. So he's able to scalp nicely there. That's not a small amount. That's 40 pennies. If you got in at 780 and got out 820, that's decent. So shout out to him. He was pumped up there. I want to shout him out. This stock is not done by any means. 65%. Put some respect on this one's name. But here we go now with AILE coming back down into 6.9s, 6.8s. I've already got my stop exactly where I'd like it to be. And that means if my stop does trigger, I will lose on the remaining amount, but I'm holding a couple of beak wetters. I want to see if this one holds and pops through high a day, hopefully without the ensuing bamboozlement that typically happens with the small cap gappers. So keeping my eye on GME, PLCE, and AILE. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Katina Man's long on NVIDIA again, and I want to mention something that somebody tagged me in the chat there with respect to NVIDIA. It was Paul. Shout out to Paul. So we're going to show the NVIDIA chart in a hot second over here, but Paul bringing something to my attention that I didn't actually know about. We knew that there were going to be Blackwell delays, but I didn't know about this. So NVIDIA's Blackwell overcomes delays as the GB200 reportedly sets for December mass production, reports the Commercial Times and Foxconn. Apparently, I don't know why Foxconn's reporting stuff now. I didn't personally see that headline for NVIDIA, but I may have missed it, and I didn't go through every entry on the news blotter, full disclosure. So shout out to Paul for putting that in the chat, and you look at the NVIDIA chart right now, put some respect on this one's name, baby. It's up 2 1/5, Katina Man, off that 107.5 low of the day, but we're still below that 112 that we printed there at the open. Big boy move up right there at the open there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in another trade here. I am long Microsoft. The thing, yeah, like I said, felt a little bit chopped up, but you know, like as Cardi B says, and you know, I like this quote: "Fall 9 times, get up 10." I have fallen, you know, in a couple Q trades. Also, the Q long was the right idea. I just played it wrong, went higher. But what you got to do is you wait for new opportunities. I initially, as I said, liked the Microsoft long way down here as we had that kind of bull flaggish look. Then we did, as I said, one of my favorite kind of setups here, when you go from support to resistance. In this case, support, resistance, support. Now, I found more often than not, this isn't going to always set up, but I had this in NVIDIA too, and I played it incorrectly. When you had a support to resistance flip, which already happened, I tried to short it. It's like Adara, what if it flips back to support? That's what Microsoft's doing here. I had levels I liked in the book. I got long at one of those levels. I'm risking into 4.1205s. We kind of had a quick wick right as I got in. We dropped to like 15 pennies, but we didn't drop near my level, so I was good there. In terms of profit takers, where am I getting out first? We're going to be getting out half the position just above 413s. I like this level because look where we wicked into here. And look where we bounced off earlier. Those to me, and like obviously not all wicks are going to matter, especially the 5-minute chart, but I've noticed the Qs really respecting some of those wickish levels. The Meg 7 names kind of respecting some of that as well. So I like that look. NVIDIA recovering really nicely here. Look at that rounded bottom and then pushing higher. It's really the same look we're seeing in a lot of these names, but I think NVIDIA is probably most emblematic of that. It's one of the cleaner looks. Microsoft might actually give us our first beak wetter here.
Get it, Adara.
We'll see. It's really having a hard time with that whole dollar level, but if we can get 413.05s, you know what I'll be, Sharif? Pleased as dang hunch. In terms of areas where I'd add in, once you get a piece out, I might, reload at 412.60s, but I'd have to get my position out first. I will continue to risk this to 412.05s because, like I said, my biggest issue is I haven't been risking enough. If I was willing to lose, however, like 25 cents in this before, I'm willing to lose 25 cents now. That's my biggest issue. I'm happy with this trade as of right now, but things can always change. But also, there's any tickers you're looking at that you're like, do I like it? Do I not? I'm unsure. Who knows? What will Sean and Neil say? Get in that chat, guys. You can find out what Sean and Neil would say. Exclamation point. Joy. Space, $, whatever ticker you choose. Guys, it does not have to be make a cap. It can be any name as long as it's moving. If it's got a little bit of juice, a little bit of action, Sharif can talk about the catalyst or the short float or whatever. If there's anything like that, he will keep you guys in the know.
I will, Adara.
Right? And this audience segment is for you guys. So you have to vote in order for it to work. It is brought to you by Real Trading. Got our first peak winner in Microsoft. Pleased as dang punch here. Let me switch back to the 5. My next level that I'm interested in is going to be 414.30. And given what I already said here about wicks, I don't think I need to tell you why. Wick. So 414.30s, is that a bit ambitious? Sure. But you got to be in this game, I think, sometimes. I will add, depending on what we do here at 412.60s, that I'll be using 1 minute bars here, the kind of those candle breaks as my stop going forward. I'd love to see us get above VWAP. That would be extra bullish for me. But I'm happy with this trade. Happy I took it. That's what you got to have, that where's the next trade mentality. If you get all upset about your trades that didn't work out, then you're not going to take any more trades. And with that in mind, I would like a moment of silence for my Qs long. I got long this, Sharif. 455.15s. We are at 457 forks. So, you know what? I don't know. Maybe I didn't risk enough on this. Maybe I should have gotten back in. It doesn't matter why. That's something I can aggressively journal about. What matters is you get back on that saddle and you keep riding. So let's see if we ride. I don't know what this gesture was. Let's see if we keep riding off in the sunset in MSFT. I don't need to add. I'm okay with the position size I have, and I don't want to add all willy-nilly. To me, the most natural level would be what I saw there on at 412.60s on the book. But if that doesn't manifest for me again, I'm fine. How are you doing?
Good. We're in Ale. Shout out to the Katina man. I don't know why it's not showing up on the board, but I am short GameStop here. And listen to this. Shout out to Real Trading, but also shout out to the Katina man because he got me these shorts. For 1,000 shares borrow for GameStop, it cost me $1.20. I can't even get shorts on my platform for that. So it's not even available. Forget about the cost. So shout out to Real Trading, the best dang prop trading firm around these parts, no question about it. So we're going to shout them out. And we are short GameStop, and I'm not sure why it's not showing up on the position board, but we are short. And the out is going to be 2011. We're going to wet our beak there in the low 90s. I'm also long AILE. That's showing up on the position board. I was able to add here at 166. I like this range that's establishing here. There seems to be a buyer at the $0.0025. We'll see how long that holds up for until they're exhausted there. Shares, that is. So in this, already positive on it, setting up some beak wetters. It looks like it wants to be a range before it's a breakout, despite the fact that it's above the volume weighted average price. So I'm packing my patience over here on AILE as well as GME in both these names. Shout out to Pretty Dang Panda because he took the print on PLCE and it is going up. Great VWAP hold. This was a respectable VWAP hold despite the fact that it wicks through VWAP. The closing prints, for the exception of these two candles, 10.05 and 10.10, every single closing print subsequent to there has been north of the volume weighted average price. So shout out to him. He took that long, I guess, in the mid to high sevens and got out there in the mid to low eights. So we're packing our patience on both the names that we're in at the moment. Let's go and have a look at what they're doing. We're still doing the dance here with AILE, nothing doing there. We are out of the money, though, a little bit here on Gumma, but I've got my stop exactly where it is, and that's going to stay put, and my beak wetter is going to stay put as well. Want to see what VWAP does here. Obviously, it's been a tough little while for GameStop. I was kind of impressed, got to be honest with you, that they were able to shore up costs a little bit. EPS was a surprise. They actually printed a penny per share profit as opposed to a 9-cent loss expected by analysts, which is not bad, obviously. Shoring up costs is not a sustainable solution. You got to increase revenue. And I think that that is going to be the problem with GameStop. Where do they get the increased revenue from? We've heard some great ideas. They want to switch some of their stores into these retro gaming centers. I don't know what they want to do, if they're going to get into the cloud business, what ideas they have, but revenue needs to increase. It's capitalism, baby. You can't stay, if you're standing still, you're going backwards. And so that's the look there. It's great that he's shoring up costs. I think that's effective, but it's a short-term solution because if you don't increase revenue, well, you know what happens. So keeping an eye on AILE, GameStop, and I've got Lucid up. Lucid's at an interesting area as well. Let's put some respect on this one's name, up 6%. It's at an interesting area, 375, 374. This is an area where there was support earlier on. Look at the umpteen amount of crests that we had into 375 before we took it on a closing basis right at the break of 11 there, 11 a.m., not the price. So let's see whether or not Lucid wants to hold that 3 3/4 or what the situation is, but it's already up 6 1/3, 6.5 here or there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, that's a lucid dream there, I guess, if you're long that name, or it must feel like one. But MSFT, pretty dreamy to me as well. It's kind of a juicy trade there. Shout out to the notorious BIG. Oh. I notoriously did not have a great morning today earlier with some of these trades, but you just got to get back out of the saddle, as I said, and that's why I was comfortable taking this Microsoft when it's set up. Now, are we struggling with 414? Oh, yeah, to the degree that, Sharif, we have not even really nudged our nose against 414. The closest we've gotten was 413.91, I believe, on the book. So I think we're trying that again. I'm using prior bar lows on the 1-minute chart as my stop, though I also have my 5-minute on my side chart because that's my preferred chart to trade off, just to make sure everything's still hunky-dory. Futures as well, just checking that too, because you've got to do that when you're going to be trading these Mech 7 names. Okay, Microsoft pushing above into 414 on the ask. We did not see that earlier. Let's see if this ask can get slapped. Let's see what's going on. Also, with this little doji in the 1 minute, I'm going to be risking to the 1 bar before that. So it'll be like, if we get below 70s, okay, we're breaking down here. That is where we're going to have to say au revoir to the Microsoft. So to be clear, got involved 412.30s, got out the rest of the position 413.70s. Yes, that's correct. So really happy with that trade. I don't mind, like I said, that maybe I'm just still trying to figure out how to move my stops. Like I said, that's something I think I'm definitely working on, and I'm cognizant of that. But you have to take each trade as it comes. Happy with what happened there. If some of these Meg 7 names honestly want to revert short, you guys know I'll take them. And I hate to be trading this many tickers. I hate to have my eyes on this many tickers. I've talked about this a lot. But Apple. Man, Apple. Do I really want to short you here? And I probably missed my opportunity. 220.50, massive area of resistance ahead of the event. 220.50, big breakout area yesterday. 220.50, our last area of support before you have that big quaduk. So we have to see what happens there on these here markets. But before we do that, also, we are going to thank our friends at Benzinga Pro. So are you tired of being late to the trade, Sharif?
I am, Adara.
Right? And are you always playing catch up in the market?
Sometimes.
Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Well, guys, if you're any of those things, Benzinga Pro could be your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial. Also, I might be trialing out and here another trade on IW to the M. What would I be looking for in AOM, you may ask? Well, oh boy. I'm sorry, shout out to Obi with the O boys. But I talked a little bit here about that 206.20 area that we had a couple areas of support in. I think if this thing could do from there, I would take it into at least 205.80s and I'd risk it into that 205.50 area. So you're risking like 20, 25 cents. You're trying to make quite a lot more, at least 45. So I don't mind that look. Let's see what occurs here though on this here market. Man, this long was a bit of a missed opportunity. But that's what happens with trading. You live, you learn, you figure it out, and you grow every single day. I'm the type of person where I get motivated by my bad trades even more than motivated by the good ones because you want to prove yourself wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And you want to prove the market wrong. Mother Market can be your bestie. She can also send you to bread without supper.
Ooh.
But also make sure you get in that chat, !, join space, $, whatever tickers you fancy. Henwood asking about stops. Yeah, usually what I'll do, one thing too is I need to work on my confidence. That's why I press that button. Because sometimes I'll see stuff I like in the book and I'll know I should be getting out. It's like cues earlier. And then I don't trust myself. So for me, my stops are going to be a little bit more fluid. And that's, like I said, a big thing I'm working on. I usually do trail. It'll be prior bar lows or break even depending on where we're at in the trade. But someone is pumping his fist for Gumme, and I want him to give us all of what's going on there.
Thank you, Adair. I appreciate you there. Again, it's not reflected on the position board. Ram and Fabian, they're doing their best, but it's not reflecting. So I want to tell you about my GameStop short. We're short right now. We just got the print. The idea here is to take a VWAP rejection that is as simple as an idea can get. I'm looking at VWAP, the general area, not the price, the general area as resistance. So when I say general area, I say that because that needs to be reflected in your stop. So we just got our beak wet there. We just got our beak wet as well on AILE, Adara, because we took that, we added it at 166 because somebody's buying this. I don't know why, but somebody's buying this at 166, and you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that it keeps holding up here. So we've added twice there. We've wet our beak twice. I'd like to get some higher prints, but you know, it's not giving it to me. So I'm sitting at 77s. But I've got more shares, so I can definitely take out some if it does break the top 82. We'll see what we get with AILE up 10.83. It's a holdover from yesterday. It's not the biggest mover on the day. And to be quite frank with you, it is now acting as a range. However, it's ranging above VWAP. So that makes the chances of the top getting taken out higher than if it was trading below VWAP. Obviously, I think that should just be... Fabian. That should be basically the idea there. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to know that. Get it, Ram. So anyway, I printed there on GME. We're still holding some. I'd like to get some possibly at the $0.75, knowing full well that the low is at 19 1/3. And here we go. Now we're breaking 90s. Let's go down, baby. We'll probably wet our beak at around 75s, in and around that area. There goes the 80s. It's coming down into the 80s. We'll see how low this one wants to get on the day, but it's already bled a little bit, guys. 15 1/5, 15 1/4. Let's be realistic a little bit. So we'll see exactly what we get there. Right back up is AILE. Not much for me to talk about. I'm sorry, I've been talking about, small cap gappers a lot lately, but you know, it's what I've been trading lately. I don't have to trade the Mag 70 every day. You guys know that it's really that group or that group. It's either small cap gappers or the Mag 7. Seldomly will I look at any other names. Obviously, I'll look at the futures as well, but that's been less trading as of that lately. Let's look at Apple. Why not? Because now the future getting a bit of a move down here. As we weaseled our way, Adara, oh, wow. I didn't even really realize that we cleared 18.7 and got to 18.8. And that has, obviously, the future hitting a resistance level. We know these 100-point levels are areas of support and resistance. And you're seeing that reflected essentially on all the Mag 7 names with the two here. NVIDIA and Amazon, I would say faring the best on this little retracement. Amazon's not that far down below the high there through 178. NVIDIA is not even going down. It's consolidated sideways, so the strength in NVDA continues on the day, 2 1/5 in the green. But you look at the likes of Softy coming into that 414 closing print from yesterday, dropping $1.50. Look at Meta getting into VWAP-ish area, 502, dropping almost $3. Jeez Louise. As well as AAPL coming into that closing print from yesterday, right at 220. Who's noticed Apple's been really interacting with 220 a lot lately? I have, whether as support and resistance, both, Adara. Shout out to you. 220 today on AAPL comes into that VWAP 220 closing print, finds a little bit of a sell. However, what's operative here is to look at the lows. The lows are still higher. So, yes, we are getting a bit of a VWAP rejection on the Mag 7. However, with respect to Apple, higher low, higher low, higher low. Does that pattern continue? We have higher highs as well in that time. So, good look there. We'll see what we get. What are we doing here on Gumma? Gumma, we got into the high 70s, but I'm too greedy for that. I wanted a little bit more we got into 80. Excuse me, high 70s was wrong. We got into 80. I'd like a little bit more. We're going to wait at 75. That's the move there. So we'll look to cover the remaining amount at 77s because, well, that's a lucky number, so we'll see. So that's a look there. And AILE, we're still involved in this one with the beak wetter waiting also at 77s, but we're at 74s right now. And we've been having trouble with 74s, by the way, for the last little while. We broke it here, but basically for the last, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so, 74 has been a bit of a sell. We're at 74 right now, and you can see the size just not getting taken off there, whether you're on the NASDAQ book or whatever. EdgeX, BAT, the size is not coming off. In fact, it's increasing here at this level. So it looks like people looking to either wet their beak with profits or get short at 74s. And what's important to note here, just as the higher lows were important on Apple, look at these lower highs on AILE with that flat bottom at 166. You know what that means? If we don't get that newer high through like a 180 break, we could easily see a Dara.
Nice.
Flat bottom break, baby. We'll see. 166 is an important level for me here on AILE. I've added twice on it, and both times it's held. Let's see. Number one, can we take out 75s? All right, looks like we are stacking on the bid here, but the ask is not moving still, despite the fact. Oh, look at the size come in right at 174. I love watching tape with the small cap gappers. So it looked like we were going to break 74s there, and then the size came in fast and furious to block that ascent. So we'll have to pack our patience some more. Let's have a look at Gimma. Gimma right back into that low 90s, but I'm still biased in the same way that I was before. I'm looking for a VWAP rejection. We'll see what we get.
Yeah, I mean, what am I doing? Okay, so here's my issue with the Qs. Like I said, your read on a stock does not matter unless you're trading it appropriately if the timing right. But the 457 short, I tried it, did not get filled. That thing would have given you to VWAP. I tried the 456 short, really small position. I was willing to risk 50 cents because I had a tiny position. And again, it worked with my risk units. But it's like, Adara, why do you keep beating a dead horse? It does not matter if you're, and to be clear, my read on this was right. 3 of my 4 trades, the timing was wrong, the risk was wrong, whatever. The point is, where's the next trade? I just want to address that because I'm not proud of the trading there. And I think, you want to be honest here, right? You want to be really honest. Really happy with what I did with Microsoft. Not so much with any of these other trades here. But that GME, that thing keeps curling. I like the Gumma still as well with those rejections of the 20 area. But IWM here, for my purposes, still interesting.
IWM?
We bounce. IWM. Yeah. I want to trade it on an IWM. Oh. We keep bouncing here in 205.80. Shout out to JKL 146 with the $2 super chat. NVIDIA was all a dream. Sing it in the Biggie tune. I tried my best there. Yeah, a little bit harder to sing that one just because of it was all a dream, the timing of that. But NVIDIA, it definitely is a dream if you're long. That 110 area, I was watching that breakout, did not take it. It probably ended up taking another questionable Qs trade. Or maybe Microsoft. Microsoft was fine. But I want to shout out Sean for his NVIDIA long there. Shout out.
Get it, Katina, man.
Great look. Awesome look there. Also, let's see. I don't think we have any. Do we have any 1 p.m. auctions? I'm going to check. I don't remember. Shout out to Miguel Lopez saying the market reversal was caused by the Treasury buyback announcement made at 11 a.m. EST. I was not aware of that. It's interesting too because we've had some kind of chop and churn moves in between there as well. We do have a 1 p.m. auction. It's going to be the 10-year note. So I checked on that. We'll give you any notes on the 10-year year note in about an hour because it is 12 now. But one other stock I want to look at here for some pupils in the chat mentioning it, Oracle. Oracle is one we've neglected. At one point, it was one of the few positive stocks in the day. That thing did push lower. And I've noticed the way it's moving is a little bit opposite from what we're seeing in some of these moves here in the SPY, in all that. But what's interesting here too, we've got big chart move down, push up into VWAP, Quadung, right? Try to push higher here. I think, based on what I saw in the book, the 156 seems to be a struggle. You can see that in the chart as well. 156 was a bit of an interesting area yesterday as well, bless you. So I think if we could reclaim 156, that could be a nice look. But we've got Microsoft and Tesla pushing higher. Microsoft here finally trying to get above that 414. Happy I used a 1 minute low bar break stop, so I'm happy that worked out. If Microsoft ever breaks 414, maybe I'll have you over to a party, but it looks like it's trying to break now. I don't want to rush into a trade for no reason on stuff I don't like. Unhappy with those Qs trades, but you got to keep finding different trades every day. How are you doing?
I'm okay, Adara. We're doing well.
I love that GME short.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, so I want to talk about this one here, AILE. I got the print as it did finally break through that 74. Happy with this trade. I'm still holding a piece, and I think I'm going to add again at 166 should that come in. I also took a nice 30-penny winner, quick as you like, on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is rocketing up, guys. It's about to hit day's high right now. It's 30 pennies off the day's high. I saw this one go parabolic off that 10.5 consolidation. It's at 11 2/3 now, and like a few minutes later. So NVIDIA, very, very strong, very obvious V-shaped retracement coming into that area crest over here that we put in at the IB high. That is 1193 HOD. We did weasel into, I believe, 1170. So we still haven't hit that 1193. Be on the lookout. I'm not saying we're going to double top here, but just be on the lookout for it, okay? There was a floor manager here that I always remember what he used to say: participate, don't anticipate. That is his philosophy. You don't have to espouse that, but what I'm not doing is anticipating. I'm just thinking of the possibilities. That's the point I wanted to make here. So especially with the market being, in my opinion, range bound until after November. So we'll see what we get here, but put some respect on NVIDIA's name, man. 3 1/4 near the highs, well outperforming the market. The NQ is down 0.5%. NVIDIA wouldn't know that, though, looking at NVDA. So great recovery there. You're not seeing an equitable distribution in the recovery with the Mag 7 names. You've got the likes of Amazon, Apple, Google, all below and Meta, all below or at the volume-weighted average price. And you have your outliers like Microsoft and Tesla that are working back into those highs. Tesla well above VWAP, looking to break through pivot points at 223. So we'll keep tabs on that. NVIDIA just keeps going, bro. So it looks like it wants to get it up into that level as well. The Fuchs, not to be outdone by some of its components, it also wants to get into positive territory, and it's very close. Now we're about 0.01%, so we're basically flat on the day here with the NQ, recovering from the big boy dump that we had on the open there. Still below the IB high, though, which is at 18.9 1/4. So keep your eye out for this level. We are exactly at the level on the future right now. So good recovery on the market, but that doesn't mean anything. And look at NVIDIA go, bro. Makes me look like I am the worst paper-handed trader ever. This thing is on the way up. Good look for NVIDIA. Here comes 112, man. This thing's going to break through that level. 112, where the players are dwelling today, it looks like. Let's see exactly where we're at. We are at a new high of day on NVIDIA. 112 is about to get breached. Look at the size, though, hanging out at the whole dollar level. That is lots, boys. That is not shares. So that is a lot of shares when converted from lots, and it just got taken out like it doesn't even matter. 112.06 now, HOD. It's helping propel the entire market forward. 18.9 could be a thing very soon right now on the NQ, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And I'm still in my AILE trade. GME back up into that 20 bucks. I've already de-risked on this, so I don't want to take it out. I want to see if it puts in a lower high, and right now it is putting in that lower high. If you want to look at the wick, we got into 2020. If you want to look at the closing prints, we're south of 2010. So we're at $20, which is fine, which is VWAP. I'm not going to take it out here. I want to pack my patience with this one. Those are the only trades I'm in right now, but I'm certainly now watching the Mag 7 and the Future, given the parabolic nature with which we've traded today. We dropped 400 points. Now we're back up 300 some odd points, almost 350 points. So we're moving. We're moving. There's a lot of intraday volatility, and that's what you want as a day trader, because without volatility, Adara, can we trade?
No, we can't. Without volatility, there's just sterility. And you want some
Nice.
excitement in the market.
I like
You know who's
that.
going to give you some more excitement? It's going to be your pal Neil. It's going to be his real deal and his lesson of the day.
Thank you, Adara, for that. And lesson of the day today brought to you by Moomoo. Rate cuts are on the horizon and the market is about to shift. Just look at NVIDIA, down 35% at one moment, then bouncing back the next, up 3% and change today, and basically ripping the faces off of some short sellers there. So to protect your gains, you need Moomoo's trailing stop orders. Partnered with the NASDAQ, Moomoo is your top investing app. Unlike typical stop orders, ours move up as your stock rises, locking in profits before a drop. And it works for options too. Plus enjoy zero commissions, zero contract fees, 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, and 15 free stocks. Don't miss out. Check the link in the description or scan the QR code below or right in front of you as it's on the screen there. And look, speaking about the volatility in the market and the need for stop orders, I mean, imagine a situation where you were sitting in the queues this morning, long as we're ripping higher, and then you didn't have any way to get out or a plan of action to get out. This is what stop orders can do for you. And the lesson of the day today, because of the reversal that we had on the CPI number, I want to talk a little bit about when you get a number at 8:30 and what often ends up happening. Now, you're gonna see like a couple of big volume candles. Ignore the dark pool X. I'm gonna talk about the Qs first. So at 8:30, the reaction we had to our CPI print was an initial, obviously, drop in, and then you start holding the bid, and then it breaks it out. So a lot of times you see, don't overreact to the initial move, right? So don't overreact to the initial move to the downside. It catches a bit of a bid. This is where you want to be a little bit cautious and talking about trailing stops and all that good stuff. A lot of times when you make a reversal on a number, watch out about when it breaks that top. If initially they were selling it, and that was the sentiment, in the back of your mind, you want to be wary of any big reversal to the downside to reconfirm that. And a lot of times what will happen after the numbers, it'll run just enough into or at the open to get everybody into the reversal long. And at that moment, you've got to have some protection if you come back in to said downside. So what I mean, just enough to get everyone into the long, you can see it breaks the previous day's highs, but I want to slide to a higher time frame chart. When you look at where it was breaking out into, so you see the upper channel here, you reverse the move, you break out the top, and it's looking very strong. But when this happens, especially after a big data print at 8:30, you want to check back in on other prior resistance levels. Like, is it setting up a trap? You go all the way back. What's the last time we got to this price on the Qs and the futures? Go back to the 6th. It was an absolute dump off at this level. So this is exactly where it was trapping the longs, was right over above yesterday's tops and giving you enough of a consolidation and a press. The longs looked fantastic going into it, but then you check back to what happened the last time and you're going to get a dump zone. And this is exactly what happened. It was a reversal. You can see on a 15-minute chart, from the time that it wicks that high into prior resistance, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight red candles without stop. Obviously, you end up catching a bit eventually. But you've got to be careful after an economic number. They might just press it far enough to trap longs and trap them good, and then you get that nasty, nasty reversal. And the thing about it is you'll have longs that are buying the top, you'll have longs that are in the money, scrambling to hold on to some of the profits. It can be dangerous. But it provides you with an opportunity when you see this happen, because then you can start dividing stocks into different categories. You'll have things like Here, let's show you have things like ARM, right? So in the same move, the reason why I've liked ARM and keep trying it up top here is the relative strength in it. So when you get that kind of a move, I ask myself, well, did ARM break back underneath? Nope. ARM held. When it dipped, it held the previous high. It didn't dump underneath that. It held. The previous resistance is holding its support. So I'm going to like this one to the long side. Let me just make sure I have my order out in front of 134 to get out. No, I'm going to like this to the long side because it's shown you relative strength. So that's one way you can find relative strength. When that dump is coming, maybe you missed it, but you're still looking bullish. Fine, fair enough. Look for stocks that are showing good, strong trend. When it trapped everybody long, if a stock didn't throw anybody out of the money, then it can still be good and it can still be tradable to that long side or favor that long side at least. That's an example with ARM. Another one's an obvious one, NVIDIA. It's not quite as clean as ARM, but it's the same principle, everybody. When we dip back in, it holds on to previous close, which is essentially yesterday's resistance. So it holds on to that line. That is a big deal. Now, everything's going to end up rallying if you get back to the top, but what are you going to pick and choose? Like, if everything's going to rally, ultimately, that means, okay, all trades would have worked out that you took, if you took them long, to a certain extent. But which ones do you want to have in a general sense? The ones that are relatively strong. Because if it works, let's say this works, that reversal, you call it right, you get it 7 times out of 10. Well, it's the 3 times that you're wrong. Which stocks do you want to be in? And if we don't get this bounce, which ones do you want to be in? The ones that give you a clear area where you know you're wrong, or the ones that are just bleeding into the ether and you don't know where to get into that move? I look at something like a Meta. Okay, fine, sure, great. I have a support line on Meta down here at 485. And I suppose I could have picked that bottom and been like, hey, look at me, Meta, call the bottom right there. I had that from a couple of weeks ago. Which stock would you rather be long? Would you rather be ARM, which held, broke out and then held highs? NVIDIA, which broke out and then held previous close? Or would you rather be catching a falling knife in the stock that trapped everybody just like the futures did and is continuing to trend to the downside? It's only now trying to get back to break even. And this is where, I mean, jumping into these different names and giving them different categories, strength, weakness, especially after a bit of a rinse like we just saw, is important. Because anybody trapped in the long, let's say they're swinging or let's just say they have a really long time horizon, they're still not good in Meta. They're not in the money. If you got trapped long early, you're well out of the money on that, even as it comes back in. So you're going to find more resistance on the way up in a stock like this. So it's not about, and I get it, like you can stick with the long, and of course, as I say all of that, okay, fine, that looks great on Meta. And I can point to, okay, well, why did I even like that support level? Well, it was a pretty key price area the last time it traded there. It is what it is. You could have called that long, and I could have a line there and say, I'm going to go long that trade. And it's more about what would you rather be in if you're wrong, because you know, look, the market's going to go up. It's going to drag these things with it. You know you're good if you're anything following the cues after that rinse. But once I see something like this, where that much of a trap has been laid in something downward trending, like the NASDAQ has been, when that trap is set and you are trending down and it's clear that you're now trending back into the upside, you have a choice at that moment. The stocks that did not get trapped, that held above either previous closes or held above the breakout prices or everything else. And I know that I'm scanning for stocks that managed to hold it. And if they did, then that means to me they are strong and they're more worth the shot at it. As a matter of fact, we just hit 133.90 on ARM as it continues to go higher. So shout out to anybody that grabbed the long, but when there's a trap set like this at 8:30, you want to be careful which ones you put in there. Because if it's just like a fake rally that traps a lot of the long trades, at least if you're in the stronger stocks, you'll have a better opportunity to be able to adhere to your outs. You're going to have a little bit more upside, and you're going to have less pain when you are wrong. So I know it's easy to say go long, strong stocks and go weak, go short, weak ones. But in a case like this, that 8:30 breakout sets you up with some very key target levels to identify which ones you considered strong and weak and look for the long on this reversal. So, I always say be careful. When there's an 8:30 number, you've got an hour to calm down and sort of be able to read it. And a lot of times the exuberance can get the best of you because that's what the market makers are relying on. They're relying on everybody saying, hey, wow, that's a fake out. It's going to rip everybody's faces off. And they buy it up just enough to dump it. maybe we're going to get back to the highs. But if you follow the plan of going in those long stocks that were strong, like ARM, like NVIDIA, you're already up and you don't have to worry about it. And that's a much better place to be going into the second half of the day. That's your lesson of the day, brought to you by Moo. Thank you guys, everybody, for all the great comments that we keep getting on this. And I said this because I was asked this in the morning. Do I always determine the lesson of the day, in the middle of the day? Generally speaking, yeah. Like I'll do the morning, we'll trade the morning, and then I figure out what I want to be the lesson based on what happened. But I do take requests. If there's something you guys want to talk about, or there's something you guys really, really want as a lesson, if I have an idea about it and I think I can do a good lesson on it, then I will. So you can always DM me on X or just throw open the chat and suggest something if you'd like it. And I can always do my best for it. But usually it's just what happened this morning and what did I learn from it. And hopefully you guys learn too.
Hotline Dropper, a.k.a. Neil Roberts. Thank you very much, Neil. That was one hell of a lesson there. I know Adira took a lot of it. I took a lot of it as well. Neil Roberts, every day around that noon hour. If you like Neilage, in other words, knowledge, make sure to join us every day around noon. Neil's lesson of the day. Thank you very much for that, Neil. All right, so while Neil was dropping said hotlines, some things happened in the market here. I'm still in GME, still short at 96s. I'm still interested in this name as a short. I got out the majority of the position already. We're still holding a beak wetter. I'm looking to add if it reascends into that 2010, knowing all full well that my stop is going to be quite close to my entry here. So we'll have to see what this one does. It's still bearish in my humble opinion, just by virtue of the fact that it is south of the volume weighted average price. The one that I'm done with now, AILE, that bottom broke at 166 and I got out of Dodge, and look what it's doing now. So that buyer at 166 was the operative move here because it kept holding up once, twice, OB thrice, and then on the fourth time it gave way. So when you know that there's a buyer there holding you up with lower highs, once that level goes, and that level was 66, I got the hell out of there, and I'm happy that I did because look what it's doing now. Doesn't mean that it can't set up again. We'll keep tabs on AILE. NVIDIA is rocketing up, guys. It just broke the high by quite a bit. We're about 50 pennies or so above that previous high that we put in at 945. So the rocket ship, aka the monster NVIDIA, 4% in the clear now, as apparently the Blackwells are not going to take that long to get. I guess he's bullying Taiwan Semiconductor into making more of his chips because he's taking all their capacity. No, I'm joking when I say that, obviously, but we all know that he is taking the majority of the capacity when it comes to GPU manufacturing from Taiwan Semi, hence why AMD can't get that many. All right, so that's a look. Still involved in GME short, looking at going again, or adding to this, Adair, at $20.09. How's your look?
Yeah, I'm clearly up because I was like, I'm done with the game, but then I was like, no, Adira, one more shot. I don't know why. The thing is, if you like a look, I think you should take it no matter what the stock is, and that's why I took this Q short. But I have a feeling this is not going to go well. Really, really small position, risking 50 cents. I'm comfortable with that. A, it's the Qs. B, it's within my risk parameters. So whatever. Not to whatever this trade. I'm just like, you know what I mean? We'll have to see how this goes. If we keep bouncing off 20s, I'll get out here. I know I was willing to risk to 50s, but I'm also willing to trust my instincts. And with that in mind, we're going to get out here because look, we're popping higher. Basically, my issue was okay. So there we go. Okay, I'm cool with that. Basically, my thing, there we go. You got to trust yourself. Did not like that push. I got out, and that was what I should have done earlier on these trades. And so that's why I'm trying to trust myself. I'm happy to be clear. It's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. And I have to remember that because if you're in a trade and you're realizing, hey, my stop is not the vibe, something's not the vibe, trust yourself. Something's got to give. You got to be real with yourself. So that's what happened there. Should have gotten out at Scotia earlier than I did. I would have preferred to get out around runners, which I didn't. But you know what's great about the market, Sharif?
What?
You have different opportunities.
Certainly
do things every day. Also, I tried a Microsoft long. Got long 415.25s, just into 415.20s. It broke. I got out. If we get above this area here in Microsoft, that 415.60, as I speak, we broke above it. So ignore what I was going to say. I was going to say if we can't have a nice push above that, I think it could be short. But Microsoft's like, what are you talking about, Dara? I'll make you look like a liar while you're talking. Look what I can do. I said, okay, Microsoft, thank you. Appreciate it. Your comments are noted. Where's the next trade? Bless you. Also, bless Meta. Because this 504, get that support, shunk, the downside, come back up, big old middle finger topping tail candle here. I'm sorry, this is just what the pattern looks like to me. So if we can't hold back above that, I'll short this 504. I'm actually very comfortable with that. But we'll wait and see what happens. I want to make sure I can risk it appropriately, and I'm not sure I can at this level. So let's take a look-see. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, not the best day of my life, but in terms of trading. But that's the best thing is things can switch up as long as you commit to yourself, your plan, your style, and your trade. So that's what's going to happen with the META. Also, guys, any tickers? Get into the chat. Exclamation point join. Space. $, whatever ticker. Let us know what you're looking at. We want to be able to help you with those stocks, with those tickers. Also, Meta pushes above 504 here, which is looking like it actually wants to do. I'll go long. I'm cool with that. But also, we will go long learning.
Do we have Mumu?
Oh, Neil did Mumu.
He did. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Neil. I appreciate that. Okay, just that saves me some energy. Love it. All right, let's have a look at some of these trades that we're involved in over here. Okay, NVIDIA, the rocket. All right, so the trade that I'm involved in, reshort here on Gumma. I'm looking at wetting my beak, in the low 20s. We'll see if we can get that rejection we got back into VWAP. I added at that level. We'll see what we get. If we get a top break, that's the end of the trade. If top break, meaning that 2015 breach, that's going to be the end of the trade there. But I see lots of strength, and I know now we are at 18.9. Okay, so what do we do here, market? Let's go, mother market. Speak to me, baby. I want to know what we're doing. Do we breach 18.9, or are we gonna take out the IB high, or are we gonna reject off 18.9? Right now, it's a topping tail candle, but this is one 5-minute candle that hasn't really finished printing yet. But we are already 20 points lower and more, man. We breached 18.9. We've got up to 12s. Now we're down to 78s. Oh, baby. This is on the way down, but guess what? If you like today's price market, if you like today's price action, in these here markets, please like and subscribe. You do the channel a service, and I think we're giving you guys every day everything that we've got, bringing you the news, trading live in front of you. So if you think that's of value to you, we believe you should be able to like and subscribe, or share it with your friends. So I hope you guys get benefit out of the show, and we're obviously on. In case you're just joining us, we're on every day from 8:30 to 4:30, covering these markets as best as we can. So thank you in advance for subscribing and liking. All right, we got a print again, Adara, on the GME short here, adding every time this comes into VWAP. Just wet my beak right now, holding a bit of a bigger position this time. I want to see if it drops below 20. So what I've been seeing here is incrementally higher lows. So I don't want to overstay my welcome if this thing wants to flat top break. And guess what? Right now, it looks like it might be an ascending wedge. High area trough, higher low, with all the while this 2010, 2015 area being that flat top. So if we get that flat top breakout, I want no smoke from the short. In fact, we'll flip long. So that's the look right now. It's coming back into 20. I'd like to wet my beak a little bit lower, maybe 19.95, something like that. We'll see what we get in and around there, knowing that my beak wetter should account for the higher lows. So if I'm thinking, I'm going to get a 1975 print, well, we got to make a new low before that. So that 1980's got to get taken out. It didn't get taken out last time. So you need to account for the pattern when setting up your beak wetters. Not saying that it won't break 1980, but I'm just saying that the likelihood of it printing above 1980 a little bit better because the pattern is higher, the trend, is higher low. So that's a look there. Nothing much else to talk about except what pretty panda. Look, man, you called it pretty dang panda. Look at PLCE. Goodness gracious, this did a great little hold of the volume weighted average price, putting in higher lows, and then you got that monster flat top break through 8.5. Sure, there were wicks through 8.5. Sure, but no closing prints took place above 8.5. That is, except, of course, until that 12 o'clock candle came in. I'm going to hit the desk so you don't get...
Thank you for warning me.
Sorry, because last time you got startled and I felt bad, Adara.
Thank you.
That 8.5 got breached right at 12 o'clock there. Now we're using $9 as support. We were just using $8. I love this stock. I don't have any trades on it, but it's trading really well. Shout out to Pretty Panda. I don't know if he's in the chat still and wants to take credit for this, but that was a good look by you, my man, and you stuck true to your guns. I knew you were long in the high 7s there, so that's quite a storm you printed on a $9 name. You just took like $1.50. That's of course if you're still holding. So pack our patience and look there. We're still at 18.9. I need to, add a little bit to my trades right now. Can't be trading GME when the future, is at critical levels like this. So I'm going to pack my patience and look for some trades here on the said Mag 7 Adair.
I mean, speaking of Mag 7, I entered a new Mag 7 name. It's Tesla. You know why I like this? And honestly, shout out to Sharif. This is what I call an Adair Panera range. Look at this.
Dang.
So I'm going long here. I am risking 50 pennies. Again, I know that's a lot, but A, it's Tesla, and B, I have a really small position. It works with my risk units. We'll be adding here if we get above the top of that range, 222.75. If we can't, then I don't want that smoke anyway, so it's cool. We're risking into 221.80s. It looks like we will be out of this trade. Another loser. No, I'm joking. Guys, you got to stay positive. I'm just being a little self-deprecating right now, but that's, like I said, you can be red on the day, which I most certainly am, but you have to be green positivity. You have to be bullish positivity. If you believe in your ideas, if you believe in yourself, if you have ideas that you're willing to put risk on for, then you're set. That's what I'm really realizing. And I want to shout out, we always shout out Real Trading. They actually also bring us our audio. Oh, Sharif and I did it at the same time.
The bang.
We always, sorry, you can do the bang too if you want. Real Trading brings us our audience segment. So if you have any tickers you want to look at, let us know. But what I love about Real Trading is it doesn't just look like one thing. Real trading is, I said there was that day I had that Lululemon trade, and again, I don't want to keep waxing poetic about that. We had that 6.5 point move on Lulu, whatever, right? That's because we were stomping it, but that's also coming off of two of my worst week I've ever had. And we still ended up positive of the week with that. So what I'm trying to say is I think sometimes real trading looks like highs and lows. You got to take the highs with the lows. Shout out to Chance the Rapper with that. What I'm trying to say is I think what's cool about it is always going to be a journey. Not everyone's going to have the same journey. We can't, I can't put on bangers every single day like Sean. But what I can do is have this journey with you guys. And I feel very pleased as punch and blessed to be able to share that with all of you. Let's talk about ARM as Tesla. I don't want to say Tesla cooks. Tesla's like we're preheating the oven on Tesla. Tesla's not going to get really exciting to me until we get into the 222.70s, as I said. But ARM, wow.
It's a rocket, Adara.
Well, ARM is like doing rocket-style kicks with its legs here to the upside. That's a great look. I sound like Tony the Tiger, but I really like it. We have that gorgeous kind of push here into 11 a.m. and then ARM, bounce, bounce, bounce. That thing is like a trampoline. It cannot stop. Also, thank you, Glenn Smith, for telling me my Tesla trade range is the 50 EMA to the 200 EMA. I did not realize that, so thank you for letting me know. Even more confluence with some of those ranges. We'll see if that hits, but we'll find out. Also, apparently Mabu saying they're going live with Real Trading has been on TMS since January. Let's go. Shout out to you, Mabu.
Way.
I was in TMS for about the same amount of time as you were. I will say going live, it's not going to be like an easy transition. I think the best thing is to kind of, and I want to shout out Sharif for having this conversation with me. Remember what style worked for you in the sim, and try to take that in the live. Because I think if you switch up your style drastically out of fear, out of whatever, if you start trading P&L, which I definitely was doing when I started live, then that's where you're going to run into issues. Trust yourself, trust your style. And I really do wish you a lot of luck with that transition. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yes.
Thank you guys all for sharing this moment with us. I cannot believe it's already like 12:30 over here, Sharif. The midday is about halfway done exactly. Lots of time, though, to make some new trades, make some new memories. I'm being weirdly sentimental today for no particular reason. Just in a good move with these markets. Thank you, Neil, as well, saying, preach, traders usually going live, then putting capital into things that didn't get them live is the biggest issue usually. Yeah, thank you for letting me know, Neil. I remember after my first week, I was like, I was like green like 4 out of 5 days. Taking like teeny tiny trades, risking like weird things, trading like SoFi and Ribbit, which again, no disrespect to those tickers, but it wasn't my style. So I didn't know what I was doing. I was just taking tickers I thought I could win on. What you have to do is you have to trade tickers you think you can build a trading style and a playbook around. That's what I'm trying to do now. Best of luck to you, Mabu. Thank you to Neil, and thank you to Learning.
I have a question.
Please do.
I have a question,
Yeah.
Dara, since you've been training for a hot minute now, and you've been with the show for over a year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You just celebrated your year
I
not that
did,
long
yeah.
ago. So we were calling Adara the range trader before we had a nice name for her, the Adara Panera range. What kind of trader do you feel you're I don't want to say you're morphed because like 1 year is not that long, relatively speaking. What are you morphing into, Adara?
You know, my thing is, I feel like I've talked a lot about trading the order book. I think I do a lot of that. So I'd like to say I do a lot of book reading and tape reading. That being said, I think the spready tickers, I feel like, shout out to Kyle Burdett, hashtag spread hunter. I've accidentally, put myself into that unfortunate position just by way of, not realizing things sound sometimes. But, I do read a lot of these spreads. I spread watching, as I called it. So I will say I like spready tickers that I can kind of get a read on. I like book reading. And I like trading tickers that are a little bit left to the wayside. I like trading tickers not everyone's going to day trade and putting my own spin on them. I don't know if that gives you an answer, but I think I'm trying to find a bit of a style. Like I said, developing a playbook. Part of that playbook includes adding to Tesla here. So let's go. If Tesla will fill me here at 69s, what's life without whimsy? Tesla's like, yeah, what whimsy, Adara? If we can get 75s, I'll be happy, but also be happy to learn about
Absolutely. Let's get right to it, baby. GAN lines.
I don't know how to say it, sorry.
Is what we're talking about today. So welcome, everyone. We're going to dive into one of the more fascinating aspects of technical analysis, GAN lines, developed by the noted influential 20th century trader W.D. Gahn. These lines are designed essentially to help us predict price movements using geometric angles. So we're not going to be looking at using lows and highs. We're going to be drawing angles. So if you've got a protractor near your desk, get it out, baby. You're going to need it. So while these GAN lines might seem more complex and at first, they do offer unique insights into trends and turning points, aka reversals. By the end of this lesson, we should try to understand how GAN lines are drawn, as well as how to apply them in real world trading. Gandorf, shout out, I think that's Fabian in the behind the chat there. Shout out to him. Understanding GAN lines, as we always do, we always start with a more basic approach. And in case you haven't ever encountered these, which I don't know if everybody has. So let's begin with what GAN lines are. GAN lines are trend lines drawn from significant highs and lows on a chart, but unlike your traditional trend lines, they are constructed at specific geometric angles. The most famous of these angles is the 45-degree angle. According to Gahn, a 45-degree angle represents the perfect balance here between time and price, where for every unit of time, there is an equal unit of price movement. Don't you just love that? But why focus on geometric angles? What's the hook here that's getting him to look at angles as opposed to highs and lows? Gahn believed the markets were governed by natural laws, including geometry, and that price movements followed predictable paths that can be plotted at specific angles. Now, Gahn didn't just stop at that 45-degree angle that he really likes. He introduced additional lines. We're not going to cover all of them here. You can Google exactly what angles he talks about. But for our purposes, we're going to talk about 67.75 and 75, which indicates a stronger uptrend, and these flatter angles like the 26.25 and 15, which suggest to you a weaker, more gradual trend. Each of these lines serves as a form of dynamic support and resistance as price moves across them. For example, in a rising market, the price might find support at 45 degrees, but if it breaks that next level of support, it could find its way all the way to 63.75. So keep that in mind. So this is kind of how it looks like. As we mentioned, you're drawing these geometric lines from area highs and area lows. In this case, obviously, we're looking at a bit of a downtrend, so we're drawing it from the area high, and we draw it all the way down, as far as the chart will let us draw it. Here, it breaches the bottom. Okay, and it just happens to intersect multiple areas of resistance over here, again over here. Does it act as support? Not really, but there's other line here that we'll talk about. So with respect to resistance, 45-degree angle or line was the operative one here. With respect to support, the 67.5 acted as support multiple times. So this is kind of how we draw it, and it kind of looks like a fan. Almost. So some of the fan lines that we talked about yesterday, those were drawn based upon specific retracements off highs and lows. This is just based on geometry. So there's also Fibonacci fan lines. I don't know, we didn't talk about them here. Maybe we'll do a lesson on them, but they're very similar to GAN lines or GAN lines. So some of you may be already familiar with these Fibonacci fan lines, which are often compared with these GAN lines. Let's talk briefly about how they differ and how they overlap. Firstly, both GAN lines or whatever and fib fans are used to identify potential areas of support and resistance. However, Fibonacci fans are based on key Fibonacci ratios like 38.2, 62.8. We know all the ratios. We've talked about them before. While GAN lines are focused primarily on geometry-specific angle of price movements. Here's where it gets interesting though. So GAN lines are meant to be used at precise angles, completely independent of the market conditions. However, Fibonacci fans, on the other hand, are based on retracement percentages from previous moves. So by virtue of the fact that they take into consideration price action, they are not independent of the market. They take into account market conditions, which may make them better in certain instances and not so good in some others. In both cases, though, when price breaks one of these lines, it often continues to the next line, offering new levels of potential support and resistance. So that's kind of how they're similar and how they differ. And here's a look at how these GAN lines and Fibonacci's look. And we'll talk about, using both of them together to add extra layers of support and resistance. So we'll talk about that in a second, but this is what I want to show you. This is what you do with fibs. You take the area crest or area trough, you draw the fib from the high to the low. In the intervening area, you're gonna have percentage retracements. So that is where you're gonna draw your fan lines through using the fib fans move. You're gonna draw have your retracement percentages, and then draw fan lines from the high or the low intersecting with the percentage retracements. GAN lines obviously don't care about highs and lows, or don't care, about the price. They just care about highs and lows, and then you're drawing your angle using geometry. Let's talk about some of the practical applications that we can use GAN lines for intraday trading or even swing trading. The first and foremost is identifying key areas of both support and resistance. So in an uptrend, for example, if you draw GAN lines from the lows to the highs at the specified angles like 45 degrees, 63.75, and so on, these lines act as guides for where price might find support if it starts retracing. For example, if the price begins falling and breaks that first 45-degree line, this suggests a deeper correction, potentially getting into 63.75, which we saw in the previous image. It's not the only thing we can use. We can use it also to predict market turning points. So by analyzing where the price interacts with GAN lines, you can predict reversals. So if a price falls, for example, below the GAN line, but fails to break the lower GAN line, like if it breaks 45 but finds support off 63.75, this may signal to you the end of the downtrend and a resumption of the uptrend. So be on the lookout for areas of support below what you anticipate. If you were looking for 45 and you got it at 63.75, look for a breach of that high and a continuation of the uptrend. Another way we can use GAN lines is dynamic trend lines for different time frames. So if you're like me and you swing trade and day trade, you're often looking at multiple time frames. I look at the weekly, I look at the daily, I look at the monthly, but I also look at the minute when I'm day trading. And that's one of the great features of these GAN lines is their adaptability across multiple time frames. They are fractal in nature. Whether you're looking at daily, weekly, or the minute, GAN lines can be applied. Their geometric nature means they adjust according to the scale of your chart, providing you a consistent framework for trend analysis. So that's a good look there. And last but not least, the other practical application for GAN lines is to combine them with other technicals. I'm going to suggest to you combine them with moving averages, but the best look is to combine them with fibs. Let's talk about this. If Fibonacci levels coincide with a GAN line, the chances of the level holding up as support or even resistance increase. So if you're getting that confluence between GAN lines, between fibs, and even better if you're getting it through moving averages or anything else, add that other check mark to your list of things that you're seeing that are supporting your case. And then at the end of the list, compile it. Is the balance of the evidence enough or is it insufficient? Get it, Adara. Let's talk about some criticisms and controversies. Nothing is foolproof, and certainly GAN lines are not. So while GAN lines have their enthusiasts, they certainly have people who are not sold on them. The first case that people make against gain lines is which line is going to work. So one challenge with gain lines is the uncertainty around which lines will hold as either support or resistance. With 9 different gain lines potentially in play, it's not always clear which ones have the most impact, right? There's none.
Gee, I wonder why that could be an issue.
That's only 9, Adara.
I was going to say, like, come on now.
Right?
It's a lot.
PLC is going, guys, $10 high a day. Criticisms of these criticisms of the geometric trend lines themselves, using geometry as opposed to highs and lows to base your trend lines. Another idea. So some chartists argue the idea of these geometric trend lines is just too rigid. Market conditions are often more chaotic and simple geometric patterns just simply won't work, making gain lines unreliable in every market context. And there's obviously the lack of predictive certainty, right? Even if one of the lines holds, right, there's no way to predict which one until after the price retraces to it. So this, it's more reactive than as opposed to predictive, but that's okay because we have, indicators that are lagging indicators and some that are leading indicators. So that's okay. It doesn't have to be a leading indicator. It's all right if it's a lagging one, as long as we know it and we use it with that in mind, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out that awesome lesson. Thank you so much, Sharif, there for that. 9 lines gives you a lot of options. I mean, some cats have 9 lives. Some gons have 9 lines. It's all good there. Meow, is that Fabian? Shout out. Shout out to that. Also, Palantir. I know it's like Adair, how many stocks can one girl look at one day? Too many, but no, I want to talk about PLTR because I have lines on this. I initially was like, like I said, I was talking to like Obi this morning, running into him in the kitchen, and I was like, I still like some of this range on Palantir, but if there's other things in play, I don't want to necessarily be relying on Palantir. But I still have it on my side chart. Now, this could bull flag. That's very valid, but we are generally the things on a bull flag is that you need to be up in the day. That being said, the formulation's there. The thing I see, though, is look where we are bouncing. If we break 3440s, which, by the way, Sharif, multi-day level of support there and resistance and interaction, if we break below that level, I would expect us to bleed. And in that case, oh my gosh, I want to be licking the wounds of PLTR. Was that a bit of a violent analogy? Perhaps. Your face said you did not enjoy it, which I appreciate your facial honesty there. No, if we break into 41s there, I'm going short. I'm risking to 51s at the top of this kind of consolidation. And I'm going to be taking it with a bit of size. I really want this smoke here. I don't know if I'll get the smoke. We'll see if this is going to be a smoke-free establishment. But I like that look. Also, I cut up Tesla. I don't know how else to put it other than I took Apple below 221 is also a great look here. Let's take a look here at TSLA. Okay, so Tesla. So I thought we were breaking out of the range. Okay, I had the long. This chart is really messy. I had the long here. I thought we were breaking out of the range. First long, to be clear, risked all of these fine. I'm just a little bit chopped up. We're clearly ranging. I should have played it as a range instead of wanting a breakout or breakdown, which is how I played it in either direction. I still think we could break up, but in that case, I should have played it as a range. A little disappointed in myself, especially Tesla pointed in myself, if you will, because I initially was like, oh, I think this is a range. It's like, then why are you not playing it as a range, Adara? Come on now. Learning, growing. That being said, I don't know what to call this on Apple other than bearish engulfing. We'll see if it closes like that. I would like to see how we interact with 220.70, and as I say that, we push lower. If we break below that, okay, I mean, Palantir, I'm going short right now. I don't know if it'll fill me. I'm trying to get 39s here. We'll see if we get 39s. I'll risk it into to 50s, and we'll see what we can get there. You get what you get. You don't get upset. I might be upset if I don't get that fill. Not happy with how I used some of this risk. It was a little bit, oh my gosh, I accidentally tried to buy Palantir there, which is not what I wanted. Good thing we got to cancel that. Let's see if we can get filled here on the short. We're going to get filled 39s. We're going to risk it into 49s. I think that's very realistic or heuristic, if you will. Realistic risk. Areas I like on this are going to be 25s. 11 is a huge level for me on Palantir. What I would be likely to do, or what I am going to do, because we're in this trade now, we're going to add if we get to that 25, 21-ish level. That was certainly a level of interest. If it interacts, if there's like a nice floosh there. If not, I don't need to. But my big level for PLTR has been, remains, as of right now, that area just above 34.10s. Look at that interaction today. You can see it. Now, my biggest issue today, it's just been trying too many ideas and too many names, not getting the timing right. You miss the move, you miss the move. Don't try to get a retest or whatever, right? That's what got me on the cues. Sometimes you can have the level right and the idea right and just have the timing completely wrong or the risk wrong or whatever happens there. You just got to be open to that and recognize when you're wrong. As Neil says, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. My read on the market last 2 days has not been great. Now, like I said, a little bit disheartening. I had a 4-day green streak, was doing well, but you know what? That's what the markets do. They shake you up. They remind you, hey, I don't care how you feel. I care about what I'm doing and what I would like to do or continue doing. So that's all good. I'm willing to move with that. We have 15 whole minutes until we have the auction. We'll get that. It'll be 10-year. Yeah, Jorge, I am playing this short again. We'll see. I haven't played this yet today. Maybe this level is just going to chop up. Maybe it's not going to work, but that's a maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. I know I believe in this level. I know I find this level interesting. I know that this was a pretty big area of support resistance. And you know what? Maybe we'll support again. I have no idea. But like I said, I've noticed in general, when you've got flips like that, support, resistance, back to support, or resistance, support, back to resistance, in this case, it's the latter. Usually, it will kind of flip in that way. So I don't know if it will, but let's see how we flip. Microsoft, also interesting here too with that 416s. Man, did I continue to fumble the ball on Microsoft, though I did. It's definitely my most positive name. Like I said, I'm trying to avoid looking at P&L other than for the purpose of like how much can I risk here. But we'll see what happens here in PLTR. Risking this into 49s. I would love to see this do something for me if we break lower, but it doesn't matter what I want. It doesn't matter what I hope for. It matters what the market gives me. It matters I stick to my plan. How you doing?
I'm good, Adair. I'm looking at PLCE. What a rocket ship this has. I put some disrespect on this one's name, Fabian, earlier, and the reason was the range per candle was just, it was unwelcoming. You know what I mean? Like you had to really factor the range per candle into your stops because every other candle I felt like was a topping tail or a bottoming tail or an inverse hammer or a hammer. So, the bamboozlement was fast and dang furious on this one. Then came 12 o'clock, 5 to 12, I should say. We got that big boy break through the $0.50, and that was really the deciding factor on the day. Now we're down to the 10 exponential. And this one's done a good job of respecting the 10 exponential, but I'd like to get my beak wet here for an entry at 9. Now, may not give you that level, so we'll see exactly if it weasels up back above 9.5. I could also be persuaded to get into this if it does a rounded bottom off that or a V-shaped retracement off that 10 exponential on the 5, 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. And so I want to see here. It has been very strong. Let me give you the deets on this one. I gave you the deets, but why is this moving? So this company is called, by the way, Children's Place.
It's a children's clothing company. I went there as a kid.
Perfect. What's the reason, though, that it's moving? Did it have earnings?
Q2 earnings.
Got it. Yeah, that's what it is. Play stock after Q2 earnings. So that's a good look. I mean, it's a big boy mover on the day. It's a $120 million market cap now that it's pumped up here. So we'll pack our patience to see if this one, number one, wants to hold the 10 exponential on the 5 on a closing basis. If it doesn't, is going to come into that $9 area and possibly defend that area. That's the other question that I have. But, looking here, right now, we're still holding above the 10, so I just allow this to manifest, and we'll see what we get there. NVIDIA finding a bit of resistance at 113. The Catita man came back, and he was like, what is going on? NVIDIA's at 113. I was like, yeah, man, you were gone for a minute. He's printing up there, so shout out to him. But Catita, man, I don't know, man. I don't know if we break down below 112. There seemed to be some interaction there at 112 holding up as a resistance. I wonder if we use 112 now as support. Only time will tell. Keeping my eye on NVIDIA. It's obviously it's reignited itself as the monster because it's moving up big today. 3 1/3 was up more at the highs. What's up? The Catita man just let me know that the future is getting a bit of a rejection now off 19,000 or 19. Sorry. Yeah. Well, 18. Wow. 18,940. Yeah. So almost, that double top that we were looking at today on the future. I mean, we broke the IB high. Shout out to Dan, the dang man. I haven't seen him in the chat today. 18,940. Now we're below 18,9. Get it, Adara. And then now we're back at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. We also have yesterday's closing print with which to use as support on the future. That comes at 18,863. So 18,2 1/3. So we'll see. Number one, is this just a momentary retracement, a 2-3 candle retracement here on the future? Or is this going to be a bigger retracement where we double top and possibly come back off those levels? So time will tell. We'll keep tabs on it, but Adair's got something to tell us.
I do, and it's about trade the pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of the risks. You keep up to 80% of your profits, Well, the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. See a shout out there to Trade the Pool. Thank you very much. That's the pool we want to swim in with all of you guys. Also, we want to swim in that pool. Fun fact, you know the swimming lessons you do as a kid? I actually got put down 2 levels. And I talked to my friend later who actually was a swimming instructor for the city, and she said that's not allowed. But anyways, I think of that whenever I think about swimming.
Are you a good swimmer?
I am. You would not believe that from that story. I just couldn't hear them. So they splashed water at me in the pool.
Usually taller people are good swimmers.
Right? Yeah. It was just because like the classes were loud. But anyways, Palantir, pretty loud here. It's still rejecting. We're still making lower highs. I said I'll risk it into 49s, but honestly, depending on what kind of interaction I see in the book here at 34.45s, I will be getting out early. And that's just because, like I said, you got to trust yourself. That topping tail candle to 45s earlier, dope look. Will we get one again? We shall see what we shall see, but we will also shall see, pretend that was English, about this super chat. Thank you very much to Ian Respeto.
I love it. Thank you for that segue. Derek, $9.99 super chat from one of the OGs in the chat. Ian Respeto been in there for a hot minute. What are your thoughts on Micron, MU? It's really been best down. I think he means beat down. It's really been beat down and doesn't seem to get going, but most analysts have it at $140 to $200 price range, thinking of it as a long hold. Thanks. Look, man, DRAM, and especially for some of the, what they're doing is they're putting these GPU packages together. Like, you're not just getting the graphic processing unit, you're getting it in a package which includes, I don't know, I guess motherboards, DRAM, etc., all the stuff that you would get. These are new type of computers. So I think that they're definitely needed. Now, this high bandwidth memory, obviously, sorry, I said DRAM, but I meant high bandwidth memory. Kind of hard to know. Is there any other players in the game? The one that I keep hearing about the most is Micron. Tough to know. Let's have a look at the technicals. I can't give you a fundamental, an assessment here because I just don't know enough about that particular part of the industry. I'm sorry, but let's look at the daily. Where could we find some support on the daily? Yeah, that's a big boy retracement. Wow. Okay, so this is very interesting here on the daily. This $85 level. So that's a double bottom at 85. If this holds, 85 is interesting. It was also a level of resistance prior, not for that long, back in December. Look, hard to know, man. The thing is, the market was just so strong on this name that did we overshoot? That's the question. Hard to know, Ian, man. That's one of the tougher ones. I can't answer it from a fundamentals perspective, but that $85 looks interesting. If it holds that could be a nice recovery. We're on the daily, though, we're below the 10, the 20, the 200, the 50, everything. We're below everything right now, sadly. What does the weekly look like? The weekly, we're below the 50, but we're above the 200. Okay, so that's interesting. So I said 85 was interesting, but 75 could be equally or around 75 because that's a 200 exponential on the weekly. It also looks like a skewed head and shoulders, which kind of makes me worried that 85 gives way. Like the left shoulder a little bit higher than the right shoulder with a bulbous head there. Do we get that same look on the daily? It's a bit protracted. It's a bit expanded, I should say. Hard to tell, man. That's a tough one to look at. I usually don't have trouble analyzing these charts all that much, but yeah. 85, if 85 holds, I like it. Then I'm looking at the 200 exponential. If it breaches a 200 exponential, I don't want anything to do with this until it resets. So I hope you print up a storm and let me know how it goes. All right, here we go on Gimme Stop again. Yes, long this time. Short every other time, just took nicely. What did we take there? We took 11 pennies. Woo! No, yeah, we took 11 pennies on GME. So happy with this one as it reaches 20 again. I'll continue to rage trade GME all dang day if I have to. And it's been a love affair today between GameStop and the volume weighted average price. Reason I got in here because we double bottomed there at 76 and I had 85, so I didn't even have a good price. But this double bottom and a hold up at that $0.75 level had me interested, especially if we get back into VWAP over here, which was my goal. Let's now watch what we do at 20 and this 20-ish area, because I've been shorting up a storm since then on GME, and if it holds there, I'll short it again. I don't care. So yeah, GME in focus here, Adair.
I'm happy to hear you are qualmless about your GME short.
Yes, that's what I should have said.
It's okay. No, I mean, I'm done. So Palantir, I did what I said. I got out because I was like, as we pushed into, like, if I said if I don't see what I like in the book, at 34.45, get out. I didn't. I did. I mean, I didn't see anything. I saw stuff I didn't like, so I got out. That's what I meant to say. Palantir, not a play for me. Like I said, I'm not happy with the trading today. We don't have, we're going to be very, very frugal here with our risk in terms of what we want to get involved in. I have 2 names on watch. I have 2 plays on watch. That is it. That is all. Yes, sorry, Bob. One of them is Palantir, and it's a long here at 34.45s. But I think it's still kind of get a sense of direction. I think if we blow the top off there of Palantir, I think it's a great look. I think we can at least have 75s. I'd be taking it with small size. I'd be adding at 50s, and I'd have to risk break even. Although for my first entry, I'd be risking 5 cents. As we continue to get a nice little hold in the book here, we're actually going to try to get long here. Pretty small position, again, risking 5 cents. The other look I like on this here market is Tesla. But Tesla kind of just gave up what I wanted, which was that range of 222.30 to 222.70 that I played kind of atrociously up until this point. Not to be hard on myself, facts are facts. But this 222, I don't want to short 222. One of these shorts actually took profit at 222, so I think that is a level. But I think the clear level for me for TSLA is, can we get below 221.90s? If we can, that's a better short to me, and you risk it into 222s. Also, I got short Palantir, or got long Palantir, and then immediately sold off, so we had to get out there. Yeah, this has not been my day, to put it mildly. But you know what? Again, that's you got to figure out what works for you.
Bang.
Today was not the vibe, and I think a lot of that was just putting a lot of eggs into the Qs basket, which again, I stand by not trading. Like, I didn't want to trade the TQs. I said that was my whole impetus. But it's like, just because you don't want to trade the TQs means that you need to take every attempt here at the Qs, right? So it is what it is. It's all good there, baby. Palantir, if a short sets up, I'll take it again, whatever, it's fine. But yeah, it's got it. These are the days where you do reflecting and you're like, what is life? What is love? Baby, don't hurt me, come on. But I guess I'd sing that to the markets. But yeah, there we go. What else is occurring here that I want to look at? We have the auction in 2 minutes.
Okay.
It is the 1-year note auction. I like what Sean's saying here. Most will just try and improve. Yeah, I'm trying every single. And again, that is why I appreciate that. That's why I stopped looking at P&L, because my thing is too is it's like that to me. That I don't want that to measure my growth. And I think someday obviously like that's the whole goal trading. You want to make money. I fully agree with that. I respect that. But for right now, I need to focus on my processes and my learning. And I think there has been. And honestly, I wrote this down in my notes. I think the moving of the stop, and I think I said this earlier today as well, moving my stops a little bit P&L-ish as well. Like, you can go for break even. That's fine. That's whatever, right? Like, you don't need to move things up for whatever purpose.
Can I ask you a couple of things? I've heard you say a couple of things that I haven't heard you say in this week. Number one, you've been talking about risk units. I haven't heard you talk about that.
Yeah, I'm trying to work on that a little bit.
That's number one. Number two, you've been talking about previous candle lows or highs as area stops. You want to elaborate?
Yeah, so basically with regards to risk units, I'm thinking of it in terms of, well, I think I mentioned it last week as well. I think that's when I started using it. But it's like percentage, basically X percentage, so minimum 10% of your risk to each trade. Because if you're not willing to spend minimum 10% of your risk in a trade, then, like, I've just been doing a lot of reading and talking and stuff, then why are you doing it, right? Yeah. So that's why I think that's the thing. I still need to get more comfortable, and I've said this a lot with my order keys and such as well, and I think that's part of my issues. I'm just not able to set things how I want to with regards to my entries and exits. But yeah, and so then with regards to stops, using prior bar low and highs on the 1 minute or the 3 minute, depending on kind of how the ticker is moving, that I need to figure out as kind of a method as my stop. Fair. And I said one of my biggest issues here is with regards to my stop. Now, I have no problem risking whatever. I like using the risk units. I think it is a good way of doing it in terms of like, how much am I willing, like if I'm not willing to risk 10%, why am I trading it? But then it's like some trades, you just got to trust yourself on and your read on the book as well. And again, this first Q long, I saw I saw that 450, which was my
Can we show the chart?
my area of entry. You can't really see it anyway with all the entries, but I appreciate that though. I got it kind of messy. But the point is, I saw that we were kind of rejecting there. I should have gotten out there and I didn't. And that to me is an L. At that point, you're not getting out because you're scared of like whatever, losing on the trade. You're getting out because you need to trust what you see. I feel like this is word salad at this point, so I do apologize for serving you that Caesar salad. But that's honestly my journey, and I like that I appreciate having the opportunity to talk about that every day. Also, guys, auction, we're going to wait for that re-auction. The reaction to the auction, we shall find out. But we'll tell you here about that in a moment. And yeah, like that's what I respect too about, shout out to Real Trading. Everyone's going to have their own style of trading, and I think that's what makes it real. You figure out what's real to you, what makes sense to you, how you want to trade, what you're comfortable with, and I'm trying to do that every single day. And I want to shout out this whole community, Sean, Neil, Sharif, Obi, Brendan, everybody that you don't see and everybody you do see, because like that's how you learn. And again, stop giving Oscar speeches.
Yeah, so I'm short on him, and now let's see if it holds. So I want to mention something as well. So there's two traders. I've been here since May of 2022, okay? There's two traders still left on the floor that were here before me, Max and Brenkels. And the reason I say that is to build on the Katina Man's point that most people are going to fail and they're going to move on to something else. And that's kind of the nature of the beast. So you gotta have that in mind before you get involved. And then sometimes you get in as one type of trader and you find you're a completely different type of trader that's suited more to your personality, your own specific disposition, right? So that's the look there. All right, so I'm short here on GME. It's the same deal. It's gonna have to hold the same level. I like this area here, and I'm short at 20.09. Look, we get a top break there at 16. It's the end of the trade. So it hasn't been able to break that 16 penny well since 11:40 this morning. It is 1:02 p.m. right now. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man just took some more out of NVIDIA right now, so shout out to him. He's printing up storms over there on that side of the desk. It's moving right back into that. Man, I knew 112 was going to hold. 112.50, right back into the whole, hopefully 112.88. We're going to shut him out and hope he prints up multiple storms on that side of the desk. So we're going to put in the stop now for GME. Hopefully we won't take an L on this one.
So we got the auction there. Thank you, B-Balling. Yeah, we mentioned that one ahead, but we were just waiting for the number there. So thank you to DayTrader Cut for letting us know. Yeah, I did have it watched there. Shout out to Bears versus Bulls for keeping us covered there. 3.648% versus the previous year of 3.96%. I'm not seeing much of a reaction here or a reaction to the auction. Continuing to kind of push higher off support for some of these levels. Tesla particularly pushing off your NVIDIA, as Sharif mentioned. So I'll let you continue there.
Yeah, no worries. I just got stopped out of GameStop there, but I don't think this is the end of the matter. I'm going to pack my patience. Just because I have shorts doesn't mean I have to use them. Let's see. If it wants to take VWAP, we'll let it take VWAP. I don't care. We'll take it north as well. I'll take it south. I'll take it north. I'll take it whichever way it goes. But obviously, my idea about getting in at VWAP and setting up there, it goes into the $0.25. So let's see if it continues here. So I'm happy that I got out and didn't DCA into this. So we'll watch right now. If GME wants to take VWAP as a long, we're going to take GME long. Beautiful double bottom on the 5 at 19 3/4. Now we're talking about 20 1/4, Katina Man, and now we're moving into 20 1/3. Boom goes Game Stonk. Let's see how this one can. It's recovering a little bit. I mean, we're not booming, but we're moving. So let's see if it's a quick specialist breakout, and then we push right back down to get everybody out and bamboozle the entire market. We're going to pack our patience and see. Took the first hit today, right now for, well, that's only 8 penny loser. That's not too bad. On this one, we'll keep tabs on it. If it wants to set up as a short again, we'll take it short. But if it's going to go long, we're going to keep an eye on that. I also want to tell you about CNEY. This one was halted. Let's flip to the one here so I can show you the halt. For whatever reason, found its footing at around 90 pennies, although it did breach it momentarily here. Then you really couldn't print anything below that 92, and certainly couldn't print anything below 90, and it just rocketed up into 113, halted at that $1.13. Now we popped up into 117, trading above the halt level. So the halt level acting as support right now, which is a $1.12, a $1.13. And that's something I've talked about in the past, using these halt levels as areas of support and resistance. It's not always, a perfect system, but sometimes they do feature. So it's good to be alert about those levels before you're going to weasel into this trade. So right now it's trying to hold that halt level. It's not moving all that much. Started out its life at like 60 or some odd pennies today. Not really sure where this one was in the morning, but right now it is a $1 stock. It's had this dance with $1 multiple times today, a little bit above, a little bit below. We'll see how this one wants to end up trading, but yeah, this one's not my cup of tea. I'm going to tell you that. So I'm going to leave this one be, and if it ends up being the big winner, then we missed something here. So CNEY just halted midday. Put some respect on this one's name. 285 some odd percent there, and it's continuing to go. GameStop, back to GameStop, topping tail into 2 1/3. And I don't want to call it a topping tail just yet because this 5-minute candle hasn't closed. So I want to see exactly, if we make another high above that 20 1/3, this looks like a long. So it'll be a 2-candle pattern through VWAP. We'll see. Perhaps in a 21. The high of the day, I should mention, on GameStop is 21.09. So, about 80 pennies from where we're trading at right now. We'll pack our patience and keep an eye on that. There was also PLCE. Shout out to Pretty Dang Panda. He killed it on this one. This is still holding the 10 exponential on the 5. So as we refresh over here, the 20 exponential is at the 9. I was concerned it kind of looked head and shoulders-y. That's just my paranoia. Don't let me skew your analysis there, but the respect, you have to give it respect at this level because it's holding the 10 exponential. And it hasn't been able to breach that yet. So keeping an eye here. It does seem to be a lot of resistance, though, at that 9.5. And that's not something new. We rejected off 9.5 here, and then we finally broke it, although very momentarily, 2-candle, and then we were right back down below 9.5. So 9.5 here featuring as a level of resistance, even though it was breached there for a short while. So PLC, let's flip back to some of the... This market's recovering, Adele.
I know, right?
Good look, good look. Okay, I'm happy because obviously, the long term is good when the market is up, Adara, but we can trade whichever way on the show. But yeah, 18.9 is no longer a thing because we're at 18.965. Now we're talking about 19th out. So we'll see if we're able to weasel up into 19th out. Get it, Katina Man. The Katina Man is long Amazon 179. 179. The Katina Man's long Amazon 179. It's 110 on NVIDIA. The Katina Man is long 110 on NVIDIA. It's a $3 winner. He just wet his beak on Amazon, and good area, Katina Man, because that $0.50 is the closing print from yesterday. Shout out to him. He just wet his beak there at the $0.50 on AMZN. Apple's moving up. Meta's moving up. Softy's coming into today's highs. The Google, the dead one. Google's now the dead one, Adara, because it's been kind of, doing its thing. Is also up as well into 150. Tesla as well. And obviously, NVIDIA has been the monster on the day. It behooves us now to get into some of these dang longs on the future. I haven't been trading the future, so let's get that set up. What are you looking at there, Adara?
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest here. Just got shut down, and in true Adara of this week fashion, the right idea, risk not enough. And this is what happened. So to be clear, I came into this TSLA. Okay, also, before we do this, I really want to read this super chat from JKL 146. I feel this. I feel this right now in my soul. Thank you so much for the super chat, JKL 146, $5 super chat. Happy I found you guys. Trading is a lonely game. You guys make my day better. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you so much for the kind words. And honestly, like I said, that's why I'm always just very grateful to be here, because I've only ever traded in front of this, so I don't understand that loneliness. So I'm very, I know I'm in a very lucky position to be there where I've always had this community. So I really want to shout you out. Thank you so much for the kind words. And we're happy to be able to be here for people in whatever way, because it's just such a great community. Anyway, so this Tesla. So getting into this, basically, no, it's going to be my last trade. Took pretty small size in it, whatever. I was like, let's see what we do in 80s. I got long 223 because that was a level I did like earlier. We had that area. I saw we couldn't break it into it earlier. I was like, bro, dope. We break above it. Trade it. Took the long. We get into that. We wick below 80s because I was kind of using that as a support area. We're holding up pretty well. We wick below it. I get out. And then we just bounce. We honestly just bounce. And I was like, okay, cool. Tesla. We get as high as almost 224s. And then we come right back down. So did not end up working out here. I got to say, I think the issue here, the mental was not right. And I'm really, not proud of that. I think I was just kind of in a little bit of a meh place because I was like, oh, whatever. Yesterday, but where's the next trade, right? Where's the new day? I'm very ready to come tell these markets, show these markets what's up tomorrow. I want to talk as well to Vicky on Novak. Thank you very much for saying, please take a look at Miss Lily. I have not looked at Miss Lily today. She's doing volume though. Wow. Yeah, this is a gorgeous look on Lily. Shout out to you, Vicky on Novak. So 895 has been pretty big support on Lily. I think we might have broken below that at one point on the daily chart, but RIP my chart, so I'm gonna pull that up here for that. I'm probably gonna switch to the sim because I want to do some more trading if things switch up or set up. But in the meantime, I'm gonna look at some tickers for you guys, if that's cool here. So let's take a look at Miss Lily because I was gonna analyze her before the chart had an app. So Lily, New York, day. Okay, let's see what's going on here on the Lily daily chart. 895, that's kind of an interesting level for Lily after on its earnings. That was one level because I was watching that for a few days after earnings, seeing some of the interactions there. Also, guys, is there any stickers you want to look at? Let us know in the chat that Neil and Sean can look at > join space $ ticker. But as you can see here, there's tons of support on this is what I was looking to kind of show you guys after all that chart drama. Look at the way that we have been holding 900 as support on Lily on the daily chart. I think that's a fantastic look. Also, though, we're kind of coming into a pivotal area here, that $900.20 level. That was clearly their support earlier. Will it form as resistance for Lily on the daily chart? We haven't really had a clear interaction with it trying to break up. We had that big quitting down, but this will be our first time with a green candle interacting with that level. Let's see if we can. I think that could be a bit of a spicy level for Eli Lilly. Thank you very much, Vicky on Novak, for giving me the opportunity to look at this stock. I also love this double bounce here at 912, and the reason I like that is that was another level a couple days back that was forming as a huge level of support and resistance. Then we bounce off 914.50 is another level I really liked. We push above 916. Like, these levels I drew days ago. The fact they're still hitting shows that Eli Lilly's coming into levels. I didn't want to play this because I was like, oh, I only want to trade and play names, which in that case, though, why are you trading Palantir? Right? So stick with stocks that work for you. Lily's the type of stock I like trading. I totally missed this opportunity, but I want to shout you out, Vicky on Novak, who's also saying, if Lily breaks through to 922, where will it go? Explosive? I'm not sure. I think 930. And I say 930, that was a level we've seen a couple times as well on the chart. I'll see if it shows up on the daily.
15.
I've seen it intraday a couple times. But honestly, like, if you guys have heard me wax poetic about Lily recently, it's around that 950 level. That, to me, is where all the levels come in. You've got, on Lily, after that level, you've got 950, you've got 946, you've got 944, 942s, 940s, and then I think 930. So if Lily breaks out above 922, I think 926 was kind of a level as well, but 930 would be the level I like. So you have some opportunities.
Can I interrupt?
Please do.
Please.
I have nothing to say.
Guys, there's 30,000 lots on 88 on NVIDIA. Look at that. 14,000 and change just disappeared. There it is again. And another 14,000. That's about 3 million shares, right? Shout out to the Katina, man. That's big boy size right now. This could reject 30,000 lots at 88s. Katina Man's getting out. It just got taken. Wow, bro. That just got destroyed. Shout out to the Katina Man. What is going on? Look at that tape action there, right into 113 Adara. That was wow, that was ridiculous buying power, man. These algos are just wild, bro. Unreal. There it goes. Now we're dancing with 113. Do we get the clean break of, and there's a zillion lots waiting at 113 as well. No, not as big as 88s. Definitely a lot smaller. We're talking about 4,000 lots there at 113 from what we can see. Who knows what's sitting there on the iceberg. Shout out to the dang Katina man. Took this. Where'd you take this from, bro? 108? Energy 108? Remember that channel? 107.80. So yeah, hey, we're a couple of pennies off there.
Apparently there's NVIDIA news, says Darwin. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna pull it up. I know Jensen was speaking at Communicopia at 10:20 a.m. I'm pulling up to see if I'm here.
Okay.
Hearing anything on it.
I'll look.
I'm looking here as well. Oh, okay. Here it is. Semaphore reporting that U.S. is closer to greenlighting NVIDIA chips for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Now, if you understand what's going on here, guys.
She's like, I'm going to be the buyer.
Anything Saudi, she's pro Saudi. No, shout out Ram, man. Doing the absolute most in a good way. No, what is at play here, guys, is look, the Middle East is not gonna, cede to the national security concerns of the West. It's never been the Middle East's way to do that. So the question is, do these Middle Eastern buyers share these GPUs, these AI processing chips with the Chinese? And that's kind of been the concern of the Biden administration, not wanting to sell to these startups in Dubai, in Qatar, Abu Dhabi, in Riyadh now. Obviously, that's another big one. do they sell to them or not? So there was restrictions possibly going to be in place there. So it looks as if, you know, we're going to be able to sell there. Now, let's call a spade a spade. The Chinese were using AWS. You don't need the Middle East. They're using American companies. So it's kind of comical there, but they're doing what they can, you know. It's the life of a regulator. Anyway, so 113 still in play right now, guys, on NVDA, up 4.5%, and that 113 level has not been breached. We are at high day 113 right now, haven't got taken out, but the Fuchs did find a bit of a top locally, and there goes 113, Adara. This is absolutely going to the high side here. The Katina man is holding this still. I think we pop up here. Let's see exactly what we get on NVDA. What's the situation? Do we go? I'm going long. Whatever, bro. Let's come what may here. We'll look to weather. Oh, big size at 20. Let's sit here at possibly a mid-20s. We'll look to defend 113 as well. If it wants to break down, then we'll get out, and that will be a loser. And that's just the way it is. That's what trading is. But there's a lot of momentum right now on these here markets, and we want to participate, not just anticipate. Let's go into that $quarter, baby. Big seller at the $quarter locally. They're preventing it from going up. Yeah, every time it weasels in to 24 or 25s, it is met with a wall of selling. How long does that last for? Can you take over for a second there so I can put in my stops?
Yeah, I can definitely take over there. I am going to be doing the lesson soon for you guys. Yeah, let me let me know what you're going to look at. Like I said, we're going to be. I'm probably going to switch this in, but I want to take like my screenshots and stuff first before I do that. So Chippy Rippy says Vikia Novak. Let's take a look at AMD. Let's take a look at some of the other chips. We saw ARM flexing its muscles earlier.
Ooh.
We haven't looked at a lot of these other semis though. We have AMD here currently up more than 1%. What will it do at 11:45? We'll find out, Lisa, soon, perhaps. Ooh. Okay. Ooh. Okay. This is great. I love this. This is the type of support resistance flip-flop I really like. We have that. We wick into 143, sell off, come back. Then we bounce basically off that wick level here around 142s to the upside, come back, bounce again. Like it's just higher highs, higher lows in a really beautiful, kind of sharp, intense way. Then we get a little bit of a pause here, but look where we pause. That's right. It's the top of that wick at 143.50. We find support there. We're up more than $1 since that point. So lots of support, resistance, interactions there, flip-flop, symmetry, symbiosis, mirroring action happening on AMD. Let me know when you're ready to go with NVIDIA. I'll keep talking in the meantime. We have SPCE. Let's talk about SPCE. SMCI up 5%. Oh, you need to go back on my side here at SMCI. Maybe that's the issue. I haven't been trading you. And well, no, I'm joking. I'm joking, kind of. But I'm saying like those spreadier tickers are my wheelhouse. So I need to be back with those. I do like the bout support resistance flip here at 425. That was a level 2. Oh, well, Adara, what are you doing? 425, higher highs, higher lows. Really good look here for SMCI. I also like how the way we pop up 430. That's a bit of a flat top break, right? Top, higher low, kablam! We're up $4 from that level. And then last but not least, I want to look at Apple for the Piper. Let's see if I can pipe on Apple. The Piper's saying Apple along here. So my thing is, I honestly kind of think Apple looks the most bearish of the Mag 7s. But my caveat is I want to see what we do with 221s. If 221s do something for me, then maybe it would be a long. The reason I think it looks bearish is we've wicked almost into 222s. One topping tail candle, 2 topping tail candle, 3 topping tail candle. If we have all of these and we can't make a higher low, how you doing?
Good, Adira. We're whiffling and waffling right at my entry over here, so I'm unsure what to do with this. I don't mind adding at 113.05, and then I'm going to really keep a bit of a tighter stop there. There's obviously a seller at the $quarter. Every time we move into that $quarter, we're met with a wall of selling. The seller looks like they did move down a skosh from 25 pennies to about 20 pennies, because last time we ascended into 20 pennies, I felt we were met with that same wall of selling. So obviously we just saw 3 million lots get taken out there. So it's not about the buying power that's lacking. It's whether there is a conviction among traders or these algos or whoever is moving these markets to continue with this ascent here on NVIDIA. Here comes 20 pennies again. Let's see. We're moving up, but like, look, we've been holding in this holding pattern for a hot minute here on NVIDIA. So we'll see if we get that break. I haven't been filled on the dips down. I guess there's been liquidity vacuums there that really haven't been filled because both wicks breached 105 and I didn't get filled for a better price. So break even at the moment, not able to break through the top, but I see two kind of invert bottoming tail candles right now on the one, albeit it is on the one, but we are putting in lower highs on the on the 1 minute chart. Now, you should know that the 10 exponential on the 5 is hanging out at 112.65. So we could descend, realistically, just in front of there. There we go. Now we got filled and we will get stopped out as it does breach there. Now, let's see what we do here. Do we get right back in? Or what's the situation? Is this a specialist breakdown to take us below 113, then move back quick as you like? Typically, that's what happens. So I'm keeping an eye on this. This candle descended into 85s, right back above 113 over here. It looks like a bit of a hammer candle forming right now, but I don't want to get cut up on this name and give back profits. Now there's a buyer at 113, it looks like. So somebody's buying this at 113. There he goes. Gets taken out. Let's keep watching right now. Is there anything that can show us the hand of traders right now? Is there anybody moving up on the bid? Well, we're right above 113 again. Do we hold this level? I'm going long. Let's see. Okay, so we're long here. Where would he get? We got 7s. Now we're going to have to give this more room. We can't just take it out on the break of 113. If we're going to ride this, we got to give it a little bit of room, knowing full well the last candle descended into 85. So let's see if we can get back above that get back above that 20 penny level, knowing that we did find some support at 85s. But remember what I told you, that seller moved down from 25 into 20, and it looks like that seller is moving incrementally down because we keep putting in lower highs right now on the book and on the 1 minute chart. So we'll have to pack our patience here. Now we're in the money, but it's nothing, right? I mean, we need to get a lot more than this on this trade. This is not why you trade NVIDIA. NVIDIA moves dollars, baby, not pennies. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I don't give a what. Here we go again. Let's go. Sorry, Adair.
I just like the way you said it.
There we go, baby. Let's go. We're about almost 20 pennies in the money here. Let's go, NVIDIA, bro. Let's go. 25s. We need to take out that 25 top, baby. Well, we're going to have to wait for that. There's the 25s, and there goes the 25s, and there we go down again. Whatever our beak here, Katina, man. Let's see if we can move up a little bit more. 29s now, HOD, Adair. 30s now, HOD. Let's go, baby. We want more. Where's the resistance level on NVIDIA? Shout out to everybody there. Shout out to Ram, who's very pro-Saudi. Shout out to her. Hey. No, man. I'm with you on that one, Ram. That's where the future is. That's the way it is. Anyway, here we go. 30s again. That's going to get taken out, and it got taken out. 33 now, HOD. Let's keep watching this, baby. What do you got there, Adara?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start the lesson of the day here. Like I said, I'm still doing all my screenshots before I switch over to the sim because I'll take some opportunities if they set up. But please interrupt me if there's any exciting updates with NVIDIA. In the meantime, we're going to talk about gone lines because they're here today and gone tomorrow. So basically, they were developed by W.D. Gone. He was an influential 20th century trader, and his lines help us predict price movement using geometric angles. And so they might seem complex, but they do give you some unique insight opportunities into trends and turning points. Also, guys, by the way, if you're looking at the list and you're thinking, hey, why aren't trades happening? I'm looking at some tickers. Think about those tickers. You have just under half an hour left to vote in the chat for the afternoon segment. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. Please let us know while we get that lesson going. So what are GAN lines? They're basically going to be trend lines drawn from significant highs and lows on a chart, but unlike traditional trend lines, they're going to be constructed at specific geometric angles. And the most famous is going to be the 45-degree line because according to Gone, who someone was saying who is 100 years old, no, he was just like from the 20th century. So he's unfortunately likely deceased, but that was his deal. And so according to him, the 45-degree angle represents a perfect balance between time and price. So this was the area, the sweet spot here between price and between time. And that sweet spot, every unit of time, there's going to be an equal unit of price movement. Why is he focusing on geometric angles, though? Well, it's because Gone believed that the markets were governed by natural laws, which include geometry, and basically that price movements can follow predictable patterns that can be plotted at specific angles. And you're thinking, hey, that kind of sounds like Fibonacci's, right? You'd be correct. Kind of an interesting look there. But also, it's the depth is worth noting here. So steeper angles are worth noting beyond the 45. So you've got, for example, 37, 63.75 and 75 degrees. Those indicate a stronger uptrend. But then if you've got some trend angles here below the 45, like the 26.25 and 15, they suggest a weaker, more gradual trend. But each of these lines does serve as a form of dynamic support or resistance as price moves across them. So for example, if you've got a rising market here, the price might find support at a 45-degree angle. If that breaks, the level of support could be the 63.75 degree line. So here's some examples of gone trend lines. And it looks, if you think, hey, this kind of looks like fib, but in a triangle, it kind of does, right? You've got your line, that is your 45-degree line. Look at all these interactions with that 45-degree line. And then look what happens to the price when you break above them, right? Isn't that really cool? And we have all these other lines the price might interact with. And in this case, we're seeing some interactions with the 75. Interact a couple times here with the 63.75. We've also got some interactions here at this line, right? So lots of different interactions. Again, it's not always going to be this clean, but sometimes it sets up and it's worth noting. Let's talk about comparing to Fibonacci's here, because you might be already familiar with Fibonacci's, and as I kind of alluded to, much like gone lines, they're based on angles found naturally in nature. A little redundant, but that's cool. Let's keep talking. Naturally in nature. So both gone lines and fib fans are used to identify potential support resistance levels, but the fib fans are based on fib ratios like 38% and 62%, while gone lines focus purely on geometry, specific angles of price movement. But here's where it gets more interesting, because gone lines are basically meant to be used at precise angles independent of market conditions. So with gone lines, you're focusing on the precision and the angular action, but fib fans are basically going to be used as retracement percentages from previous moves. So basically, gone lines are being used independent of conditions. You're using them based on the triangle, but Fibonacci fans are incredibly dependent, much like kind of all fib action. Shout out to Tammy, the Fibonacci princess, who's been on the show a couple times there. And fib fans are going to be based on movement from previous moves. So here's an example of gone versus fibs. That is a lot of lines. So you've got, in
Amazon
some ways
is going
here.
there. Just
Oh,
want
sorry.
to mention the Katina man says Amazon is going, guys. Keep an eye on that. Sorry,
It's back
there.
at that key
Thank you.
179.50 area. That's interesting. Oh, excuse me. But look here, there's actually some interactions between the gone and the fibs. So you see you've got your gone line here, your 45. You also have your 0.3282 fib. Look, this serves as support. We break below it, push lower, then it serves as resistance, and then we push back above it. So these lines can be really key. I think that's actually pretty important. So let's talk as well here about how you identify support and resistance here with the gone line. So in an uptrend, you're going to draw gone lines from the lows to the high at the specific angle, so 45, 63, 75, and so on. They're going to act as guides for where the price might, not necessarily guaranteed, but could find support if it starts retracing. For example here, if you've got price falling and breaking below the 45-degree line, it can suggest a deeper correction, which can potentially go to the 63.75-degree line. So much like fibs, we're using these lessons as areas you can kind of range within, have that Adair Panera interaction. Also, let's talk about predicting turning points with gons. So by analyzing where the price interacts with the gone line, you can basically predict reversals. And as such, if you've got the price falling below a GAN line but failing to break below another one, that could actually signal a reversal and a return to the uptrend. So failure to touch these lines can be just as key as the way they interact with the lines.
Bang.
What about price falling below the line? That can be pretty key here too. Yeah, so that, sorry, there we go, I'm behind on the slide. Next slide, next trade. So we're gonna talk here about dynamic trend lines for different time frames, which is one way you can use gone lines. Really, really good feature is their adaptability across time frames. So whether or not you've got daily, weekly, or minute charts, gons can be applied. And the geometric nature of them basically means that they adjust according to the scale of the chart, which provides a consistent framework for trend analysis. It doesn't matter what the previous move was, it'll react geometrically. What about combining with other indicators? So gone lines can sign on their own, but they become even more powerful. They have extra potency when you combine them with other tools here like moving averages or with the fibs. So for example, if you've got the Fibonacci level coinciding with a gone line, the chances of that level holding a support are more key. Sorry, guys, I promise I'm almost done the lesson there. We're almost done here. We're just going to go over these one more time before it's gone with gone lines. So let's talk about some criticism and some controversies with the gone lines. Let's talk here about basically some things that people have issues with, which is which line will work. There are different types of lines, much like fibs. You have different levels and they're not always going to hit. Gone lines, you have even more, as Sharif was talking about. So many lines and not enough time, you may say, or not enough chart action. But with gone, you have to consider the uncertainty around which line is going to hold this support or resistance level. In the examples we saw, the 45 has been pretty good, but you really never know, right? And with these 9 lines potentially in play, it's not always clear which one is going to have the most impact. Some other criticism has to do with regards to geometric trend lines. Some chartists argue that the idea of the geometric trend lines is a bit too rigid. You know, they're chartists. They want to be more creative. They don't like those rigid lines.
Clearly.
They're like, we want to be Jackson Pollock. We don't want to have all of this like symmetry going on over here. So the market conditions can be a little more chaotic than a simple geometric pattern necessarily allows for or suggests, which can make these lines a skosh unreliable in market conditions. But it is worth noting, like I said, one thing I think is pretty cool about these, learning about them here, is that they're kind of removed from market conditions, right? So these patterns exist regardless. If they hit, that could be pretty interesting. But that also kind of brings us into our last point, which is the lack of predictive certainty. So even if you have one line holding, there's really no way to confirm that the next one will move or which one you'll hit after the price. And that can make the gone lines more reactive than predictive in fast-moving markets. But despite the criticisms, many traders do find value in them. Basically, to wrap all of this up here, guys, gone lines are a really powerful tool. They can give you unique insight into market trends and turning points. But with all of them, you want to maybe use them in tandem, find some confluence with your style, and make sure they work for you by keeping them first, maybe in the sim, and just figuring it out. Speaking of the sim, I'm going to be heading back there for the last 30 minutes. I'm going to take some screenshots first. How are you doing over here?
Good, Adara. I'm short the future. I'm going to give it the old community college try here at 19,000, knowing that this has been a level. Now, if I get bamboozled out of the trade, it zigs and zags, and that's fine. We're gonna risk enough here and put the stop in the right place. I completely get that this is a counter trend move, but I want to give it a shot here at the 19,000 point area on the NQ September contract. By the way, I think we roll over that contract next week. So I think we'll be using it on Monday because the expiration date for it is going to be not this Friday, tomorrow, or 2 days, excuse me. It's going to be the Friday subsequent, but I believe our kind of move here on the floor is we switch to it on the Monday prior. What I always like to look at to see which one is doing more volume on the day. Right, so usually as you get closer to the expiration of one contract, the other contract starts picking up in volume. And so that's what I'll be looking for there. Once the new contract supersedes the old one in terms of volume, I think that's when we should be looking at it. But you can choose whatever to do whatever you want. Now, we're back above $62 on the TQQQs. I'm charting on the NQ September contract. I'm executing on the TQQQs for leverage reasons. We'll see we get here. We're zigging and zagging. A couple of topping tails right now through 19,100. Nothing to write home about. You know, this trade is a higher risk trade just because it is a counter trend trade. The market has been quite strong since the latter part of the day, up 0.62. So, you know, taking it at the highs, always a little risky there. So we'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So keeping my eye on, I'm switching to NQ contracts around next week too. Shout out to Day Trader Cut. I think that's what most traders do. They keep an eye on the volume, see which big boy, which contract, is moving big boy, and we're doing big boy shares, I should say, and then they look to execute there. So it looks like we're still whiffling and waffling at 19,000 right now. I haven't been stopped out. We're short 95, 62.95. We're printing 61.95, excuse me. We're printing 62.03s. If we break sevens, that's gone. I'm gone there. Otherwise, we'll look to reset if it does end up rejecting the level, that 19,000, and comes back down. Ideally, I don't get stopped out and it tanks, obviously. But that is not what we always get there. Keeping an eye on Apple as well, because Apple, I think Adara astutely pointed out, it is one of the weaker ones right now in terms of Mag 7 names, especially as it relates to the recent price action on the future. So Apple coming back into 221, but it looks way weaker than any of its counterparts. So maybe if this doesn't work out on this futures trade, we'll look to the AAPL to possibly execute maybe short on there. Now, what I've been saying for the last few days is I feel like 220 has been a level on Apple, and I probably will get stopped out there. Yeah, and I did get stopped out. So I just want to reset here and get ready. If it does reject 19,000, I want to be ready to take this short. So we'll pack our patience. I got to get that out of the way. So basically what I was saying on Apple is I'm kind of biased as 220's acting as a level, I feel now, of resistance as opposed to support on Apple. So if that is the case and that kind of trend holds out, then maybe we should be looking short on Apple to, come closer to the end of the day as it possibly retraces. That's just an observation, obviously. So do with that what you will. It looks like the future may be headed up here. It's not really blowing by 19,000, but it's not giving it up either, quite frankly. And it's well above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So if it's going to hold up like this, we're going to be looking. Well, I don't want to jump into this long too quickly here, but I got to tell you, this is a strong futures day, at least since the midday. In fact, it was 11 o'clock on the dot when we really started making those higher highs and higher lows on the future. And it's nice because that's when the midday starts. So yeah, there's literally this candle over here at 9:50. So it looks like 10 to 11. And then right at that 9:55, we put in that big boy, or 10:55, excuse me, 9:55 Central Time. We put in that big boy candle, and we really haven't looked back since. And we took out that IB high initially at 18,925, and really haven't looked back since that time. We had one little retracement here. We were thinking possible double top, and then we ended up holding up with a 10 exponential on the 5. So it's not like you even got it even deeper into the 20, or you didn't even get back into the closing print. Once you cleared the closing print and you breached the IB high, you never came back to that 18.8 2/3. So good luck for the future today, but it's putting in topping tails right now. Who knows? Maybe it retraces off 19,000. I don't have to be first to the party in order to execute on it. So if we do get that rejection, it looks like we may be rejecting again here on the futures, unable to take it, but it's still above the 10. Maybe I should wait till the 10 gets breached, but if I wait, that's an 18,950 move, and that's like 50 points from here. So I'm missing out a lot by not getting short here, but I don't want to get cut up all the time trying to get short and it making new highs, so I have to wait. Shout out to Gaurav. AVG going up in a straight line. AVGO was very strong today. It's up 4%. Shout out to Gaurav, man. He's always dropping hot lines there in the chat about stuff that's moving, always bringing stuff to my attention. So I want to shout out Gaurav, man. Always doing the absolute most in a good way. Pretty dang Panda absolutely killed it on PLCE today. This one is wild. Testing 10 again. I moved away the small cap gappers, Pretty Panda, because I had to trade these Mag 7 names and the future, so I haven't had to look at it right now. Sharuz, Sharif, Adara, Apple is weak because the money goes out of Apple to NVIDIA. Okay, brother, so short it then on the long term. Let me know how it goes. So we'll see there. Anyway, I'm looking right now to get into the future again if we are to reject that 19,002.5, Adara. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so I'm short Apple here in the sim, like I said, got shut down. But honestly, never shut out of these markets. That's what I love. Shout out to Real Trading. You have these opportunities. Like I said, we're going to do a lot of journaling, a lot of reflecting. And honestly, as I was doing my screenshot, I realized there were quite a few trades there where I had, honestly, the entry was fine. I wasn't risking enough. I wasn't managing it appropriately. And so that's definitely something I'm going to have to reflect on in terms of the risk, because it's a little frustrating when you have at least a couple of days now. The trades are solid, the entries are solid, and I am just fumbling the ball, paper handing, whatever analogy you want to use. Not a good look. And IWM was kind of the nastiest of that, but it's all good there, baby. We'll reflect on that, and I will be tweeting about some of those at Trader TV Adara. I got short Apple. Talked about 221. I said, I think it was the Piper I was responding to. I said, if we can't make a higher high on Apple and we kind of flounder here around 221, it would be kind of weak to me. So I'm taking it short, 221. Look at this. Also, I don't know what setup I have in my, I think my setup in my book is slightly different here on my tape than it is on my live. I need to figure that out because I love this look a lot better in terms of how it moves on the tape. Oh. But I don't know why, and not the point.
Interesting.
Anyways, so Apple 221, I'm risking into 221.25. Since I've been involved, though, Sharif,
yes,
we have not moved more than 221.05s. It has been pretty weak. I'm going to be adding here a skosh. If we get into 220.80s, that was a bit of a previous level of support and resistance. If we can break below that, I would like to add. Then I want to see what we do as we push back into that 220. 220.50 was a pretty big area for me as well. Shout out to Sharif for mentioning the 220s. My other thing with Apple is if you're looking for something into 220s, like, hey, what else is interesting? I found 219.80 to be really key. We broke below that on the Apple day, and then we quadruped. I mean, to be clear, we came back up after, but that was a huge quadruped level. Then, same like yesterday, that breaking above the 220.80 was when we really got that pop into the new high of days into the long, right? So those are things you want to keep an eye on. Rivian Millionaire saying they think the chip stocks are back. I'm wondering if they ever left. I feel like they keep making like cameo appearances. They're like recurring characters on a TV show. You don't see them every episode, but you know they're always there in that universe. They're doing something. I don't know what they're doing, but they're doing something. That's what I feel like those chip stocks are. Oh, wow, Amazon Express delivering some profit to Sean, and I'm sure many little shareholders there. Great look here for AMZN. But you know what? As I'm an Apple, there's another Make 7 name I would consider shorting here, and that Make 7 name goes by the name of NVDA. Honestly, to be clear, I think this could be a bit premature as of a short. I would probably like to see it a little bit closer to that 113. Honestly, the area that's showing up in my chart and the area actually, ironically, that Sharif got long, 113.16s. That area, if we break below that, that could actually be interesting. Not just, I think it just shows confluence, in my opinion, what I see on the chart. But the fact that we can't saliently hold on to, like in any kind of salient, significant way, this 113.50 area for right now, that might be a short for me. I'll wait, I'll watch, I'll scheme, I'll plot, I'll scheme, I'll get money. But one thing I've noticed, I've been too cautious sometimes. That's also been a little bit of the bane of my existence. What's great too, I think what shows progress is when you have new problems. You don't want to keep having the same problems, right?
Sure.
Right? Before my problems were my entries. Now my entries I feel like pretty good about. My issues are how I risk. And so if that's going to be or risking, and you know what I mean, like being late to the move, whatever, that type of thing, which I guess maybe also has to do with entries, but I digress. You guys have 9 minutes to vote, and I have about 18 minutes to see if I want to take this NVIDIA sim trade in addition to my Apple short, which is kind of waffling here. How are you doing, Sharif, in your TQs?
TQs are at 19,009. We'll see if this one wants to ride up a little bit more. I am seeing some weakness, Adara, coming on the markets, and that has me a little bit concerned about my future long over here. So we're going to pack our patience and see what we get. We are long 16s. Okay, well, if we can pump back up here, I'd be pleased as dang punch. So Microsoft at highs. Meta close to highs. 507, 507.83 is the high on Meta. Amazon just printed highs. Apple, you made that point very clear, very dead on the day. It is living up to the name that I like to call it, the dead one. And Tesla, not much going on there. It's, below 224, but above VWAP, so let's put some respect there. But NVIDIA didn't even make it down into the 10 exponential. It's still a little bit above the 10 exponential. We haven't really printed anything aggressively new on NVIDIA to the high side, so let's calm down a little bit here about the ascent of NVIDIA, but I don't see it making its way down quite yet into the 10 exponential on the dang 5. And there we go. We got the print on the future. So nice I still want to add. So let's go back. I canceled it by accident. I'm going to put my ad into defend 62. If it does come back into 62, I want more smoke. But other than that, we're going to let this one ride. Did I get out everything?
I was going to say, I don't think it's showing on the position board that
I made a mistake. I fat fingered it, Dara, and that's the way it is. So, yeah, okay. Well, I made a mistake there. I fat fingered. I got out the entire position rather than a beak witter. So that's my mistake. Probably happened again. It's happened multiple times. So we'll keep tabs there. So we're out of the trade, sadly. But I'll look to get back into 62 if it does sit up there. So packing my patience. Let's look at see what the other Mag 7 names are doing. We don't have to just trade the future. Microsoft, very strong here, guys. It really does look like, it's not just Microsoft. Obviously, Meta very close to highs. Microsoft just printed highs. Amazon at highs. NVIDIA not far off highs, quite frankly. It was really Tesla, Apple, and Google that are really under par today or not really living up to the standard, despite the fact that Tesla got off the Stein. What's going on over there, Katina, in the Amazon trade, eh? Yeah, the Amazon trade, the Katina man's printing up a storm on Amazon as it weasels its way back above 180 and knocking the door of 181. 181 could be coming awfully soon, baby. So we'll keep tabs on that. And look at Apple decline while all the other ones are strong. Get it, Adara. It breaches 221. It's at the 20 exponential moving average looking uber weak, even though it is green on the day, but it feels uber weak. No question about it. All right, our order there to defend 62 still in place. Haven't gotten filled. We're still holding at the fifth of a dollar right now. Looking to move into a quarter of a dollar. Very disappointed in myself for having fat fingered here, but we're going to keep tabs on this one and see if we can get in again. Let's look at some of the other ones that we were looking at today. Some of these small cap gappers. Looks like AILE is really dropping off aggressively here. So we traded that one well, but we got at a dodge once it gave away the level there at the $0.50. We'll keep tabs on that. Woof. Yeah, okay. Not much to do there. CNEY, this one was the big boy mover. Now, this is an interesting trade. CNEY is at the 10 exponential on the 5, and this has been awfully strong. That's where I'm going to look now. See, do I have it loaded up? No, I have. Okay, I'll take off Gumma. Oh, nice call out, Gaurav. You called it. I'm just looking at the GME chart here. Gaurav was looking at that short off, I believe, the fifth of a dollar. So shout out to you, Gaurav, there. I didn't take it. I didn't feel quite like it was ready yet. Now, let's look at CNEY. I'm likely going to go long here for a 10 exponential bounce, and then I'll put my out at the fifth of a dollar. So if it does breach that fifth of a dollar, we'll be gonzino on this one. Let's see if we can step into this one. Yeah, there we go. So now we'll put the out there. And look, guys, I want to remind you guys that if you're using limit stops on these small cap gappers, make sure to spread between the trigger and the limit accounts for any areas of illiquidity. The bottom can drop off this stock in a heartbeat, okay? And so if you are not ready with a basically a spread between your triggering order, your triggering price, excuse me, and your limit price, it's going to blow through your stop and you're not going to get filled and you're going to be really upset. So I'm going to account for that by putting a 9-penny spread on that one. So we'll put that in there and we'll set up a beak wetter at 35. Because what's life without whimsy? What are you looking at, Adair?
Yeah, I'm in that NVIDIA short. I want to clarify again, in the sim. And honestly, I stand by this short. 113.50s, I should have probably waited. I'm short here 113.49s. Should have probably waited for a retest. I didn't end up waiting for a retest because I liked that we were pushing kind of lower there. But I am continuously emboldened by the fact that NVIDIA cannot get above 113.70s. We can't even, I've been watching this book, this is twice now. Now, of course, it'll prove me wrong, Sharif, that's what it does. But we get to 113.69s and NVIDIA's like, oh my God, do I have to go higher? Like, I'd rather not. I'm like, okay, cool, NVIDIA, thank you. Now we kind of push above here, so this is where we get out. But that was a fun journey I had with NVIDIA. Apple also stopping me out here as we get into that. Those are both trades in LaSim. Happy I tried both of them. And like I said, this is, my trading, I need to be cleaner. The trades that work are the ones that are cleaner. Also shout out to Sharif and the stocks he's screaming at. But the thing is, right, like you want trades that are clean, you want trades that make sense. Some of those charts that I was doing the screenshots, I was like, ugh, big yikes. I don't like that type of move. I want to shout out Vicky on Novak as well, saying, talking about the personal reflections, basically like saying the ideas are on, but your caution can get in the way. Yeah, right, sometimes that happens. You have to figure out why that happens, and that's why you have to trust yourself, right? I talked about this. That's what got me yesterday. And it got me a little bit today as well. There's this quote from Chance the Rapper that I really like. I think this is weirdly the second time I've shouted him out today, but this world will make you second guess your first mind. And you have to really trust your first mind. To be fair, there are times, obviously, where that's not the case. That's where risk management comes in, so I need to work on too. But if you have the idea, why are you going against your idea? And that's why I said I was so upset. From one of my first trades today, I should have gotten out of the Q's trade flat when I saw something I didn't like in the book. I didn't. I thought I knew better than the market. I saw it based on what I was seeing in the book, and that's what you got to do there. We'll figure out what happens. And that's, again, I'm willing to learn every single day. Guys, you have 2 minutes left to vote for your tickers. Exclamation point join, space, $, your ticker. Because we want to know what makes you guys tick today. And man, there have been a lot of tickers to make you tick.
What's going on with Google, guys? Sure. Google's moving here really aggressively, Adair, and I don't know what the hell's going on here. It could just be a regular market pump, but it just jumped 68 pennies, 71 pennies. Something's going on here with Google, guys. What is this? Google introduces audio overview in notebook. That can't be it.
They're not even tweeting about it. No one's talking about it in social media. There's not a lot of attention for this one.
What? Okay.
I don't know. Sorry. Sometimes that can be engaged.
It's just the market? Yeah, well, it is just the market. The Katina Man is $2 in the money on Amazon. I know we pumped up nicely, Katina Man, but Google looks like it's outsized over here. Show it. Look at this. We're really pumping here. $0.75 right now on Google. Ram, can we show the chart? Big boy moves on Google. Big boy. Such a troll, bro. Such a troll. Anyway, yeah, that was. I thought there was news on Google there. I saw a big boy candle like that, and you didn't see that. Well, you saw it on some other ones as well. I guess maybe I got excited there. 19,063 Katina, man. He's printing up storms on all his stocks today. You had a good day today, both of you guys, man. Shout out to both of you guys. You guys killed it. Big boy trading on the big boy desk. Can you expect any different? So I was able to get some nice trades here while Daryl was dropping hot lines on the future. I did take the future or the TQQs for a nice 20-penny winner there. Actually, a little bit more than 20 pennies. Happy with this one, but true to form, paper handing the trades is my specialty. So if you're into that kind of thing, join us on the midday show. No, it's continuing to go there. The strength on the TQQs is very well noted. What a good look. I also was able to wet my beak there on CNEY. Was able to take profits at 33s. Now I'm waiting at 43s. Let's see if this one can hold up. The only reason I got into this bad boy is because it found support at the 10 exponential on the 5. If it makes a new low, I'm gone. So that new low takes us below the low there, 126. So my stop is going to move up a little bit over here from where it was. I'm going to move it up into 122. This one's zigging and zagging, and we know what this one can do. The bottom can drop off at any time on CNEY. It's around for a good time, but certainly not a long time, unless it's going to become one of those outliers that become small cap gappers into large caps or mid caps or whatever. But yeah, it's not going to wait for me. I'm not going to wait around for it to find out. Here we go back into $1.34, and we've had a lot of selling here at that $1.34, which obviously means there's a big boy seller. Let's see what kind of lots we get. Okay, so the lottage is not big there, which leads me to believe that there is an iceberg order out on the other side of 134 as a seller, whether as a short or as a profit taker. But there's someone selling up a storm here on CNEY at 134. We've been rejecting that level ever since giving back that level at about 125, excuse me. And then every ascent into 134 has been met with selling. We are putting in a rounded bottom in the sense that we are putting in higher lows, not necessarily, though, higher highs. Let's see if we can break that 134. I got to be off this desk in like 4 minutes, so I don't know if I'm going to hold it for all that long. But the stop's in place, and the beak wetter's in place too, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I am trying, we've got like however much time to close. Like I said, I closed both my previous shorts. I'm shorting Tesla here. I'm aware this probably looks really dicey. I want to talk about it. This 224.50 level was a level I had on Tesla from this morning that I wrote down. And I wrote it down because look at that bottom of the V-shaped retracement, right? Great, look. Then we come out here, we get this big old bullish push into 224.50. And what do we back it up with? Nothing. So I watched the book because my initial instinct was go long when we break back above 224.50. I figured, support resistance slip, that could always happen. But I said, Adara, the market's so strong, look for it as a long. I see the 224.50, and you know what we do? We don't even get back there. It's a really anemic push back up. So I said, if we start rejecting that 224.25, we get a whole flush of red in the book there. So I was like, dope, go short. I am risking into 224.50. I got short 224.25, so risking 25 cents. We're going to add a few shares. Again, this isn't the sim, guys. I was trading live earlier today. I got shut down. I'll be back again live tomorrow, back on the saddle. But I am going to be adding to this position here as we break below 224. It's just a, scintilla of shares because I want to be able to build this position to the downside. Now, where am I taking profits? We're going to get some out here for sure around that 223.30 area. The 30-cent level has been a level for Tesla. And I said, you see that when you look at enough, order books, you'll see sometimes, on certain stocks, for example, 222.30 was interesting on Tesla, which it was. 223.30 was interesting. 224.30, I just watched. There was a bit of interaction there as well. So we'll be taking some out here at 223.30s for sure. I will be saving some as well for 223s. The way I've structured this, I basically can have 3 outs. So 223.30s, 223s, then I would like a piece for the dream there at that 222.70 area. We'll wait and see what happens. Okay, we have the incredible Mr. Lib asking if there is a head and shoulders there on NVIDIA here. What was this? On the 3 hours time frame. Let's take a look. Inverse head and shoulders. Okay. This could be a bullish look. We'll take a look at the 3-hour time frame for you. The incredible Mr. Lib. That seems pretty incredible. How are you doing? Are you feeling incredible, Sharif, over here?
I'm feeling okay, dear.
Nice.
I don't know, incredible might be a step up from
what I'm feeling. Oh, I see this actually. Okay, incredible Mr. Lib. I kind of see this. 101 head. Some shoulder reaction here, 105s. Bit of a neckline potentially at 108s. Let's see what happens though. I think that 118 level has been kind of interesting there in the 3 hours, so we'll see if that materializes. We are well in the money, by the way, in the sim money on our Tesla trade. And that's why, honestly, why was I just not waiting for these levels? I had this level all morning, which is why I took it. And so it's like, that's what you got to do. We're going to try to get some out here at 33s. We'll take out a third of the position at 33s. Thank you very much. I'm very proud of this trade.
Bro.
Thank you so much. It's like why you have to believe in your levels and trust yourself. This is a trade I would take live. Happy I got to take it in the sim. Again, not the same thing, but it's about working on your process, which, like I said, is the biggest thing I've been focusing on as of right now. Let's see if we get that fill. But I guess you're almost done soon.
Yeah. The only thing I want to talk about, Adara, is CNEY. It's the only trade that I've got left on here. I want to mention that there's big selling, and the price action reflects that on the chart at 134. I don't know how long I'm going to stay in here. I moved up my stop to account for the range that's established subsequent to the breach of that 134 level right at that 125. We keep weaseling up into 134 only to be met with wallet selling. So I feel like the rounded bottom is manifesting here. The only question that I'm going to ask myself is whether we get a specialist breakdown to push everybody out through the trade and then pop it right back up and continue on our merry way. And that's really what I'm going to look at there. So I'm not going to be able to manage this trade, obviously, while I'm at the big desk, but I am employing stops. And I want to stress again that when I do trade these small cap gappers and I use these stop orders, it's been my habit always from when I was day trading these small cap gappers exclusively during the pandemic to always have a wider spread between my triggering price on the stop and the limit price. That is if you're using limit stop orders. If you are using market stops, that's not something you need to concern yourselves with, but you're also gonna, not get that good price from time to time, but you'll always get filled on your stop. So I want to point that out because that's exactly what I'm doing here. I gave this about a 10 penny spread. Sometimes the bot or the selling can just eat up all those levels. So you can get like 10 pennies worth of levels just get taken out by one big sell order. And that doesn't leave any liquidity for you to be able to get out of the position. That's what I want to stress with these small cap gappers, especially when you're employing their stops. I hope everybody prints up a storm. Get it, Adara.
Thank you so much, Sharif. Go get it on the big screen. Guys, you can check out Sharif and Sean and Neil in just 4 minutes. That is right, in 4 minutes. You can see our afternoon segment, which is brought to you guys by you. It's our segment. Real Trading brings it, but it is the audience segment. So in case you're like, wait, how do I do that? Yeah, so just watch our show. You'll have ample opportunities. You have exactly 2 hours and 50 minutes. So from 11 a.m. to 1:50 p.m. to vote for your ticker of choice. Right now, the window has closed as it is past 11:50 or past 1:50 p.m. But just worth noting there, definitely check us out tomorrow for those opportunities. Also, Tesla here. This is a sim trade, but again, I want to talk about this because I'm happy with this because I traded this exactly how I would have in the live. This is a trade I would have taken live, and I want to talk about what I've learned from it thus far because I think, I think learning in front of people is pretty key because hopefully other people can learn from your mistakes, learn from what you're doing, all that. So like I said, like the 224.50 level, I used it as my stop for a short at 224.25. Added once we broke below 224, pretty clean breakdown there. Then I get out some at the 224.30 level. Again, this comes from previous levels I like in the stop. We're gonna be taking some out as well here at the 223, and then we have a final third that I would be like to probably deposit here at, I said like this kind of, there was this range here around 222.75 that was interesting. If we could get 222.50, I'd be pleased as punch. But right now, Tesla's struggling to give us 223s. In terms of where I'm moving my stop at this point, I am trusting what I see in the book. So, once I got the first piece out at 223.30, I was using 223.50 because that was a level we were really having some interesting interactions with on the book and the chart. Now that we broke above 223.30 though, that is going to be the new stop here. We broke above that, so we're going to be getting out the remainder of that position. Really happy with how I managed this. I would say where's the next trade, but also there is no more trade because that is the end of the show for me. So 2 minutes left. We cannot wait until to see you guys all tomorrow. Yes, where I think because they switched to the sim, it didn't show on the position board, but we did get short here 224.25, added at 224s there. That was the position. Some mentions here of Broadcom as well, Avgo, and that one's been Avgoing since its earnings. Day one of earnings was going to be there on Friday, so that's been. Look at this Broadcom. This is crazy. Look at that support resistance flip here, 149.30, pushing higher. Bit of an issue here at 150, and then it just bounces like crazy. We're up a cool $5 now from that 150 level. This has been a great look. Thank you guys in the chat all saying thanks and goodbye. We thank you and we say goodbye as well. In just 1 minute left, NVIDIA. Okay, I just typed DA, which is not a ticker. Shout out to Dada, which is one. But yeah, NVIDIA, look at that 114 pounds. We come back, we make a pretty bearish candle here and push back higher. Is there anything NVIDIA can't do? Maybe hold on to 114, but right now it looks like they are. It's a really interesting look there. And then one more ticker to leave us be here, Apple. I said if Apple could make a higher high and hold on to 221s, it looks bullish. 221's holding for now, but we did make a slightly lower high with another topping tail candle. I think if Apple falls from that ledge at 221, I think it could do something for the shorts. We'll have to find out there in the last 2 hours with Sean and Neil. Hope you guys had fun. I had so much fun being here with you guys as we do every single day. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Peace out here. We'll see Sharif, Sean, and Neil. Bye.
Ramram's always trolling me. Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean are locked and loaded. They're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. So make sure to join Adara and I on the How to Trade Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite ticker every day. But you got to subscribe because it's a subscriber-only chat. Yeah, what a move up. These are the triple Qs. Great look for the NQ today. It's almost up a percentage point. Last time I looked, I think we were up 0.9, but it's been the NQ story. The ES is essentially flat. The Dow is down about 1/3%, and the Russ is down about 1/5% as well. So it really has been a tech-focused day today for the market. Yeah, NVIDIA. Unsurprising there. Big move today for the microchips in general. NVIDIA today, AMD and AVGO yesterday. ARM having a fantastic day too. I'm sure the guys are going to talk about it. But what's his name? Jensen Huang was at the Communicopia conference with Goldman Sachs. He was talking around 10:20 a.m. Eastern. I don't know what he said, but the market liked it, guys.
Actually, you know what he said? I don't know what he said either.
Oh, no.
Jensen?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, no. Oh, my chart just crashed.
No, I mean, we're in a $4 winner. You know, it is what it, Fabian is what it is, my guy. Hold on a second here. So we had bought NVIDIA down here at 107 and 108 twice. And then we took our sticky note trade of the day one more time at 110. So that's where we're long. I mean, we're long on NVIDIA at 110.02. 450 in the money. So yeah, I don't know what he said.
Give me a second here. Now my chart is not doing any data on it. I'm going to get to a quick, I'll get to hopefully in a quick little second here. I want this to load back up. It doesn't necessarily matter what was presented or what wasn't presented. We'll just follow the price action. I was trying to show, I'll get to ARM in a second, but ARM is the chart that's failing for me. So it is what it is because you have a host of names going to the upside. Try to get rid of this wick and all heck broke loose. At the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily, and we talked about this in the lesson of the day. You know, when you look at that early move, there was a difference between some names and other names. The majority of chips, you can look at Broadcom, you can look at NVIDIA, you can look at ARM. The majority of them, when we broke out early and had that sort of failed breakout early, some things retreated and held green, other things did not. And the things that held green, everything's up today. But the things that held green are the better and stronger stocks to be in. That's why we're mentioning in the lesson of the day, NVIDIA held green and made it a good one, and then hopefully this will actually work here. Okay, thank you. My 15 on ARM is okay. ARM pulled back into previous highs and managed to still go. Now, I was out of ARM 135 because that was the level on the daily that we're looking at. It's still continuing to go higher. Broadcom, if you're, Adara was talking about this one as well. Broadcom up 5 points as well. This was able to, although it isn't coming into resistance now that I look at Broadcom, this was able to really take out some of those tops. So you've got a lot of names in the 5 to 7% range in here. The one that's going to stick out to me as we're going into the afternoon, as the market just continues to go and go, I'm a little surprised that Oracle, which was so strong for a lot of the morning yesterday, is doing the same thing where it's so strong, it pulls back and then just falls asleep. And this market's really strong for Oracle to only be up to 1%. It seems like it's running into a wall itself at $160. There's something going on here with Oracle. They're not really buying it up past that the high 150s, and it's running out of steam, the same spot a couple of days. The market turns, you can definitely identify this as somehow relatively weak. But most of the chip names are, even Intel's like up almost 1%, although that's less in the market.
Palantir is next on the list here, guys, and there was a lot to talk about with respect to Palantir this morning. Peter Thiel filing to sell up to $1 billion worth of shares. Hasn't sold anything according to yesterday's filing. Cathie Wood also selling about $4.3 million worth of Palantir as well. There was some unusual options activity as well brought to us by Benzinga, but this is the cryptic tweet, guys, that we still don't really know what this is. Apparently, it's going to be unparalleled. We don't really know what it is, but they posted this. The Palantir Twitter account or X account posted this yesterday, and we're still wondering what it is. What are your guesses?
I think it's a blue box that's opening up.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
it could have some. Well, it could be some blue chew in there, maybe.
It could be some. Yeah, probably. Maybe that's what it is. Just quickly here, I know there's some talk here about this Amazon position. We're $2.50 in the money on this trade. It broke through 179. It was on our watch this whole time. Made money early until it dropped below that 177.50. Let it go down to 176, and then we just came back from our walk, man, at 1 o'clock, and I was just like. We looked at our sticky note and we knew we wanted Amazon long, broke that high right there at 179, and the rest is history. We still have a quarter on of this trade, actually, so it's been pretty good. Feeling like a 181. If we drop below that, we'll get out. Okay, so, yeah, I said this earlier today. We talked about this with Justin yesterday, and that was, I actually don't need both these in, and that was that we'll probably leave Palantir alone for a minute, because yesterday, it didn't really trade early the way I was hoping it would. It was way too choppy. Like, you got excited to go long there, breaking through 35. Well, it didn't really work, did it, right? And then it came all the way back down, almost $1, basically $1. And then we traced back up $1. And meanwhile, the market was just doing its own thing. And then this made new lows down here. And then by the time the afternoon came through, it was like, okay, you had to sort of trust this bottom here at 33.50, 33.75. I guess today that would have been the easy picking there for that long. Again, the market looked like it wanted to crack today a lot lower, and that really sucks because to have been there on Palantir would have been a gift. So looks like now at least we have that target area for a long potential. And the market, I don't know, the market just shot up. We took down that 19,000, just continued to go higher now, 19,050. Palantir looks like it does want to take this out again, 34.80. So for me, that's the next trade. But missed opportunity today, but it wasn't on the sticky note. It was nowhere to be found. And honestly, the fact that it's only down 0.42 doesn't really excite me too much with the NASDAQ up 1%. So today we'll just pass on Palantir. We've had our fill everywhere else.
Yeah, happy to have not passed on it, because I think yesterday, I missed it yesterday, but the fact that it didn't do much, it gave you an inside move. And then today, it basically, while the market was breaking down, it was holding yesterday's support, which is right here at 34.70. It's 33.70, I should say. And so it tried a couple of times. The first time through, little scalp, and then it ended up breaking back down. Then it actually wicked the 33.70. So tried to break the bottom, recovered, retested that same 33.70, scalped to 34, and then it eventually got to the morning high where I trailed out of it. Now it's starting to break out. I agree, the 34.80 has to go. You can see resistance since the addition. Well, it hasn't been added yet, but since the announcement of the addition, that gap up, and then the resistance has been at 35. So it's at the top end of the range. Probably more of a scalp trade in the afternoon off 34.40. See the 3 minutes, 3 minutes still not doing anything for me. But if it breaks down underneath 34.35, that's the trouble zone. You can see a long consolidation for Palantir at the top. I think you're going long at overhead resistance if you try it here. You probably would rather scalp it off those 30s and then have small risk and then be able to take the 20 or 30 cent range if it gives it to you, because the big move already happened. And that was yesterday's low into yesterday's close, essentially. Without the market really screaming, Palantir might be best left alone until, again, tomorrow. Maybe it trades off that same level.
Great day for AMD yesterday and continuation today. AMD had a monster day, as you guys can see yesterday, and it was kind of on its own with AVGO as the chips really retraced today, participated with chip strength. A couple of things here. Cathie Wood adding $6.8 million worth of AMD stock. We talked about her offloading, but 4 1/3 worth of Palantir. There's also this headline. So AMD yesterday announcing they're going to hold an in-person conference called Advancing AI 2024. It's going to be live streamed on October 10th. If my memory serves me right, isn't that Robo-Taxi Day as well? I kind of forget, guys.
Is the day for the robo-taxis. It's easy to remember because it was supposed to be 8/8 and now it's going to be 10/10. So I think we're supposed to be talking about AMD, but I actually think Tesla needs to produce. If you put back an event, essentially push it back, I should say, with the idea that you want to get it right, you can't fumble at the goal line. Like everyone's going to have high expectations, I think, for Tesla, and they're going to come under a lot of pressure. But as far as AMD goes, when the numbers came out at 8:30, you went right into what was like a 143 and a half. And I'll show you why I have a line there on the chart. So it's as simple as this. Let's zoom it out. There's 143 and a half, 143 and a half, essentially 143 and a half again. I was looking to break out above that level. I don't like taking pre-market at 9 o'clock, so I didn't take it. It was obviously the best time to have taken that move. It is what it is. That's the level. It broke it out. I then went for the continuation longs over key price areas. So first pullback was about 144.80. So I went long 45 into 80. That was good first time, not second time through. Then tried it on the reverse, right back into 143 and a half. That didn't work out. Actually, the only good trade for me on AMD was when it trended back into VWAP and then failed at 143 and a half. So I waited for it to break that trend line at the key resistance. That worked to about 142. I mean, as you can see, the rest is history. I think there's a chance of a double top break, not the one that you see there, but the one from the high of the day. And this is a stock which has been downward trend for a while. It's not that good. The last 3 days, I think you got room to get to 150 this week. Obviously, going into Friday, going into the end of a week, a 150 level is going to have some gravity towards it. But this is looking strong now for 2 days in a row. It needs to climb through 146 quarter or third, which is that double top, and then your 150 should be next. I want to look dip buys here on AMD. My way of approaching it was going to be looking longs over and shorts under 143 and a half. And as long as it's above, second half of that would be looking for some dips this afternoon.
All right, I didn't even look at AMD today, but the number one P&L stock here for the office today on the top side is going to be NVIDIA. We're $5 in the money now on this trade. So, yeah, I mean, we've written it down here back-to-back days that we really like that 110. Did 110 fail early? We've already talked about this. Yes, it did, and we got out of NVIDIA. I don't think we never went red on it today because this break right there of 110 got us to 112 early. So, this is why, there's 108 on CPI, and there it goes again, right up to the upside. We lose a little bit when it comes back in. Then we buy the dip at 107.50 again at that bottom, rip that, then rip 110 again. And it's right here off the sticky note. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. 115 all aboard. We said last week when we came in on whatever the day was. I guess we weren't. Yeah, it was Friday. The only name that we bought on Friday, and we bought it down at about 101, was NVIDIA. And I keep saying, we want to buy the dips and all these tech plays. And then there today, the NASDAQ goes upside, up now 1% with the ES just up 0.2 here. As you can see, led the way through NASDAQ. So there it goes, man, just up another 6%. I mean, we're like 4%, 4.5% in the money here on this major cap name. It's just been, it's been a good day. And we'll just continue to watch out for NVIDIA and see if we can't sort of keep the positive vibes here and watch this continue to climb higher. We'll watch out for Sound up next.
Yeah, Sean, there wasn't much of a headline for this today. I had to pull this back from the 5th because it had really nothing. It's up 3.5%, good look. But they did launch customization tools for their chat AI voice assistant. We know that they're also getting involved with the automotive sector. We also know that NVIDIA has invested in this company. But again, no new catalyst, but up 3.5%.
I mean, the catalyst from last week, it doesn't really matter. It's just that this has a tendency to follow NVIDIA on the bigger NVIDIA days. Like on a normal NVIDIA day, the stock probably doesn't move, to be honest with you. And then if there's anything a little bit extra, then you get this sympathy play here in SOU. I'm a little surprised. I saw people asking about like Lucid today, and the Lucid's actually moving here. But when you pull this up on a weekly chart, here's SOWN on a weekly. This looks eerily like AMC in some ways, where it's just going in and around $5 in this nice little consolidation with no big move or breakout. Like every time it breaks, it goes a little bit less, but it's got a very gentle bounce on the weekly above like the 50 period on the weekly chart. So this needs to get back above 5 and hold maybe even 550. It's very sleepy on the higher time frame, even on the lower time frame. Not really seeing much. I'd just be cautious. Like if NVIDIA pulls back $1, this thing probably pulls into VWAP almost certainly if it breaks trend. But yeah, it's not doing a ton of volume. Like I'm surprised people aren't more interested in Lucid, as Lucid, like that's 11% to the upside. If you're looking for a cheap stock that's going today, I mean, I feel like this would be one. I was looking for a story on Lucid as well. I think there was something. I'll try to track it down. But yeah, SOUN's no fly zone for me.
All right. So the stop on this trade, it's $5 in the money. The stop on this trade was 50 cents. So we talked about that. We actually took this live on the show. Told Sharif about it. We'll talk about our Amazon stop as well. So right now we're going to use like this 50 period moving average. That's where we sort of got out right there once it would look like it was breaking. That was at 112. We only took 250 there. So, kind of a yawning trade on that one, just 250. But we're going to wait to see if 1420 is going to be our stopping spot there. It's the 50 period moving average. I was actually almost thinking about, let me zoom in right here. Yeah, 1410. Okay, I'm fine with it. I mean, even if we have to give it back. So let's go 114.09 to be exact. We'll put that stop in right there for NVIDIA just to see. Remember, it's a monster trade to the upside. We said to say, let's do the same thing here, but let's hold on to Amazon a little bit longer. We have a bigger piece for Amazon, but that one's right here at the quarters, 181 for the 50 period moving average. Let's give it a little bit lower into 180.75. So 180.75, oops, see, that's how sometimes you screw up. See, I just put 108. So it's 180.74. We'll give this one $1 or so worth of room back down just to see. I think this NASDAQ has more room to go, but Sound, again, pass, not another name I looked at, but I did look at the futures, SPY.
Great segue there, Sean. Yeah, there's the future. What a V-shaped recovery off the lows, breaking through the IB high. And I guess we're up 0.25% since I last reported to you. I think we were up a fifth. It still has been more of an NQ day than an ES day, certainly, but the ES holding its own here in Greensville. Obviously, this morning at 8:30 a.m., we did get this consumer price index. CPI, the headline number, coming in as expected, 2.5 versus 2.5. Likewise with the core coming in at that 3.2. The month-over-month print also 0.2% in line with expectations. And this one, the core CPI, came a skosh higher depending on what estimates you were looking at, 0.3 instead of the 0.2 estimate. I also want to mention that Raphael Bostic apparently I think here the investigation has determined that he breached some Fed rules with respect to trading. Obviously not market moving, guys, but just wanted to give you that tidbit.
Breach some Fed rules.
They can't, they're restricted in what they're allowed to do, but Nancy could do whatever she wants. Oh yeah. Apparently. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, yeah, I'm not here to make those laws, but the old Brecher ledge is I don't know what you call it. Like it fell and now it got built back up there. So the ledge is back on the SPY. It's above that 50 period on the daily, at least for now. It's the NASDAQ that's up like 0.9%. I mean, the SPY is only up 0.3, but it is back above the 50 period moving average. So shout out to the S&P for doing some damage. Now, as long as you can hold, it's a huge V shape. You basically have a V shape 2 days in a row with it just being a bigger one breaking out the top above that 549 and then holding the higher lows all the way through into 550. What I think is a little bit scary would be, that's not scary, scary is the wrong word, but what I'm looking at up at these tops is like what's going on here with JP Morgan. Like, does the market rebounds? I'm just looking at this bank and saying, okay, well, if it bounced yesterday and got to 206 after that big day and couldn't go anywhere, well, today it goes to 206 and stalls again. It didn't have the time really, like it just consolidated for an hour. I feel like if you didn't go the first time and the market's going and you're not going the second time, this should turn into a reversal level. So, with the SPY being relatively weak, it's kind of indicating to you that it is tech that's carrying this rally. JP Morgan's trying desperately to hold on to green here after yesterday's flush. And you can see what's going on at that 206 level for JP. So it's about to break trend since VWAP, essentially. That's going to look like this. It's already kind of hugged it a couple of times. So did this little break in here, did this little failure again, and I just feel like you're consolidating under trend. A pullback into VWAP looks pretty likely here. Next available pop, I want to short it back into the top of this local high in JP Morgan. Just looking relatively weak is the wrong word, but you saw the resistance at 06 yesterday. That's what I'm getting at. When the market's breaking highs, and a stock is looking at the same high the entire time, then you know it's a pretty decent resistance level. And this was one of the weakest stocks yesterday, as the entire sector was a bit weak.
Yeah, exactly. Brought down estimates yesterday for JP Morgan. Like, it's going to be, it's easy for me to say because it's the truth, but like, this is the second biggest P&L name on the show today, TQQs. And it was just breaking this low from yesterday afternoon, and we got short real late, man. Like, we got short at 10:40 right there, and we got out of the way. Like, this is short at 58.50. This is at 62.40 right now, and just whipping to the upside and continuously respecting this 50-period moving average. So, wow, just what a difference a day makes there to be disciplined enough to get out. And we didn't even get stopped out. We just sensed that the tides were turning and were able to get out of everything and switch into the long. And we were able to buy NVIDIA down here. So this one, honestly, like one of the more prouder moments today, I feel like being able to get out of that trade for still a decent amount of profit. So that's, just goes to show you got to have your stops, you got to have your reasons to get in and to get out. No aggressive journaling needed for that one, but that was a good trade. And it's just funny because the ES today is 0.19. So if you go to SPY and you look at it, this is why I tend to look. I could trade either of them. It doesn't, for me, whatever I trade, I'm just using the charts, right? So it doesn't. What this name is up here is really irrelevant. It's just a matter of, I do watch the NASDAQ, and ever since we've been doing the show, we've been watching the NASDAQ, and we talk about how the TQQs has probably been one of the number one symbol for the show. And it's just one of those things where I'm going to keep on doing it, keep on watching that instead of the SPY. But there's SOXL we've been trading. I actually lost on that today. We'll go over that one. SMH is another great tool here at Derek, sometimes trading IWM. Sharif was looking at some VIX today and things like that. So there are lots of opportunities to trade different ETFs, and I think SPY is a great one. It's $500. So the other name that I like to look at here is SPXL. Still expensive, $144, and will move triple the S&P 500, but the lever doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if something moves double or triple. If you're going to base your decisions on charts, it makes zero difference if it's a 3 times levered instrument or not. We're not swing trading these things. We are day trading them. So
yeah, because the decay on those, that's your concern, essentially.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't really matter when I look at the TQs and I say, oh my God, this moves 3 times faster. It actually moves slower than the triple Qs, right? I mean, this is a 10-cent move in this might be a 50-cent move in the Qs. So this actually moves slower than the TQQs, than the triple Qs. So you just gotta be patient with what you're trading. Look at the 50-period moving average on the futures. Bang, bang, bang. I don't think we're gonna fail, man. That's why we're still holding. We're still $2.30 in the money on Amazon, and now we're back to $5 in the money on NVIDIA. The only mistake that I've been making here is not reloading every time. But again, it's been real good. So that's that for now. NVIDIA and Amazon, the only 2 names that we have. And then we'll talk about some Tesla. XOM we got out of. That was a bad trade as well.
Palantir's about to break the top. So I think we had mentioned $34.80. Hey, my Palantir chart just a couple of times, and now it's back here. $34.80. It's a local high, but if you're being a little bit more precise about it, that's why I wanted to show you guys in the chart. It's kind of like a local high, but you got 83 up here. It really needs to take that out. That said, I mean, looking for the trend, I kind of thought we'd pull back, maybe retest that 50 level and give it to 30 because that's where I trailed out. That was the previous highs. But now all of a sudden, if it doesn't break that 34.80, I want to look for the same sort of range-bound move to be made. So kind of zoomed out too far there. This 34.65, right? Like in the afternoon, kind of checked up there, closed at 76. Play the consolidation. If it fail breaks here, look for the next available dip to join the trend to the upside. I think Palantir wants 35 today. At least that's what it seems like. So let's try to get involved in it. EVO Hugs is asking about Crocs, but before we get to that, I want to throw up JPM. We just played it. Back in here. We just played it on that trend break. Came back in, looked for that short, and then it broke the higher low. So when it made the trend break, I'm going to play it back in here, and I could redraw the trend line for you. It's kind of loosely along these lines since VWAP, but it was holding trend. There's your break. Short back in, give it to the local high, it comes out. If you play a retracement trade, at least for myself, if I play a trend line breakdown, I'm getting out at first resistance because the idea is that it works right away. If it doesn't work right away, you're going against the grain. And that's why over in like AMD, like you take a trend line break, it works right away. If it doesn't work right away, like this stop, like in here, this stop was right there. Like that's a very tight, like 15-cent stop. So if JPM doesn't go, you don't want to be sitting there forever. And that's the thing about a retracement trade. You're going against the grain in that moment. So you want to make sure you have a I want to have a relatively tight stop. But Palantir breaking out those highs, bit of a fail break, and going to buy the dip on said fail break.
Palantir, never heard of it. But one thing I have heard of right here is tradethepool.com. Becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to a nice 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? If so, join tradethepool.com today. Please make sure to scan the QR code on your screen and check that link in our description. Get more information about tradethepool.com. So, interesting website. Go check it out, see what they have to offer, and hopefully they are a fit for you.
In the USA, right?
Yeah, exactly. In the USA, where November 5th is coming up, man, 55 days away, and we will see, what exactly is going to happen down south. And of course, we are located in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada, where our elections could get called. There could be one called soon. But I think we're a couple years away still from that. All right, so 115. Again, we're right back to today's high right now on NVIDIA. This is
early, Fabian.
Going to be a big trade, continues to be a big trade, and let's just make it a big trade. It's up 6%, NVIDIA. I'm not selling anything. I just looked. It's actually in my account that I kind of swing around with. It is my largest position now, and it's just because we wound up buying some last week. We talked about selling this name at 122.50. I'm not even going to look at the charts because that had nothing to do with it. We bought it back at 101 and change there on Friday. We were just sitting there at my daughter's game, and I was talking with this guy. I was like, wow, this market's really getting killed. And I was just asking me what to buy, and I just said, you know what, I'm just going to go in right now and buy some NVIDIA because I want to buy the strongest names. And there it goes right now through 115 right now. NVIDIA just continues to be, so we like it. I want to sell this back at 140. I think we could be at 140 in a couple weeks. Let's just see what winds up happening here with NVIDIA and that quarter point cut coming through next Wednesday. Good for tech, hopefully. Anyways, we did get seasonality, of course. Everyone was beat up about September. Thought that was a little overplayed. There we go right now. It's only up 6.5% right now. And there it goes. We're also $3 in the money on Amazon up over here. And again, there it goes again. Another little reloaded spot right there. I know you were short on JP Morgan. I guess banks are probably going back up now. Bostic is speaking right here. So we've got long Palantir, Amazon, and NVIDIA. Hopefully we can all make a little bit of money on these trades.
Yeah, Palantir, I heard the same thing you did. Bostic is, I don't know, I didn't hear anything significant coming out of it. We'll let you guys know if he says anything that matters. But at this point, look, you're so close to next week.
5.
They're not changing any. I mean, they're not changing anything. You already saw it move to like 20% chance left of getting that 50 basis points. So it looks like it's just gravitating towards you're going to get a single cut. So Palantir did make the high break, not the 80 break. It tried to fail that 80 break and go into this level. I was looking for it to fail the 80, pull back in. Instead, it pulls back almost nowhere and took out that actual overhead top from yesterday at that 83. That's why 84. Sometimes 80 is just a round number, and you want to look back to where the actual resistance was. And the resistance was at yesterday's top. So Palantir is still trying to continue to go. I see a lot of people asking about, we've seen a few things asked about Tesla in here, and Tesla starting to get up to, what's crazy is I was tweeting this morning, it's like, oh man, Tesla's got this great double top level, and it obviously didn't break. But it might break this afternoon. So it's 226.5-ish on Tesla. It's about $1 away from it, but the last time Tesla was at a double top, don't at me, it didn't make the old breakout. I think it's got a much, much better chance here today to try and take out these highs. Adara?
So here's what's going on here with the Fed's boss tick. It's not comments, it's actually the results of this investigation into him by the FOMC's internal watchdog. Basically, I don't think this will impact the market, but just so you know, not speaking, just basically getting this report saying that amongst other things, Fed Bostic, who is the Atlanta Fed president, did violate some trading rules, creating the appearance of acting on confidential info, though he didn't do anything that they classified explicitly as insider trading. Other issues included apparently violating some FOMC blackout rules more than once and failing to accurately report securities in transactions and holdings in the 2021 and 2022 financial disclosure forms. So that's the update there. No comments, though, from Bostic, but just in case, because we've had that name being thrown around there, guys.
Okay. I thought he was maybe talking, but that's whatever. Like we said, they're supposed to not talk. It's like during certain periods of time, they're not supposed to be making public statements, yada, yada, yada. But the most interesting thing stock-wise that I ever heard was there was a former Fed, I don't even know the guy's name. There was a former Fed dude, and he was in his like 70s or something. And he was talking, he was being asked about his holdings. And he's like, oh yeah, I only own individual stocks. Like this is a dude who's obviously like at retirement, and he was basically all in stocks. Like, if you own ETFs, it's like, yeah, I should probably consider some ETFs, but he was in individual names. And that tells you about the buy and hold mentality in the market. And if guys like that are believing it, why people like to hold stocks in that long term. Now, Tesla, as I mentioned, was just sort of talking about this for the breakout. It is 226.5. It's not there yet, but I don't see anything that's stopping. Look, it's a level like this, double top, then again this morning. If it takes it, I do want to be long off the top of this one. And we'll see if it gets there. Like I said, it's about $1 away from it. JP hasn't broken 06 just yet, but I was on a trend break. If it breaks out the high, it's 206.25. If it fails the 206 break, I still think it's not exactly screaming to the upside the way everything else is. So failing a high break here would be not going through that 206.25 and then looking for a reversal back through it if it wants to go. The other thing that's making a comeback is DJT. DJT's only down 12% now. Like, it's actually holding above VWAP. It's trying to break out the top. Obviously, the results of the debate last night had this one to the downside. At least the impression in the betting markets after the fact was that this one was getting pummeled. It was basically just a short off of the open. And since then, it's been trend to the upside for DJT, holding on to VWAP, trying to take out some of these tops. I think this might be a nice little play back into VWAP, kind of a squeeze type play. Although I do think in the longer run, this is headed towards that lockup expiration on the 20th. And when that happens, all bets are off. I think the downward trend is pretty much unbroken on this, but at least for the day trade, it's an SSR bounce play that's holding VWAP pretty much the entire afternoon.
I'm trying to remember where I bought some Amazon, because I bought this recently as well, but I thought it was like 165, but I don't think I bought it there. I thought I bought it on the way down, so maybe it was 175. All right, I'll double check. Yeah, just you guys in the chat there. Wait a second, I can call who it was there. Was it Oscar? I don't know who it was anyways. Oh yeah, I've also got stock on NVIDIA swing. Yes, no, someone just said, am I going to swing trade this NVIDIA? I mean, it's 525 in the money. You know, that doesn't matter. It's just, we can't swing trade anything here. So we have to get out. We're on a prop floor and we trade with firm capital and we have to get out. when the market closes. So 114.57. I've already put my stop, and I'm just making sure it's the right one. Mine's at 47, but as the 50 period keeps on moving up, we might as well just keep on moving up our stop just in case it really does crash. 114.74. Let's just put that in right now to get out, and then Neil will just take $5 on it. And then right here on Amazon as well, we're also in this name, and this is one that we tweeted. We tweeted out when we took it, and we talked, I think, and we talked about this live on the midday show as well when we got into this trade. And then we went for a walk and got this iced coffee. And then we came back and was like, okay, well, that's why we're out of 25, 50, 75%. And we always had a stop order in, but to see this move upside is pretty nice. So a big trade alert here for Amazon. It'll be NVIDIA, the triple Qs, and Amazon, all big stocks here. For me. So that's 181.70. That stop is 181.50. My current one is 181.40. So again, let's just do the same thing again. 181, the 50 period moving average, I said was 50. It's right here, whatever. Okay, so 48s. All right, we'll do that, and then we'll take 250 if that one winds up falling down for us as well. So those are some trades. I'm not necessarily thinking about getting out of anything right now. Just looking at this, like, where are we going to sort of reload some of these stocks? That's always going to be the question at the end of the day. And that's something for us to decide. Was it going to be the 200 period? That means the futures have to come back down 100 points, right? So if that comes in to 19,000, I think there could be a trade there at the 200 period and a little bit of a shelf here. So I think that would be something to go with. I am not going to go short anything today. We're already up. It's heading into the hour of power into 3 o'clock. And we're just riding these longs, man. It's going to turn out to be, and again, a pretty decent day here. Hopefully we can continue our winning streak, but I would like to get into a few more trades. We always look at second day plays, and Neil mentioned Oracle a little bit.
It's not strong anymore.
No, it's not. I mean, that was up 16% yesterday. So, I mean, this could just be, I'm actually pretty happy that it's not pulling back more than it is right now. We just bounced off the 200 period, but again, that doesn't look healthy to me to sit there and take that at 156.50. Seems like that could be a slippery slope back into 156 for sure. If this can get to 155.55, maybe a buy, but this is the difference. As Neil mentioned, and very, very correctly, we're above on everything and we're below on Oracle. So this is the recipe right now. You got a little concoction to stir up a short, and you were thinking the futures were going to fall in. This lines up. So Obi and I, again, both trying to put on a little bit more share size. If you're going to look at this trade, I don't think we do it on Oracle today, but yesterday on Palantir we talked about share sizing. I know Neil talks about that as well. You have to be careful with it on a stock like Oracle going short, because it was such a huge day yesterday, and a couple stories, a couple upgrades could come out off of that earnings report. So that's all I'd be careful with. Just make sure you have your stop, and my stop would be at 157. So it's Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Moomoo. Moomoo is shaking up the investing game with its cash sweep program, offering an incredible 8.1% APY on uninvested cash, far surpassing typical stock returns. This all-in-one app, backed by NASDAQ and the SEC, ensures your funds are safe with FDIC insurance, up to $500,000. Your cash earns interest 24/7, and you can access it anytime to reinvest when the market turns. Plus, sign up now to snag 15 free stocks and bonuses, up to $2,300 in Canada. Don't let your money sit idle. Make it work for you.
And I didn't even open that email.
So there was a question about AMD. So AMD did make the breakout. And I did try to grab it. It is what it is. It didn't really get filled. I don't think I was too aggressive enough on the order as it broke 146.5. AMD's really churning. I hate the fact that we didn't get into that break. It's close to the 150. So in the daily chart, 150, 50 period, 150 resistance, 150 psychological level. Although when you look at the 15-minute, you would wager that 149 is actually more of a key level before you even get there. Like 149 is just as much resistance as the 150. The other thing that's getting up to a top is ARM here. Let me zoom it back out. ARM all the way into 138. This is the next big level in the daily. 135 was the first, and then 138 is starting to come in, and you are seeing a bit of a pullback on ARM. It's weird. Like, the market continues to go higher, Like this has had no trouble going up all day long, up 8%, but it's starting to run into this 138 level and pull back. I don't wonder if it can't just be a breakout there. I'm going to, regardless, whether it's tomorrow, maybe it breaks it today, 138 looks pretty darn spicy here for a breakout trade. It's actually 138.15 or 13 or something like that on ARM. If it makes that break, it looks pretty darn good. Just might not be able to do it in here today. And Saad is saying you took your profits on this too. Yeah, this might just be a continuation tomorrow. It's already pulled back $1 off of this level. Don't wonder if it's going to have some trouble getting past it. But we are now, all right, JPM's at that actual high. Let me just go back over. So it's at that high from yesterday. Is it going to fail to break out? That's the question for me. It needs to get back underneath the 20s. I want it back underneath that high for a fail break. I had a trend break on this one, and now it's actually testing that through that high. Want to see it fail back underneath, grab that short. I'm not going to draw another trend line. I think you really, you could draw another trend, but I think it's more about the top end of this range trying to pull back. Still not completely bullish on this thing, the way that it went yesterday. And then again, late to this party, to the upside.
It's funny you mention that. I'm just getting to JP Morgan right now for the first time. We're short here at 30s. I was actually, I didn't realize you were going to mention it, but that's okay. I'm just going to look at it right here. This has just been that top. It's right here, 206.25. So I just want to see if this is a level that wants to hold or not. So, 25 cents one way or the other on this name. So that's what's going to hold. If it breaks higher through 50s, then we're going to get out. It looks like it wants to keep doing that. So, small position, but it's a position. So we'll see if it does work itself out.
Tesla's about to break.
Everything is breaking higher, man. I mean, this is why it's like I don't even realize I have this position on JP Morgan. I mean, NVIDIA now $5.50 in the money, Amazon plus $3. We're sitting on like $8.50 right now in total positions in our account right now. I know you had that Palantir back into Tesla now. I like Tesla 226.
I haven't traded Tesla today yet, actually.
Yeah, 226.50 long was what I had written down here on the sticky notes. So
it's that same double top,
good.
triple
So it finally breaks. Let's go. I like that trade. Yeah, go talk about it because we actually haven't looked at it.
Yeah, I mean it's a double top if you look at it. It was a double top yesterday, and then it's a double top because it was this morning's high as well. So you have it's weird. It's like a double top, if that's even a thing on Tesla. And then you go back over the third thing of Confluence, if that's even is it's holding the 50 period today. So you're regaining the 50 period moving average on the daily, which is just underneath the 225 level. This is a break that we liked for the morning. I actually spent some of the morning with a stop order to try to go above this, and it never made the break. So we got it now. I think when you're looking at breaks late in the day, like you want that essentially to go right away. But if it holds 226, I'm still going to like it back into 226 evens. So I'm going to throw my, I thought I already did. Oh, I didn't hit enter. I'm just going to throw my stop on 226 even. The other thing, and I kept forgetting to go over this, is, this is only going green. Tesla's just going green now. Lucid wants $4. Now, I know that doesn't sound impressive when you say it in a sentence, but on the chart, it's still an impressive move for Lucid today. Again, there was just some analyst talk about their, I think they're competing with the Model Y. This morning, they basically teased like their upcoming midsize SUV to rival the Model Y. So that's the reason, I guess, Lucid's up today. I don't know. I don't know if that's the reason it's up, but that's the story I see this morning. So it just tagged $4 in here. It's trying to chew through this, but it's a nice gentle upward trend. Good look there. I think if it can hold above 4, that might be a good continuation tomorrow. But Tesla's just going green now on that breakout. I want to see it break 227. Once it gets through that, we'll look to buy some dips back into maybe the 27 level. So it took some in front of the even dollar. Now we're looking to pull back if it fails at 227, either back into the re-entry price at 50s, or we're going to be able to grab that one, stair step up at the next even dollar, which is the 27 as we speak. So Tesla already going into the upside. Sometimes you got to be patient. It spent all day trying to make this break, and it finally does it here late. Oscar saying DraftKings is up. Good look. Thankfully, we're not betting our suicide on DraftKings because we need some miracles to start happening. But DraftKings trending up nicely. I don't know what was the reason this accelerated in the middle of the day, but good look there, Oscar. DraftKings on one today. You have a lot of stocks that are looking good. 4%, though, is a lot better than the market, and it's breaking out on the daily as well. So gambling still a thing.
Yeah, it's an addiction. All right, so right here, and there obviously there's helplines for that, and you guys can go find those out if you do have that addictive problem. Yeah, exactly, right there. Tesla, I'm glad Neil has it because, and you guys in the chat were like, "Yo, this is the level, boy, 226.50." So there it is. We had that written down. I couldn't live with myself without taking it. So we're in it right now, 50 cents in the money. The Amazon long has been hot fire. We should go back and look at Google 150.50. The Nvidia long at 110 is a $6 winner. I mean, this sticky note is out every single day. Go follow me at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram and on something else, Twitter. All right, so there it is. Now backing through 227, man. Here we go again. Like, this is perfect. You take the shares because it's a level that you love. So the fact that this keeps going to the upside, we like that. We like that a lot. And why not just top off the day with another one? So there it is right there. We'll go to DJ for this one and keep going on it. Spin more and more and more. But it's only 50 cents now. I mean, I think we can get a little bit higher. We'll get something out in the teens if we're able to do that. And then why not? I mean, the next level after that, we'll just leave it be for a second. The next level after that, I mean, 231. That could come into play. What time is it? 244? Yeah, maybe. 228.50. 228 for sure. I mean, I like to get them all out near the dollar mark anyways, but there it goes. Did we get that, Phil? No, we did not. So we're still in this name. Nvidia 5, Amazon 325. Remember we said we were 850 in the money, Neil? Now we're $9 in the money combined with all these shares. So what's up, Coffee Trader, Rivian Millionaire, and everybody else? And that obviously starting to break through now too as Palantir, as that continues to go higher through 34.90. So not that great. Glad we decided to leave that one alone today. We sort of picked our poison with all these other names, and it's not poisonous at all today. Whoa, here we go. We should maybe change this. Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to adjust this NVIDIA's trail.
No, there was I just took another leg at the 27 here on Tesla. I was going to say, Tesla just had like a wall at 227. It did like a failed breakout at that even dollar level. And this is the thing with trading around even dollars as opposed to like the key price areas that the stock is showing you. Like you could wait for 227 because it's just, that's a round number. You want to go 01s long. But it goes to 27, then now you're pulling back into 226 half. So I want to see it hold on at 226 half. Just very quickly in the chat, Sharuz, there is a head and shoulders on NQ Daily, left shoulder, January, March 2024. So like it's not something that I'm necessarily paying as much attention to. You're looking at the daily, so I'm going to show you very quickly. And again, when you talk about chart patterns like out in the wild, as we say, yeah, it looks like you could be forming a bit of a head and shoulders setup, but to me, it's like, okay, well, is there a confirmation of a trade on the head and shoulders? Like here, like what are you doing with it? I'm assuming you're talking about like this and that, but or if you're looking at it from like this last one here, I just don't even see resistance until either 477 or if you're playing in here like this 80, like the 480, like you've got a ways away from it. Like I'm looking at the bigger, longer term picture of it. Like you've got room to either the 50 period or 480 or even like 486, and either one of those things look still pretty strong. Yeah, you're getting close to resistance, I suppose. I just don't feel like you're there just yet. That's my 2 cents on it. So wow, like it's already pulling back. Now you don't even hold a 226.50. Now can you hold on to 226 even? Because that's where my stop's underneath the 60 level or the even level here, the 6 level on Tesla. So if we can get a bounce, that's where we'll look for a reload. JP Morgan might be making a topping tail candle. I'm still looking over at that one. We do have, I believe, in just a couple of minutes, we're getting very close. We're supposed to have Ryan on. I'd love to get his thoughts on some of the small caps I didn't even look at today. Man, I hope he was on a couple of the really good ones as we saw in the midday show. But here comes that 226 level on Tesla for reload. See what happens at that even dollar. Like that 227 fail break. A lot of times if you catch a fail break, it'll get a lot of the weak hands out and then you're able to go for the dip buy. I'll never forget, I forget what level it was on Palantir. Maybe the $30 level on Palantir. I feel like that was the one. It was one of the best. It was like it failed the 30 break, dipped, and then was a gifted VWAP for everybody that took it. Because everyone got stopped out trying to go long at 30. It just pulled right back. I believe it was like 29.70 or something like that. And then everyone and their mother on the floor was like, yeah, we're waiting for that dip buy. That was gorgeous. But those fail breaks can be great entry points on upward trending stocks as long as it holds as the level of support this here 226, which it's trying to do as we speak.
Yeah, it sure is. We'll see if it can go there. We're long. We just averaged in. We're long right here, 226.30. So let's see if it wants to go up. Hopefully it does, and we will be none the.
Oh, there is no. Oh, sorry, there is no
one.
Ryan today. That's my bad.
Yeah, no, he was in the calendar, so I don't know what happened there. All right, so JP Morgan, look, I'm about to get stopped out. We're going to try one more time. We did not take a big hit the first time. It'll be a hit this time. It's not that many shares, but I was thinking it wasn't going to go through that 207. Obviously, the minute it broke, and we're learning something every day, you know, obviously. The minute it broke that 50 period right there, that was a big, like, boom right there to the upside. I'm not even sure how accurate that is with this kind of a move down. So we'll just probably not trust that too much anymore. We're just short at 67. Like, I don't want to hit the panic button here by any stretch of the imagination. But that's JP Morgan. Hopefully it comes off of that 207 right now to the downside.
Do you hit that?
No. That was Fabian. Fabian's very, very excited about JP Morgan. I think he thinks it's going to go down as well. And since you just hit that, we just made 10 cents. So now JP Morgan is coming back down. Maybe hit it again. All right, so Tesla looks like it does want to break. We did get some out 4 flat in there at 226. Our best out is 226.27. So almost flat out there, but our best out on the top side is just 227. So hopefully that will come back into the upside now, or go back up the upside, and we'll have to watch out for this break because the market does look like it wants to go. So, yeah, there it is. A nice little top move. Look, it's up 1.47%. That's a nice move, like no matter which way you're talking about this there today. That's a nice move to the upside there. Considering what CPI was, came in as expected. I don't think a lot of us sort of thought that that was going to be this way today. It started off quite nasty early on, and then we just really rebounded, and we're still not near that. That's 19,000 there. Our Tesla just came out. That's near 19,000 there, 19,100. So that would be a trade to watch out for here if we bounce back down. That would be where I'd like to get long. So we got stopped out a minute ago anyways. We were just too busy with JP Morgan talk there. Of our NVIDIA, it just took the 50 period. So out right here, 114.75 I think it was. Yeah, so I think it was 76s. Oh, it doesn't matter. Our stop was 75. So out right there right now. And then out of that trade we just made there on Tesla at 226 break. So
yeah, the break was definitely better than trying to pull back. Like, it did bounce off 226, but it went like 26 or 27 cents and then reversed. Then could not hold on to 26. So once it broke 26, we jumped out of it. There is a short available that I like. I mean, I like JP, and it just didn't go. And I feel the problem with JP is that, yeah, it's at resistance, but when tech pulls back, then I guess JP Morgan wants to go the other way. I don't know. If that's going to be the case, it is what it is. But there was a topping tail candle there on Intel, and that's been trend up. But I know it's up pretty decently today. But let's go to the 15. It's at Wednesday's. Sorry, no, that's Tuesday's. Oh, sorry, Monday's high. Yeah, Monday's high still can't break through. As long as this is inside of the range underneath $20, any previous turning point to me is valid to look for shorts, because on the higher time frame, it's in a consolidative phase. And if it's in a consolidative phase, then highs can be respected within the context of the trend, and the trend is to the downside on this stock. So when I see a topping tail candle, I want to look for the short reversal. I don't think you get VWAP today on Intel. Like VWAP, it would actually have to go red today from up 2% to get to VWAP. But that also means it's a very steep trend to the upside with this nice topping tail candle. 1942 would be the lower high off that topping tail. 46 is the high of the day. I'm sitting on a BATS midpoint to go short. Sharuz, you were talking about, on the weekly chart you were talking about a Head and Shoulders. That's my bad. I thought you said the daily chart. So I was looking at the Head and Shoulders on the Qs a few minutes ago on the daily chart, not the weekly. That's my bad.
I think that's a perfect example, going short there on Intel and then getting out. Like,
I'm not.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
This one?
Trades,
it's
and then getting out of the way. Like you never.
I wish I had gone long, but what's crazy about it is, can we come back to the chart? I would have lost going long until if I reversed, because see what it did before it really went. Like, I would have been looking for a pullback into VWAP. Okay, if I had taken it, I would have lost, but it never really bounced off of VWAP. I'm not even getting short here. Shouldn't have put in a midpoint. Should have just hit the bid. No, but it would have broken VWAP pretty heavily there, but now we're starting to get back into said downside. I'm just going to pop on the offer, see if we can't get filled here.
I mean, we're now up on JP Morgan. That's how you do it. All right, thank you to UVDA, great author, trader, mentor, all that. This is books. This is what, trapdoor? What is that? Right there, that's a light bulb, and then that's a register or a candy. What is that there? Cupcake? I did. P.S. You're a hell of a trader. Thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate. Oh, it's a slot machine. Piece of cheese there. Got a little bit of a trap door, some books there. Never read any of those, but light bulb. There you go. There you go. And I appreciate you. My hat's off to you as well. And you know, it's a lonely game trading, especially on this desk. But you know, we have all of you guys out there, right? I mean, this is what prop trading is about. Sharing ideas, getting different names, and giving each other, you know, as much help and as much, you know, congratulations and whatnot as possible. So we really, really thank that to everybody there for, you know, the kind words and everything. And we're going to get some more out right now on JP Morgan here as it comes right back in. So this is now 40 cents in the money. And we're up on it. So we talked about going light right there. We finally found a spot. I don't know if it was a spot or not. I mean, the market did turn around. We just trusted that 207 a little bit. Kind of got lucky there, but this is why you trade. You know, you have to know when to put on share size. I heard Adara talk about that earlier on in the day. It's not that her reads were bad. She was saying it was a little bit of sizing and things like that, and that's part of it, right? And that's part of the game. And you know, myself, Neil, and Sharif. Sharif's been trading for 4 or 5 years now. Neil 20 something, myself 20 something, and it's just, you know, these are the things you got to go through. This is the game.
I started at 4 years old. For just so everybody knows.
Yeah. Neil started at 4 years old.
Well, Boxing Day, I turned 25 years old.
Right. You just got to get that dust off the sideburns there. You know, there's so much stuff. There's like all this dust falling here.
Well, somebody's birthday's coming next before mine.
It's amazing where it lands. My birthday coming up. It's going to be a big one there. My kids care
Tuesday.
more about
Right?
my dog's birthday.
Tuesday, right?
Yes, the birthday will be before Fed. So happy birthday to me. Happy birthday to me.
Ooh.
You smell like a donkey and look like one too or something?
No,
happy
it's
birthday to you.
happy to you.
Something. Okay, anyways, we'll figure it out. All right, JP Morgan, just real quick. So I'm just short this name right now. We're long Amazon. But the thing about Amazon is this 182 just held. So our stop is 181.50, so that's wrong. We got to adjust our stops, right? So we got out of Nvidia there on a stop that did trigger. We're fine. Again, we're always fine where these things trigger. Right? It doesn't really matter as long as we get out where we're supposed to get out. That's all that matters to me. You know, holding on to something for too long has been a problem of mine. And we just want to make sure we don't do that again. So we're always going to try to, especially when we have $3 winners. Like this is $3.50 now in the money. So we got to just protected. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at this. 181 right now, 181.89 is what I was going to do. Alexander McGillney. So we'll just go like that. We'll hit offer, enter.
Yeah, buddy.
And then go there. Yeah. Obi didn't know who Mario Lemieux was, by the way. Obi did not know who Mario Lemieux
The magnificent one?
Yes, very good as well. Yeah, he was uncertain of the sport.
I think my brother has a Lemieux rookie card, which really grinds my gears because dude's not even into sports. It was just that I was collecting cards and we're at a card show.
Yeah.
And then basically he pulled if I was buying box sets and he went to my mom's, well, if Neil's allowed to spend this much money, then do I get money to spend on cards too? And she's like, fine. And so he essentially bought two, I forget the years he bought, but one of them was whatever Lemieux's rookie year was. And then the year after that, he bought like an entire set of those 2 years. Didn't even care about hockey, nothing. Opened them, put them into plastics, and is now just he's just laughing
jamming.
after that. He's jamming, but it doesn't matter if you don't sell them. So in your face, Len.
But he's keeping them. It's going to be worth more money now.
And Castle is going to be the one that his son's his name is Castle.
Yeah.
Castle is going to be the one that ends up reaping the benefits of that. So in your face.
Yeah,
because,
in your face.
No, it doesn't even matter. But no, seriously. Back when cards used to be a pretty cool investment. I don't really know. Nowadays, they have to be signed.
Yeah.
It's autos. If they're not autos, then nothing ends up mattering. And
mass produced.
Just to give you an idea, remember we said let's get out of Tesla at 226. I mean, it was a good-looking breakout. Don't get me wrong. I think 10 times out of 10, a trader is going to want to take a break like this on Tesla. Like, look at the gap when you're taking out that level in what was a screaming market. But once it couldn't hold on at 26, it's already down underneath 25. As well. So I think this looks like it was a good exit strategy. I did go back over to ARM as well, and this market's starting to pull back. It's got a weird looking topping tail here where it might try to retest into that 138, puts in another lower shoulder. I guess we're talking head and shoulders. Puts in another lower shoulder. That would look a little better for a short. But man, the short has to really look good on a stock up 8%. Kind of like Intel here. There was also a trend break that I didn't really show you guys on Intel. So there's your high of the day break here. There's your dip. There you go. So since the high of the day break and the dip back into it, it then broke this trend line. First consolidations down here. And while I was saying that 42 needs to break out that lower high to get me out. So I'm at 45s or 35s, I should say, with a stop just above the 42. Wanted to get back into the 30s, and then we'll get out. C Battles likes a 24 entry. You look at that. He likes a 1924 entry. I'm sitting on the bid in front of that for a first exit point. So a lot of NYC Urbanista. Neil has a great memory for these things. It's funny you say that. The thing about when you get older is I have a great memory for lots of things, and then just an abysmal memory for others. And who knows? It's like a shot in the dark. I can tell you how many home runs and RBIs Jesse Barfield had in a random year, but then ask me what I had for lunch last week, Tuesday. Well, I had salad every single day here, but you get the idea. You don't get to choose. I can remember everything about my daughter's day, but then ask me, hey man, what did you have for dinner last week? I don't know, unless it was memorable. No idea. Telus? No.
Yeah, there's some news about Telus. We can look at Telus TU here. We had, Telus. Remember we had.
I thought you were considering moving. You remember you said?
No, I mean, I
were you joking? Oh.
No. I mean, I pay an embarrassing low amount for my phone. So, all right, so here's Telus right now. I don't know, we just heard in our ear some kind of a deal, but it doesn't look like there's anything going on. Telus is obviously a telecommunication company, similar to an AT&T, but much, much smaller. You guys can go find it out. It hasn't had a great run, but it just made $17. We were actually here with Raheem last week. I think it was last week, Tuesday or Thursdays does he come, or Wednesdays? I don't even know.
Thursday.
Oh, Thursday, yeah, because it was NFL. So nice move up there for Telus. And I said, be careful chasing yield because it's like a 7-8% dividend. So you got to watch out for that one as well. Obi is behind us, Kling Daddy, I believe. I did see him today.
100%, he's there.
Yep, I think so. Anyways, he was there earlier. So shout out to Obi if you see him walking around in the back there. Kling Daddy. All right, Tesla X. Yep, there he is. He's right there. There he goes, Obi. He's looking at some numbers there, figuring that out. All right, let's go. I don't have much to talk about. We've already got hit on JP Morgan there. We got some more outs there in the 40s. Our best out was right ahead. I mean, we're still waiting at the 50 period. I'm still going to stop out if it gets back above 207. The market is at a teetering point right now. This is not the NASDAQ. I mean, we could look over here at the ES, but it's very, very similar, both at the 50 period moving averages. NASDAQ much stronger today, but recently they look identical. So we'll just continue to trade this to the short side until it breaks that high. So again, out there for a very, very quick hit. That was 20 cents. Took a little bit short there at 50s. And then we got the mother load up here at 85 or whatever it was to the downside, or 75. And then that fill right there was a good one at 25. I mean, obviously I wish we had more. Some fills there 36, 37, and then another one at 37. So we'll wait for more downside here, hopefully coming to a stock near you. That downside move. All right, Nike is trying to move around as well, so we'll have a check here on Nike just real quick. Wow, this name, and you guys know I talked about this last week, man. Yeah, Starbucks selling that at 94, 95 is going to be wrong, but selling Nike up here at 84 when we did a couple weeks ago when we talked about selling Starbucks and selling some Nike, that's going to look like a genius move right now. And again, just kind of, I mean, it's not really lucky. We did talk about why we wanted to do that, but at the end of the day, nice move down for NKE and now breaking below 78 and the 50 period, which is why it just showed up on my radar as a downside push here. So Nike red on the day against the S&P, against NASDAQ, and against the market.
Before you throw,
yeah, go ahead.
Only because this is eerie. You said Nike. The first thing that comes to mind when you say Nike is Starbucks because of the China risk and Starbucks being so strong. This just happened on Starbucks. It was one of the strongest stocks and just cruising. It just did a pretty decent pullback in there. So some things that are top heavy and strong are starting to give it up a little bit. I think the shorts are going to start to come in as we go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Firefly Neuroscience. Firefly Neuroscience is revolutionizing brain health. Our groundbreaking brain networks analytics technology is transforming care for patients with depression, dementia, anxiety, concussions, and ADHD. With 15 years of research and a wealth of brainwave data, we're set to illuminate the future of diagnostics and treatment. Pharmaceutical companies and medical practitioners, get ready. FDA 510K cleared BNA technology is here to supercharge your clinical trials and enhance patient care. Join us at Firefly Neuroscience, traded on NASDAQ as AIFF, and be part of the next big leap in neuroscience. Ignite hope, one brain at a time.
Yeah, and to anybody, I mean, if you've ever had, any of the brain diseases affect your family, like, you'll know what it's like, right? I speak personally from like my grandmother. You hope that they make it work out here. And last time we pulled this one up, I was like, hey, it's got a nice little reverse head and shoulders with a higher low on AIFF. And since then, reverse head and shoulders meaning support right in here at 360, and there's your breakdown. Then you hold a higher low at 360. That actually ended up holding the last couple of days. So, it's weird. I don't usually talk about head and shoulders. And then now it's like the fourth time this afternoon that it's even come up. Sometimes you find these things in the wild, but that's just an example of a reverse one. I wanted to finish a thought on Starbucks because it's not like it's turning around at a random level. I know when you look at it here, it's like green, 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 green. What's going on? Why would it just turn? Maybe the market's at a top. No, Starbucks, when it gets to the high 90s, has been running into trouble. And if you look at the daily chart, I think it makes some sense. This was a big wall before things really fell apart. Right in around 98 to 99. This is going to be a popular breakout. I think the play is going to be, if it makes a run at $100, to be long whatever day it is. I think you want to be long 98 or 99 instead of 100 if it makes that 100 break. So if I see this stock breaking out 99s or 98 half in there, it's kind of like that pound 230. You want to be long before it gets there. You don't want to be long as everyone and their mother's trying to get it. You want to be in the money taking profit, then you want to be buying the dip when everyone gets that top move fail on them. But that's just something that might happen next week. I feel like it's not going to happen today. So Intel pulls back into 1925. If it continues trend down, you can now sort of look at this as a bit of a trend. I'd like it to hold that trend to said downside. If it breaks it back up, I think you could be in at least a little bit of trouble. I mean, NVIDIA is trying to hold itself. AMD is as well. I want to check back in on Tesla. If we're now in a power hour, man, Tesla not really doing any big bouncing here. Underneath 225 now. Yeah, it was a good thing to get out of that one. It can't even hold 225 to the north side, unfortunately, here for Tesla. So that big breakout, it gave you the move into 27 even, and nothing more. Let me just check back in on Lucid. Lucid can't break the $4. If anything, this is looking a little top heavy as well. Not holding on to $4, up 12% today. But yeah, you're running into some resistance spots at 4. 420 is probably a bigger level on Lucid though. When I zoom it out a little bit further, it's got some more room. I think 420 is the bigger level here.
Guys, we are, Amazon is really getting lifted, man. Like, this is just 182.12, 11s now. We're now 350 in the money on this trade as it just continues to go higher and higher and higher. I just put a stop down there at 182 flat. We might have to change that, man. I mean, let's just keep on trailing it higher through the 50-period moving average. So if I could put a stop order in, that would be like indicated on a study. I would use that right now for this. We did use it for NVIDIA, and I'm going to give you another trade that I'm looking at right now. And I think if you guys trade with me, then you would know about this. I'm going long through here. So we just held right now. I thought I got filled somewhere there. Oh, JP Morgan's starting to go back up. So we're not, looks like we won't wind up, we'll be up on JP Morgan, but not that much. That might break out 207. So I'll call that up in a minute. I just want to talk about this trade. So again, looks like it held. We did get out of that one. That was only $5 in the money. We had 110 break. So that was 114.75. So that was a great out. I don't feel no ways about it. We're going to try to go one more time, breaking through 115.50. So if that goes back up to the upside, we're going to try it here with NVIDIA breaking the high of the day, which sounds crazy, up 7%, but I think it can go. So we'll try it. Play with the best, man. And like I said, this is going to be PL1 and pretty easily too. And we actually made that call earlier, right? It was like, hey, look, man, the minute this thing splits, like I'm already irresponsibly trading this thing at $1,200. What are you going to do when it's 150 or whatever? Hopefully it gets back to 150, by the way. Okay, Amazon is now gone. It's a good thing that we don't have stop orders too aggressively on this, or we don't have take profits. Like there was, I mean, if there was an area to take profit, maybe we would, but let's just keep on going higher. So we'll wait to get stopped out. I mean, I feel very, very confident in doing that as a trade. Looking over here, I mean, this is why we get, sort of the credit in the chat there for trying to hold on to things. And I mean, you got to try to do that in these markets. Maybe 183.50, what is that, 184? This level right there, yeah, 183.50 could be a level. How far are we from there? So we're not too bad. So maybe we can convince ourselves to put an offer at 183.50. Like if we can get up there, then that would be pretty darn good, I would think. Let's put this dropout zone now, though. 182.25. I mean, we're still here. We're nowhere near worrying about that one. So this is the trade that I want to talk about. JP Morgan did basically go back to flat for us. I'm going to put another bid right here, 206.55. It's not really like that great there. We'll take 20 cents if we can get it. My bid was at 206.11. Now that's when we were down here where that was the 50 period. Now the 50 period has moved up to 206.40s. So we should probably put something there as well. I get a feeling like we may get stopped out of this trade. It's not funny to get stopped out of anything, of course. We've already sort of taken that profit. And I just laugh because we shouldn't be short anything right now, in my opinion. I mean, we are short JP Morgan, so that's kind of like, I'm not super pleased with that trade. But let's just let it settle down. Maybe it eventually goes back into the downside. Our stop on here is 207 for JP Morgan.
Yeah, sir.
Did I sell Palantir? No.
Did you sell Palantir? I was asked if I sold. I think it was Daniel was asking if I sold Palantir in the long term. I mean, I don't hold a lot of Palantir in the long term, but I've never touched it. I think I bought it one time when it was all the rage. I meant to buy that and Snowflake. I never actually got into Snowflake, which is weird because I kept looking for an entry and it just never.
It's not even at 35.
It never looked that good. I know. Well, Palantir, it's got loose resistance at the 35 level.
Yeah.
For myself, I actually don't even own it in my swing account. I actually own it in my RRSP, and I just kind of put it in there years ago, and I have not bought it or sold it or done anything with it at any time. It's Snowflake is the one that I might look for some kind of a swing. It just never really set up the way that I liked it, so I've never gotten into that swing trade on Snowflake. I talked about it for a while, and then it never looked good enough to me. Intel, we were able to get half out in front of 1925, but then we reloaded it in front of this lower high. So it broke the trend, it made the pull down, but then it held the first level of support in there at the quarters. So if it breaks out, it's no longer 42 that I like, it'll be 38 up here. If it breaks out above that, I think we just got to get out of Dodge. I'm looking over at AMD, and that's creeping back up. Might break out that 48. Tesla seems to now want that 225 again. So this is starting to look strong. One more time in here on Tesla. I kind of think if it makes another shot at that 226, probably going to fail that break again. So if there's a long back into the close on Tesla or late, I think it needs to be off the support level as opposed to that breakout price. I don't think I'd want this at those absolute highs. There was something else I wanted to look at. Oh yeah, it was at Lucid at the $4 level. So with the market making a little bit of a bounce, interestingly enough, Lucid's not going. It's just slowly creeping lower here. So what was once very strong suddenly is not going anywhere. That $4 level is turning into resistance. It's not a big size on the offer or anything. I mean, a couple 100,000 shares into a stock that's done 40 million is completely insignificant. It's more the price action at that level that's holding up. I think that can be something. If it gives you, problem there is you really need like a 98 fill or a 98 half fill to make it make any sense. Armando just said Meta made a jump. Meta's been a dog most of today. And now it's high of daybreak on Meta. Oh, wow. See, this is what Tesla was supposed to do. Hold above the breakout. Meta's actually doing it here. So congratulations, Meta. I have a line drawn at 508. I mean, I suppose it's for obvious reasons. And again, like it was a resistance level that was failing above and below, but I think you got to hold on to this top end break. Yeah, this is way stronger than that Tesla break. You got to go to the one that you were planning on taking. It's easy enough to look at it now in hindsight and say, oh man, that's the same break and it worked better on Meta than it did on Tesla. But one of those two was in the plan all day long and the other one congratulations to anyone that has. It kind of came out of nowhere, but this looks very strong. I think maybe buying some dips in Meta starts to make some sense here. Up 1%. This was one of the weakest names in the Mag 7 this morning. Now you're breaking out the top. I like when shorts are trapped, and they're trapped here.
I don't know what's anybody's trapped right here, but see, like most traders would be like, wow, $1 is pretty good, right? So there's $1, there's $2, there's $3, there's $4. We're just lucky to have held this whole way on Amazon. We're getting close to that level of 183.50 that we talked about, by the way. Amazon just continues to climb higher, and I mean, look at this. I don't even. Let's just let the trading speak for itself. Just continues to go upside right there. We could talk about JP Morgan here for a minute. Looks like we may get stopped out of this trade. Again, good trading there. Looking at that Palantir level, if you are, and we trade our own accounts here, obviously, as you guys can see, you know, if you are long a heck of a lot of Palantir, there is nothing wrong with, you know, saying this is pretty good. You know, this was $21 back at the beginning of May. It's now $35. This was $30 2 days ago. It's now $35. When a lot of you hopefully were starting to buy this thing, this was $7, $8, $9. It's a huge move up. And we've been really loving this name. That, like, how good of a bottom was that at 14? We added to the position here. We added to the position here and talked about every time we did it. And we've never told you we've sold any of it. So I'm just going to wait for it. But this is a good spot. We own this in all the accounts. We really like Palantir. We've liked it for a minute. You know, when you had that, so, okay, there goes NVIDIA. So now NVIDIA, we're long into this one. JP Morgan still coming back down, but now the attention goes to NVDA. Let's see if this wants to have that move into the end of the day. Our stop, we could use the 50 period. We used that before. That's at 115.10. That move goes all the way down into 90, so maybe we could do something like that. But here it goes, man. We're in another position. We're short JP Morgan, long NVIDIA into the close. Let's see how far we can go with this one. We're long at 52s. Target area, like if we get something on the high 60s, that would be nice. And then we'll just kind of let it go higher than that. And then we'll deal with it then. So, yeah, we have to be risk managers. That's how we get to where we are. 115.07, that might be a good spot to get out. I could risk it the kind of day we're having. We could go down to 114.90 down there as our outer if you really want to get going. 114.80. All right, here we go. Let's see how far we can go here on NVIDIA. Like, I just hope it keeps running, man. We're at 67s to get a piece out. It just stopped at 64 or whatever. Let's see if it continues to go higher. The market's going to have to go as well. This is not
NASDAQ high day.
Yeah, exactly. NASDAQ high day. I mean, if you're trading with me, then hopefully you enjoyed your lunch, and let's give some props up. I was about to hit, it's right beside the lunch button, that's why. There it is, and again, another 15, 20 cents to go on that. So, yeah, man, today is another day. Thank you, Fabian, for that one. You didn't get enough respect around here. There it is. Yeah, man, we don't have to put on the glasses. It doesn't matter. Let's just see how far NVIDIA goes, as now it's pulling back in a little bit. So we got out of a little bit up there. Our best out was 67s there, as NVIDIA coming back in just a little bit. But yeah, $4 on Amazon and NVIDIA pulling back right now. So we'll see what that's all about. But a couple good outs there for NVIDIA. Watch out for that pull back down.
Yeah, the NASDAQ just literally wicked the high at the same time as the ES. Now, there was the break of that local high, or I don't know, what do you want to call it, like local resistance on AMD above 148, but it needs to hold on to this on the way back in here. I don't want to hate on you too much. I don't want to punch into Lucid. Like I said, I want to try and get a good price on it. But I'm still looking for a reversion play, but it's got to be something that is not making a strong move up, like the way AMD is. It's easy to look at it and say, hey, you know what? It hadn't broken out the high, but it's still an upward trending stock. So as long as it can hold on to the 147.75, we're going to give it to that. We did talk all about Tesla and thinking I wanted to get back into this one, so just pull my stop order. Tesla goes right back into that 226.5. Remember the breakout price? You can't write it like this. It goes right to that level and turns, holds underneath. So it's setting up the exact same price that was that double top breakout, the double top yesterday and the double top breakout today, and it's right back at it. I would have loved to go dip buy hunting, but this just feels like it's going to be like the same level is setting up for another breakout on Tesla. Color me a little bit skeptical. I want to see how it responds to 226.5 if it breaks it. Do buyers come in there and then maybe join it as opposed to just taking this break? Because I feel like that's a trap just waiting for you on Tesla. So I'll stick with AMD here, but I do have eyeballs on Tesla. It might just be even a break of 227 again. Like if it goes through the high of the day on Tesla, that could be a bit of a play. But I don't want to be short this name at all. I'd rather be playing longs. If I short an EV names, it should be Lucid because it can't break 4, and then you only have to risk 2 or 3 cents on that move, as opposed to standing in front of the later moving freight train, which is Tesla. Hold that bid, man. I think Tesla has a good shot to continue going. I don't think you can hold that 226.50 all the way back in, but if it can reestablish, it's the price we liked in the first place, so why not?
What's up, Black Sheep Trades? We appreciate you too. So again, lot of respect being flown around here, and we appreciate that. Thank you to everybody there in the chat. Thank you to Ozan as well, saying that we went a little loco today. You think we went loco? I mean, look, these are just trades I'm giving to everybody here. Whether or not you take them, it's completely up to you. It's another 20-cent banger here on NVIDIA, and yeah, the best name just gets better today. NVIDIA, huge move, up 7%. There it goes. It's another one. Followed by another one. Followed by. We basically came through again with another trade for you. We already took $5 on NVIDIA the first time. Neil, we have $4.50 in the money right now on Amazon as that keeps on going. And there we go. We're now out of half of our NVIDIA. NVIDIA just clocked up there into 70. Our best fill was 75s right there. We take it out. Now we're out of half. Now let's just let it ride. As it just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. The good trading continues, and yeah, there's not much else to it, man. We just sit here, put on the trades, and watch them trade out. 182.50. Now we can adjust this one to get out if it breaks. That's $1 lower. Are you kidding me right now? What are we even doing? Up 1.64% right now. This dropped down below 183. Let's just put that on right here, and there we go. So we will lock in $4. On this, right there on this name. Our NVIDIA trading today was really on one, and I don't know, Ozan, if this is what you meant being loco on something, but long here at 108, long again at 110, up to 112. Chopped up in the middle here, but still positive on the name. Then we hit the long at 108. Then we hit the long at 110 again. Then we hit the long at 115.50. This is why. Go back to the well. Keep on going on your trades, man, and put numbers up. This is what we talk about. It's NVIDIA. Huge move here. Great trade. I hope you guys, some of you are on it anyways. Let's go back over to the desk with A.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Yes, sir. Not a lot of news in the way of today, but certainly you want to keep your ear to the ground when there is. It's not the catalyst that we're getting. I know there was a presentation. There was actually a few presentations today. NVIDIA was just one of them. The Goldman Sachs, some kind of a conference. Peloton even had one, but they didn't do anything. ARM, I said we'd look at ARM at that high. You're not breaking out above, unfortunately. So AMD, just got to reload, going to get my order back in the quarters. But ARM is failing this high of the day at that 138 level, and it's not random. It is level of resistance here on the daily chart. I feel like it needs to punch through. This might not be something it can get through here today. It's really running out of steam. It's up 8.5%, so it's done a lot of heavy lifting. This might be a bit of a reversion trade. AMD was able to get back in. It's now kind of holding 148.40 tops, 148 evens on reloads. So it's got a bit of a tight range forming in here at the high of the day. It's weird. Like it's only up 3.5%, but at this moment, it's at the top there or almost at that high. Still has some room to go. But ARM, which can't seem to break out that top, doesn't have any room left. It either breaks out the high or we're in for a bit of a reversion there on ARM. Rainier Rael in the chat saying crowd was another one that was presenting. Yeah, absolutely right. I'm going to go back over to Lucid. I'm trying to pick up the offer here. It's got to be right at $4 to me. Like if you're risking to the high, it's like 401. So I want 98.5 or 99s as a fill so that I'd be risking right into that top, bit of a scalp trade. We only have about 35 minutes to go till the imbalances drop. And at that point, you're usually looking for imbalance trades or get out of your trades. So standing in front of a high of the day with a couple of cents risk in front of the imbalance doesn't make any sense. Like you want to get that trade before you can even go. So AMD is the only one reloaded into at 148. It's trying to hold. I'm trying to take the first quarter because the range has been 40 pennies. It's got a 40-cent range. You try to take inside of it till it goes.
Oh man, and this is why I'm choosing Nvidia right there. We're 40 cents in the money right now on this Nvidia trade. So let's just see. We just took a piece out at 150. We just got 40 cents right there. 115.90. Come on. We just took it out on right there again. So this has just been quite the day here. 450 in the money there. 50 cents in the money with Nvidia. I might even take more long, man, on this 116 break. Like, I don't know. This is really starting to get going here.
Do it.
It's almost like today is my birthday, right? 116 trying to go higher. We not only is this trade what it is right there, but we gave this trade to you when it was trading down here at 115. We mentioned that we would be involved in this name, and we got involved, and now we're still only have 30%. We don't have the whole load here, but I feel pretty confident trying to at least hold on to the last 30%. And see what we can do. I mean, there's probably going to be a level so that's nothing. Small amount of shares here. This has now gone. We've sort of coined this stock when it goes meme crazy, and that's definitely what it's doing right now, just lifting all offers, and there it goes, just wiping it out as if there was nothing there. Kathy must be in there buying a whole bunch of NVIDIA. The only name that we dip bought last week, NVDA. It's not like it's up the most or anything. It's just been really good. The last couple days. We had 110 written down on this sticky note multiple days now. It was nice that it finally came in today. It came in twice. And that's pretty much the reason why we're up so much on NVIDIA today and why it is going to be the number one stock by far, obviously, especially as we consider what we're doing right now with it. There it is, another 7. Now let's just keep going. I want to put something at 20 there, see if we can make 70 cents and just keep on going. So let's just keep trucking here to the upside with NVIDIA. We're now offering 19s, and there it goes up to the upside. And then not only that, we also said, where would Amazon maybe go? And Neil, we said 183.50 for just 450, and there it is right now. It's a nice move back there to the upside for Amazon. But hey, let's just keep going. NVIDIA, 9 cents up, and we'll get out of another piece of this one. It's just 70 cents in the money there. So good trade over here. What's going on with your AMD?
Pretty much at the high of the day in about 10 cents or so, looking for that breakout. I'm thinking about what's next because like we said, if we didn't get into Tesla again, which we didn't, might just take the break of the high. We're running out of time for this one, but man, I really like what Tesla's doing. It's also a red to green story. So if it breaks the high of the day, that's kind of like it's green right now, and you're getting a breakout above it. If it dips back down, I don't like the dip buy, because if it doesn't hold here, then it's red on the day. And buying a dip as it's going back into the red, I don't love. Every time I do this, I jinx it. So I just jinx the high break on Tesla. I'll quickly show you what I am in on AMD. I'll zoom it back in because you don't really need to see that far out. 148 into the 148.40. We just got able to get that range a couple of times. We'll see if it can take out the top. If it does, I want to be out in front of 149. Oh, yeah, hate you, Tesla. I really thought Tesla was about to go. It's getting late in the day. I'm going to have to cancel that order. If it doesn't make the break in the next 10 minutes or so, I feel like it's going to be nothing for Tesla. Unfortunately, nothing burger. It does set us up for tomorrow, however. Just because it's not breaking it today, it could just make something like this a little bit more glorious tomorrow. I'm just looking at that gap, and there's no chance you see a gap like this on Tesla and you don't want to participate when it's going. I'm not saying it'll go like $7 or $8 in one shot, but anybody can see what happened at 235, which was a double top in its own rights. It's actually better on the 15-minute when I show you this way. This is what everyone's looking at on this Tesla breakout potentially. You want to see it make this move. So if we can take out the high, I have a stop order to go long again. It did give you, it basically gave you a 50-cent move, and then it tried to dip back in at the even dollar. But I'm taking it out. If it goes 227, I believe 13 is the local top. It breaks that, I'm long. I'll be long like 15s to 20s or something in that regard. We'll hold AMD through a high break, but I still want this Tesla breakout. I feel like it's too good to give up on.
All right, we took 50 cents there on another 10%. It broke back down below 116 there, did NVIDIA. So we took, okay, now it's going back. It just went back. It's just going back and forth there. So we'll have to watch out. We took another piece out. We only have 20% left now of this trade. And I mean, it could still go up. I don't have another offer till 116.40. So let's see if we can get, you know, a real move here and make $1 again on this trade. So we're going to let it cook into the close. But remember, you know, we have the imbalances, and those right now, we can have an early look. There's not going to be any NASDAQ names on here. But we have a buy on Pfizer. Pfizer was near 30, 29.50 right now. That's had a couple nice days in a row, I feel like, or maybe not. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, 28 up to in and around 30. So those are all buys. But when I look here, buy, sell, buy, sell, like I'm not even looking at the names, just looking here, that it looks like it's a pretty mixed board, maybe more bids than sells, but not much. Southwest here, LUV has a 1 million sell on it. Fubo's such a small price stock, that's not going to change anything. There's CIBC here in the Canadian Bank, obviously an ADR listed there on the New York Stock Exchange. We looked a little bit at T today as well, AT&T. New Bank was a monster trade. You guys text me. Some people have made so much money that day. We did well on that too. We punched long 73s and got out at O's on that imbalance day. That was wild, man. That was really wild. But yeah, so we'll wait. So 20 minutes now. We should get a little bit more of an early look here at 3:30. Let some of these update in just a couple seconds. So here we go. 3, 2, 1 now is 3:30 and absolutely nothing happened. So yeah, the only thing that keeps on going higher and higher and higher right now for me is NVIDIA. So let's see what it does. I feel comfortable holding this into the close, and we're going to do that. Also, Amazon, our stop on Amazon, I just want to double check it, breaking through 183, which would be $4. Now it's 182.80 could be our stop, so that's fine. So we're still using 183 break. So if it breaks back down below 183, we're out of Amazon, and that might be that might be it for the day. We've done well, man. We've done well. Okay, yeah, let's go out with Adara now and find out what some of these sectors are doing today. I'm quite interested.
Go healthcare.
Markedly different look here right now than what we saw around 10:40 a.m. when we did sector watch. We're going to look less at the sectors though right now and more at some of these larger moves to the upside and downside in the S&P 500. We have Starbucks here pretty much at high of days. It's Brian Nichols' third day as the new CEO, coming to SPUX from CMG Chipotle. Yesterday announcing a strategic plan. Clearly, investors reacting positively to this one for SPUX. On the opposite side here, we have ABBV sharply to the downside. There, Humira being replaced by UNH and some of these other healthcare providers as a preferred option for insurance. So this interesting look here for ABBV. Last but not least, here we have American Express, AXP. This one pushing into high of days here to end the day, as we do have the CFO saying some positive notes about consumer spending and credit for Q3. Quite an interesting look here across the market, guys.
I feel like I'm more skeptical about the credit card names at those highs than some of the others. But you know what's still, and we were talking about this, well, I wasn't here yesterday, but we were talking about this before, 2 days ago, maybe 3 days ago, that flat bottom on Fubo. Guess what's still there? I wouldn't have looked this up except for the fact that it was a million buy imbalance, but Fubo's still holding the 160. So this could easily still flat bottom break flat bottom break the lows. I shouldn't say that bottom because that's redundant. But yeah, Fubo up 1%, so I guess it's having a good day. But it's $1.60. When that breaks, forget about it. I think you're on a one-way ticket to, well, $1, let's just say, because stocks like that get defended at $1 the first time through almost every single time because they know they got to stay listed. That's a big deal. Stock like Fubo risks the listing, and it would be game over. So I'm going to hold through a high of the day break into 149. High of the day is 148.65. On AMD. If it does fail to get up there, I'll probably get out back through the even or the $0.50 there on AMD. So now that 148 is starting to break out through, we want to see it get to that 49 level. And there was, Tesla hasn't broken, but we still have a little bit of time. It's consolidating off the high, no break yet. I think you still got at least a few minutes in here before I'm going to pull the shoot on that because I'm never taking a high of the day breakout going into the imbalances. I feel like that's a trap almost every single time. Because the bounce comes the other way and there's so much more room to go in the other direction, unfortunately. So I do like this Tesla break. It just might not happen till tomorrow, unfortunately. But AMD's right there right now breaking the top. I'm not going to add to that one. We're just going to hold through. And there's a couple of things out here that, I think we've seen a lot of people talk about some small cap names in there. It was CNEY, I do believe.
Yeah, I saw someone put that.
Yeah, CNEY. And it's never that we're trying to ignore them. I know I had meant to talk about this. One of the reasons was it didn't really do much after the big volume candle or the big burst on a bit of it did a halt to the downside, then it held VWAP. But when I'm not ignoring this is actually a stock that I think people could have done pretty well on today. Just for the simple fact, it rinsed some people underneath $1, the aforementioned dollar. Like this is it going underneath $1, holding a bit of a trend, and then breaking back out the buck. And then it's been trend up higher. What I like about it is that it's day one and it held $1. So tomorrow, that would make it obviously day two with the ability to play off the dollar again. So I know there's some small cappers that are running it. Tisha was talking about this in the chat. Shout out to you. I'm pretty sure you banked on this. But that $1 hold is a good one, and Tesla just broke the high of the day. So second time we're taking a Tesla break. This time it's not the even 227. It was like 227.13 was the local high. Needs to hold on to 27. The later it is in the day, the tighter the stop on any breakout kind of trade. Not going to give this to 50 pennies. Not when it's 335, but even if it fails today, if I see it break 20 or this area tomorrow, I'd still want it. The more times it resists the same spot, the more appealing the breakout is going to be on this one.
Oh my. Right now. That's $1.
Hit.
It's $1 on NVIDIA right now. There it is. We just punched this long and it's just adding and adding and adding to the net here today as we continue to go climbing higher and higher here on NVIDIA. I mean, Amazon's going down. NVIDIA just ripped up right there. Huge move for that. Long at 10s a couple times, long there again, right there. Nice trade. We just got out we told you we were at 40s, and that's where we just were. You just saw us take that fill. We now only have 10% left. So whatevs. I actually put a stop in, and that's what before we started going ape on those stocks right there, we said that we had put a stop in. Well, I was going to anyways talk about it, and we did put it in right here. 115.73. We're long at 52s. And I was like, you know what? The last 20%, if it slips up and we come back into that area, then we will just get out of half of what we have left. But there's the half right there. So we say, thank you, come again and get it out at 40, the other side, giving us that 90-cent winner. Now we'll see if it can print even lower to get a reload into 114.50, but we're going to get out first if it breaks below that 115.75. So, pinch me, wake me up when this is all over. That's what's been happening today. All we go. So thank you, Mashworth, right there all day. Neil and Sean, all day, baby. It's not kind ready. It's not that easy. This is what we talked about. Sharif actually let the cat out of the bag. 2 traders are here still in the last 2 years. The only 2 traders that are here since 2 years ago was I believe it was Brankles, he said, and himself. I think it was Sharif and Max. So
Wayne.
And Wayne, yeah, but those we're talking about traders actually on the floor. It's really just Max. As we go because
Brankles and Wayne are the risk managers.
And they get an income from managing the floor. So completely different beast altogether. All right, so there it goes. So I mean, it's not that easy, but this is why we put on the show to hopefully show you what we're doing and to give you calls to sort of help you through the way, right? And I mean, we talked about this 115.50 break and why we liked it. We took it and it just gave $1. So whether or not you're trading options or whatever it happens to be, this is the trade, man. And there it goes, straight there, right up to the upside. Amazon, $4. NVIDIA, huge. This is what trading's all about. So make that money and hopefully be able to, come back tomorrow even stronger, bigger, better, stronger, right? So good trades there. We'll wait. 337 right now. Can NVIDIA get lifted even higher? I don't know. But we got out there, and remember where our stop is, right into here if that winds up happening. 115.79 for an out right there. So let's go and see where we can go on this one. That would be my last trade of the day. Amazon's coming out if it breaks 183. But we're right at 183.50, and we did the work here. We were like, well, where can we go for this? We don't think we're actually going to get this high, right? And it was right into there. Whoopsies. I don't know, maybe bad print there. 183.50. We just looked at this candle from July 30th and thought maybe we could get back to there. And that's exactly what we did. So we have a stop now in for
above
50
the 50
cents lower. Yeah, the 50 does like 170, maybe it's 180 about. We had Amazon embarrassingly long today at 178. The problem is it fell down through that level. So there it goes, and yeah, 176, and then this is not even any kind of a technical break. This is just that little wick right there. We saw it there, and it was riding the 50 period. So yeah, man, that's what trading's all about now. 40 cents in the money on Nvidia, 430 on Amazon.
So I just jumped out, and it's interesting that I'm surprised that AMD is going further. To be honest with you, it broke 149. I got out in front of 149. I look up. It's at the 149 target area, and NVIDIA is pulling back off the highs. Now remember, when I'm buying a 148 level, this was when NVIDIA was already going. Like, you're getting a consolidation in AMD when NVIDIA's already gone. To me, it's like, okay, well, if AMD holds 148, it's just going to follow along. So it's weird to me that it's pressing higher when you're getting a little bit of a dip in NVIDIA, but this might be the last one. It does not get it does not get tripped up at the 149 level. The other thing about AMD to consider is it's getting really darn close to its 50 period moving average on the daily. And I feel like this is going to be a popular one for the rest of the week here, the 150 level on AMD. Technically, the 50 period is a little bit higher than $150. It's like 150 and a half. When you look at a daily chart, like a 50 period on a daily or like a 200 period, like that's just as a line on a daily chart. It doesn't mean you want to execute trades as a day trader at that price level. What it would mean, it's like a resistance area where I'd want it clearing out above that, like 151 would be a much better break for me in a general sense, and you'd want to be long before you ever got to that level. That's so that 150.50, again, it's just a line in a chart, but I think psychologically it's a good one if if AMD is gonna get back above it, because truth be told, yeah, AMD's up 4% today, but that daily chart looks distinctly different from NVIDIA's. I mean, pull up any chip name recently. Micron's chart, SMCI, there's this exceptions like NVIDIA maybe, but you can even look at something like a Broadcom, which, not to take anything away from the day that they're having, but when you look at this sort of since the split, like it's trying to break out of a bit of a downward trend. Maybe it's about to do so. I like what's happening over in tech. Still surprised that AMD's holding that high. It's back above that 149. I don't know if there's time to buy a dip in that one, but I don't want to be short this unless it's that failing that 50 period on the daily, which I'm not sure it's even going to do so when it gets there. We might have one more shot at a dip buy and a consolidation, but it's 341, so that's seeming a little bit less likely. That CNEY going well. Rivian Millionaire just said AMAT. Yeah, AMAT's probably another example of in the chip sector. They're not really a chip name. They just make the machines that make the chips.
I see Tesla again, another fake break there. I was just going over to that name. I know you're in on that one and now out as Tesla. Yeah, I like the stock here, but way too choppy, man, the last half hour. So looks like the market might want to fall in here into the close with only a couple more minutes left. So I'm going to stay away from Tesla. If anything, I think it's a break down right now, not long for Tesla, breaking through this 226.50 back down to the downside right now for that name. We are just minutes away from only taking 25 cents on the last piece of NVIDIA, which is fine. Our stop, actually, hold on a second. I said for it to get out of half of what we have left. Now it's everything. So 115. Let's go 69er right there. Get out if it breaks there. So I had that. You have a setting there. You can get it at 75%, 100%, 25%, 50% of your position. So we will put now 100%. We only had half, but then we got filled up there at 116.40. So that turns out to be good. Amazon, for some strange reason, continuing to hold those great levels. So hopefully that will be the case for a minute as well. And we'll be able to hold that bid. Palantir, let's have a quick check on that one. Oh, I didn't trade it today. Okay. I was looking in my blotter to click on it. You can click on a name in your blotter and quickly get that. I know you were looking at
You have to link the chart.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, no, but I didn't even trade it. So right there, I know that there was that high there, 34.87, not involved. Yeah, this looks like a great one. Let's see this tomorrow. We'll be back in the saddle again, obviously. 34.40 right there. We'll see if that can hold at some point there tomorrow. I mean, it's right in here right now. That'll be interesting if that can open up near there tomorrow, PLTR. Here comes NVIDIA. We are getting ready to get stopped out. Hands off of this trade. If it comes back in, it comes back in. And that will put a wrap on a big, big day for NVIDIA. We'll leave it at that. And again, if you want to look for some information, it's at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram and on X. and you can get sort of my trade ideas. And there it goes. So we're not going to flush anything down. We're just going to do this. Ending our trading now on NVIDIA, and very, very happy with our day there as we just called that play. And I hope that you were able to take a little bit of an advantage on that one. It's now 343. Our out on Amazon is 183, so that's coming in now, as well as the market bleeds back down just a little bit. But we didn't make any mistakes. We held things for great highs, and we're able to get out on those highs and then get out on that last 10% there. Other than that, we'll sacrifice a little bit on Amazon, but I feel pretty good about picking up that 183.50 level on the daily. So we're getting better at picking levels. We're getting better every day. So there it goes. This is going to be hopefully a good close with only 15 minutes left. We'll see how these imbalances hold out.
There was nothing on the early
earnings,
look.
Is there?
It's a pretty quiet earnings aftermarket, but we do have Chris Brecher, who I know we talked about the solar names this morning, and some of the boys traded them on the floor. I know here it was the subject. When I was doing my exercises, they were actually doing their Zoom meeting on the floor, so I actually got to listen to it because I do my sort of ankle exercises, or not really ankle, it's Achilles and ankle, up at the bridge. But for earnings, it's a very, very light day. I'm just trying to refresh the page in here. You don't have anything particularly big after the close. This morning, probably the one that we ignored was like Designer Brands, which actually did move quite a bit. So it's pretty much nothing. Like Place was a big one in the morning as well. But after the close, you've got like really tiny ones like OXM is the biggest name. It's a $1.3 billion company. I was just trying to figure out what the heck was going on and why U.S. Steel was up 8% and trending higher. I haven't figured it out. Maybe it's something we can talk about in the aftermarket show. I have no idea why that's going up so much. I saw nothing as to why that deal, which everyone thought was done, would be kind of getting some energy today. But let's go to Adair at the desk for imbalances.
Here's the move here on, we have ex-U.S. Steel at high of days. We just have this coming out here from Nikkei Asia, basically saying that Nippon Steel has been publishing its exchanges with its union with regards to the U.S. Steel deal, saying that there's been some mischaracterizations of this deal here. This one continued to trend higher, even though earlier today we did have a headline here from Reuters citing a letter to the Treasury, some business groups raising concerns over the U.S. review of the Nippon plan, saying that it's used to be furthering some political agendas. So more updates with this ongoing U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel deal here. The stock, though, pushing higher and getting a few volume pops as we head into close.
Darren, it's what's weird is that, like that hit our wire a couple of minutes ago, but this move started at 3 o'clock, which is strange. So it's nowhere near the actual deal price, but looking a little better than it did obviously yesterday. And I think it's probably going to be a tradable name tomorrow. I still feel like you want to look for places to fade that in a general sense, but for now it's looking relatively strong. I just want to go back over. No, you're not getting any dips back in on AMD. It just kind of continues to push higher. So this one might have gotten away from us, unfortunately. It broke that 149 at the time. NVIDIA was pulling back in, and it got to that high. Got to the even though it goes 48 to 49. NVIDIA pulls back, and NVIDIA was leading it the entire way. So you kind of feel like that's a relationship that will continue. But that 150 seems like it's going to be in play for sure. Let's see if it gets there. Hog Rider, I guess you're still in. You wanted to get to that 150, that 50 period on the daily. I think it's got every chance to do so. We'll see what happens with the imbalances at 350. The only fear I'd have is on a big up day, you get some profit taking. And like if there's a sell, I don't think AMD is going to have sell imbalance, but NVIDIA might. And if NVIDIA has a sell imbalance, I think AMD goes down. And if I was still in it, I'd be taking profit. I'd have a nice tight stop going into these imbalances in about 2.5 minutes. For sure. So yeah, I might have got bamboozled up at that top apple fritter, but the chips have been pretty strong today, whether it's NVIDIA, AMD, ARM, AVGO had a good day. Haven't checked Marvell, even Intel's up on a day like today. I'm assuming Micron probably had a good day, but anything can happen just because they're going up now. In 2 minutes, if NVIDIA has a sell imbalance, I think there's going to be some profit taking. That's what I'll be looking at here in the locator.
Yeah, we had too much profit taking ourselves there on NVIDIA, so unfortunately it did drop down into that. We showed it to you live, and we can't trade the way we do without having stops. So unfortunately we did get triggered out there. It's too bad because it was only 10%. So it's not a big deal. And that's why it was only 10%. So we did have that stop in there. It did break lower. Obviously, as NVIDIA comes back up into its high of the day again, we do look a little bit foolish for getting out right there, but that was okay. We should have just respected the 50-period MA there, but we did not. And that would have been a good idea to do that. So, all right, we'll just continue to watch it. I mean, I would love for this name to continue to go higher into the close for everybody that is long NVIDIA. So hopefully that is you, and you'll be able to capture some of that profit live on the show, which would be nice. All right, so the futures and the imbalances are about to come out. I was looking at Disney here today. They had some bad... Yeah, that Nippon Steel there, we did sort of talk about that, so that was why. Trading higher, Brian Nickel there, Starbucks today on the strategy and vision, so that was important. $88. We just got a note here, I guess approaching the 50 period for Disney, still down on the day. I wanted to sort of see what this name was doing, but it is down, so we'll wait to see if Disney can get going a little bit off of those levels. I do not like this stock. This would be one that I would be selling, of course. Microsoft, we were long at 411. Earlier on, right there. But again, this is why, like, it'll be a red stock for me today. Long 411 out, long 411, 25 out, and 411, 410, 75, 50 cents worth of a hit. Does go down into 409, but now it's $10 upside. I mean, what isn't right now? As everything going higher. Google's not really doing much. We wrote down today earlier this 150.50 level, so we took it. We had to average into it before it slipped up. So Google will actually be a red stock for us today as well. So this is what I mean, man. It's not, those of you that are like trading's easy, it is not. And you will have some hits coming through more often than not. So, but stay with it. You'll find your good spot for sure. All right, Amazon continues to go higher here. And again, let's just see where we go. Intel with the sell. Amazon with a buy up to 183.50. We like it, baby. There it goes. Monster move up, 183.50. It's 450 now for us on Amazon. AMD's a sell to the downside. You do not see NVIDIA
Don't
on
see
here.
it at all, no.
But Amazon, we might as well just get out and then just sort of have ourselves a day on there. So there it is. We'll see if we can get this. Just to add it up, we've probably taken $15 or $20 on some of these trades today. There it is, out of Amazon. Spin it. Finish the day off very well with those last couple trades. So Amazon $4. We took that at 1 o'clock. That was a good one to end the end of the day there. And then NVIDIA really made them sing all day. Nice move to the upside. Wow, up 7.5%. The fact that we had 107.80s down there, quite the day indeed for NVIDIA shareholders. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. And I guess the moment to sell a U.S. Steel was exactly when we brought the story.
Oh,
wow.
really?
It's eerie. That stock just... Again, I would never endorse buying parabolic highs when the news was out like for 15, 20 minutes already, but that was nasty. So that's not, those imbalances were nothing. There's no trade to be had when AMD at 900,000 was the biggest imbalance. Intel's is not relevant when the stock is that cheap. It might be over $1 million, but it's an $18, sorry, check that. It's a $19 stock, so it's not a big notional amount. AMD ends up doing almost nothing, bit of a pullback off that 150. But yeah, kind of nothing burgers, although that was weird. Now NVIDIA is there for $2 million to buy. That wasn't there before, now it is. So I feel like this has been happening a few times here on NVIDIA where you wait a minute or so and then there's no balance, and then all of a sudden they decide to throw it in a little bit later. But $2 million is not going to move the needle. $13 million is already paired off, and NVIDIA's done, I don't know, I'm going to pull it up now. Let's just guess about $350 million. I have no idea. $385 million. I just know it usually does $350 to $400 before we get into the close. So it's a very, very muted imbalance and muted number in there. I don't see any trades going into this. We'll just have to take what we got on the chip names to the upside. This is what I meant about U.S. Steel. Like we were just talking about it at that high, and it pulls back. I'm still bearish on this deal happening because you're in an election cycle where I feel like both sides agree that they don't like this deal. You know, what are you going to do? Like no matter who wins the election, they don't like this. They don't like the Nippon deal. So I think that bears not well for the stock in a general sense, but it needs negative catalysts to be a short. And you can't just short it anywhere. But I'll be looking for maybe some fades on this going into tomorrow. Only about 6 minutes to go in there. Is there anything you want us to look at right at the end of the day? I did pull those orders on Lucid because it didn't do anything. But, yeah, I mean, it went right up, printed 4, and is at 396. So technically speaking, I guess if you hang on to it, it would have been a win. But there wasn't time for it to do a big retracement. And that's sort of the reason to get away from it. You know, if it's not going to do the bigger move, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. Maybe it's a tomorrow thing to play the $4 level. Adara.
We have Microsoft and Wash here pushing into new high of days as we head into the close. OpenAI, which Microsoft has backed here, is apparently discussing raising funds with a $150 billion valuation. That's reported by Bloomberg. Exactly 2 weeks ago, August 28th, we had Wall Street Journal reporting that their new funding round for OpenAI would be around $100 billion. Now, Bloomberg reporting $150 billion valuation for the new funding round for MSFT-backed OpenAI, guys.
Give Sam Altman his money. Where's that $7 trillion when you need it? You want to know who has cash? You want to hear a crazy cash story? I don't think we put any new trades on, but Warren Buffett, they've been selling a lot of stuff. Berkshire Hathaway, not Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway. Yeah. But they've been selling a lot of stuff. They have enough cash on hand to buy at market value. They couldn't actually do this. They could buy at current market value every single NFL franchise. Yeah. Every single one of them, and still have a few billion left over, which is insane, the pile they're sitting on. So when you're in a bull market, I mean, it's almost like you have this support that if things get at good values, Warren's going to start buying good things if they get to good values, and that kind of gives you some support. And that buy the dip mentality is still there. There's a lot of people that have raised cash and are just jumping in when we get these good dipping opportunities. There's been a lot of questions about SoFi. Unfortunately, SoFi is not doing anything today. That's not trying to ignore it, but I'm disappointed in this stock. It's up 3%, but that failed the $8 break in a big way. If you come to the daily chart, only because it was asked a couple times today about SoFi, and every time I look at this stock, I'm like, wake me up when it holds the $8 level. And it does not hold the $8 level. It cannot hold the $8 level. At some point it's going to, and I think that's when it's a little bit more of a bullish look for me on the daily. I would rather not try to pick a bottom on this and be getting it when it's trying to break out to the upside. What a move. AMD did eventually get to $150. So there it is. $150 on advanced micro devices, and the market's at fresh highs. The ES through tops, the NASDAQ 2% to the upside. Everything is absolutely churning. Whether it's NVIDIA, whether it's even Tesla's back up at the high of the day and breaking again. ARM, AMD, pretty much everything is off those tops. That's why it's not impressive to look at something like a SoFi. If you're not at the highs today, you're not that good of a stock, really. I'm going to get mosey on up to the desk. We got Chris Brecher after market, and we'll be talking about some of the solar names, which had a fantastic day as well after the debate. Although, not as good a day for DJT after the debate. We'll mosey on up to the desk. We got Chris Brecher. Not much in the way of earnings. Just means we have more time to go through your questions at the desk.
All right. Good luck there with Mr. Brecher. And of course, wow. Amazon's up another $1. We took $4.50 on it. Or $4.50, yeah. And then now it's up another one. We're long at $179. Look at this name. Just continue to go. This is where we bought. This is, these are real trades. And then obviously if you look at NVIDIA, wow, Fabian, this one's at 117. We just bought 115, got out on that dip. Our best out is 116.40, and that's looking silly as well. A lot of ways right there to trade this name today, but long was the right way since noon. Just straight up, really held the 50-period moving average. Just overall good on good here today. Bad trade was JP. Well, JP Morgan, we're going to be red on it, but we're pretty flat on it considering what we're doing on other stocks. But JP Morgan, we had that 107 and came back into 206.35s. We only had 206.75. Only our best trade was only 40 cents before eventually losing the top there and getting out. It did fall back in. I'm glad I didn't see that. I would have been mad. But with only 2.5 minutes left now, I just want to thank everybody for coming through again. One more time. We have a game tonight, another playoff game for Hyde Park, so that should be a lot of fun. We're really excited to do that. But yeah, wow, what a good way to do it. ERI, thank you for your posts. Yeah, that's right. He was talking something about sheep's milk or something. Good call on that one. 207.50. JP Morgan going to close out at the high. All right, right here for NVIDIA is closing out at the high as well. 117. This name up 8+% today and still going. No, I did not Rivian Millionaire, but if you ask Obi back there, I was talking about buying some JP Morgan yesterday and did not do that, and we should have. Palantir today, a nothing burger for me, 35 tomorrow break. Let's go. That could be definitely a good one there. As the Nasdaq's going to close out at 2.25%, every single person, I don't have a problem giving my opinion, obviously. I mean, you guys have been watching me for a minute. I've been saying that I thought it was overdone, that move to the downside, and there was too many people that piled on to, oh my God, September is such a bad month. We've sort of rebounded a little bit now. I don't want to jinx this month at all, but I'm still going to play with rate cuts heading up. We're going to wait for some more, news or whatever on exactly rate cuts and the market reactions to said rate cuts, because wow, NVIDIA 1.7. The thing about trading is, if you trade the right names, we have the sticky note here today. We have NVIDIA 110 long written on here, and we had that stock twice. So that's all you got to do, man. You just got to have really one or two good trades on, and that lifts you the rest of the day. So, yeah, I'll look at a bunch of names tomorrow. I just got to make sure all my scripts are now finished. Ooh, I have some. That's funny, man. I have some bids on Amazon at 178.50 that didn't fill. NVIDIA closing out at the high right now, 117.20. Our last trade was hammering the long at 115.50, and we did that. So that's $1.50 for you at the end of the day. Talk about a print factory. Whoopsies, wrong one again. That's roll call. Here we go with the countdown now on. Yep, this looks like it'll be right with only 5 now. 4, 3, 2, and 1. And now we are closed, putting a bow on this day. Wrap it up. Good little day today for us as we take out Benzinga out of our ear. Yeah, there might be some paparazzi at High Park. If you see me there, I will smile. Hi to the paparazzi. Hopefully you post it up on social media and we'll get a few more followers. Thank you so much for watching. It's just now 4 o'clock. Fabian, we good to go? I ripped the thing out of my ear there. We are good to go. All right, without any further ado, it's Brecher Ledge time with Neil and Chris Brecher and your market recap.
Welcome to the market recap. Yeah, the Brecher Ledge is back on the bid. We're going to have Chris to be able to talk about that. Was an awesome trade to the short side if you had it last week, but this week is this week, and it's a whole lot different because the market green pretty much across the board. It was a strong reversion back in here. Look, it was a story of we got that CPI number early on. There was an early break. It was a trap breakout. They sold it off, and then they V-shaped it and took out the top to that upside. So they did try to trap some people on that CPI print. We had a lot going on overnight as well. We had the presidential debates. That triggered a few moves. You had DJT moving into the upside, the downside. You had the crypto name moving to the downside because there was a lack of any discussion about that from the Dem side. And unfortunately, they were able to move down, and then fortunately, they were able to get back into the upside. A little bit of a bounce on DJT as well near the end of the day. Unfortunately, just still ending up double digits on DJT if you're into that one. But there was also the solar name, and we're going to get to that because when you look at the board here, when you have the SMH is up 5% today, which it's more significant that the SMH is up 5% than TAN is up 6% or that uranium is up 5%, right? Because semiconductors are everything nowadays. You can't do anything without them. So it's a bigger deal. That said, there were some awesome opportunities in solar land. It's not just to Q's up that 2 points. On a day like today, ARC is going to do really, really well. Let's be real about it. A high risk name. They got a 2% move into the upside. Even natural gas had a good day. What's interesting to me is we continue to see weakness in the energy names. So there was a build on the oil numbers. Sean mentioned when that dropped this morning, and you are still seeing this downward trend on energy. So when you draw the lines in here, it's such a clean downtrend here, making lower lows, lower highs on energy. It hasn't broken the channel, but every single time it goes to the top of a channel, all that's happening is it's rejecting. Sometimes it looks like it's breaking out, but it's kind of connected here. Like it looks like it's breaking out. and then it fails, looks like it's breaking out, and then it fails again. So you're getting fail breaks at the top of the channel, trapping longs and energy, but then we retest the bottom. Good news is, if you look at where this loosely connects, it's trying to bounce off the bottom, but certainly a lot of weakness in the energy names. And this ended up working out across the board. Like you could look at XOM, which had been incredibly strong. Like XOM was the best looking of the oil names, and it just lost on the daily chart, the 200 period moving average. Held on to support at 108, so that's a good look there. Managed to hold on to that local bottom here in the middle of July. But yeah, not very good for energy names. Like I said, it's a strong day across the board, but not everything was able to get to that upside. Kind of moving along, we talked about the Brecher ledge, and we're going to have Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading. And if you missed out when he mentioned this last week, it was the 50-period moving average on the SPY and what happens when it breaks down underneath it. You can see on the daily chart what happened. It was a flush down into 540. It was a pretty clean move, almost $10 to the downside, but now we're back above it. As quickly as we came down, you spend a couple of days underneath. The dip buyers got cash on hand. They pile that cash back in, and we're back above that 50 period and looking like we're just going to trend right back into some of those highs. So it's a pretty impressive rally here. Only 1 point for the SPY, and you can understand why the SPY is not going to be as strong as the NASDAQ. I mean, it wasn't as big of a day for the financials. It wasn't that great day for all of energy. So certainly it was a tech-driven move, and that's why the Qs did so absolutely well. Neo Rob in the chat, a bump for Oxy, you say? No, I did not say that. Neo Rob in the chat. So not Neo Roberts. Is this the same Neo Rob? Are you Neo Roberts from the chat previously, or is this someone completely new? I am curious about that because we've seen that. My name, Neo Roberts. I thought that was always fun because we talk about Neo, and anytime someone mentions Neo, I'm like, somebody calling me? Because it sounds too much like my name. No, Oxy ain't bouncing. Oxy, to me, I thought this was the easiest out because I'd been playing the 55 level in my personal account, not day trading. Can't remember the last time I day traded the stock, to be honest with you guys. But it was every time it would get to the 55 level, I was able to play it successfully twice. In here and then in here. But when it lost, I played it a third time when it looked like it was bouncing, but it broke 54, it just jumped out of it. Now it's testing 50. That support on Oxy has been here for 2 years. For 2 years, you held that support line. And it was only ever a swing trade. Like you were getting 20% on it, while if you were holding it long enough to get a dividend, you get a little bit more than that. But you're getting like 20% moves, 15% moves on Oxy. Now you lose the shelf. You got to wait for it to establish a level as far as I'm concerned. So Neo Rob changing the name so that we don't get too confused. I think that's awesome. Neo Rob, shout out to you there. Let's see what happens. Piccolo-san just said Neo to the moon. I'm going to do a mea culpa here. Mea culpa? Coppola? I don't know. Whatever. However you say it, it doesn't really matter. You guys know what I'm talking about. No, we didn't talk about Neo enough today. And I feel like it did. It's only up a point, but it is continuing its march. And what's weird about this breakout is we basically took it once after the earnings break and then kind of didn't trade it again. We had one good day on it and just kind of let it go to the wayside. But you know what? We say this all the time. Don't try to catch bottoms. Get involved in moves off the bottom. And this is a prime example of that. If you've been trying to pick a low on NIO, kind of rhymes there, not too bad. You've been getting bled every time it looked like it made a nice bottoming pattern. But if you let it break out, like here, you let it try to break out, it takes a 50 period, you would have at least had a winning trade in the 200 period, and then if you hold some for the dream, you get out break even. It fails to hold the 50 period again, but again, if you try to get it after the 50 period break, at least you're in a winner, and then you can stop out break even. This time on earnings, it breaks 50 to the 200. What's interesting here is that it's a chance to hold the 200 period moving average on NIO. If it can consolidate here in this 550 range above the 200 period moving average, next move is into $6 resistance. That's what's setting up here on NIO, only 1% today, but there is nothing wrong in an up move with a consolidative pattern. Sometimes it needs to do that. A stock needs to go sideways for a bit before it can go higher. I think that's what Oracle might be trying to do here as well as we talk about this in the wild. And Oracle, this is a perfect example, only up 1 point today. When you have the earnings, which were the unbelievable reaction, up 11% after only moving a couple of points. Remember when we were on the aftermarket show a couple of days ago, and I'm like, if Oracle can hold that 146 prior high, then it should be a runner, but it's not going yet. It's not going yet. It just did not want to go that day. If I pop out the 15-minute chart for everybody, it wouldn't hold, it wouldn't go, it wouldn't go. What ends up happening, it goes a little bit later on in the aftermarket, does the dip and rip, then today goes right into the same bottom, bounces, but can't break out the top when the market's taking out high after high after high. All that tells me is that you're at a fresh top, there's profit takers up here for Oracle, and it's in a consolidative phase. So if you're in this one, I wouldn't be worried unless it tries to fill in the gap. Let it try to hold that 155 level. The longer it holds it with a consolidation, the better the breakout is when it eventually comes. And shout out to you, Piccolo-san. Love the chart analysis. Thanks. Thank you for tuning in there, Piccolo. Thank everybody for tuning in. We're going to have Chris come on in just a few minutes or so, and we'll get into some trader talk. But when you're a trader, chart analysis is all you're going to do. Like I came in today and going over like AMD to me was a missed opportunity because I had the level I liked the best on AMD 143.5 and it broke it in a pre-market. I do not like to take breakout trades in the pre-market on a key economic number. Like if there's a number at 8:30 and then before we get to the open, I'm taking a breakout trade without seeing the money come in at 9:30, I don't like the trade. But the first name on my note was 143.50 on AMD, 143.50, 143.50, 143.50. So when it came in the morning here and we got 8:30 number dip and then it grip and ripped it here for the breakout at 9 o'clock going into the open, I didn't have it. It was a level break and I probably should have, but all that's hindsight. You have to follow your rules. Like the way I look at it is if I have a rule that has served me well to protect me from chasing exuberance after an 8:30 number in either direction, then I know deep down that while that one worked today, over enough time, that's just not a breakout that I'm in love with. And not having it does kind of stink. We're able to get a late move on it from 148 to 149. Even then, got out of that one too early because it went to 150. So, we're looking longs today on AMD. It just didn't quite get us that home run opportunity. Had to try some small scalp trades. Unfortunately for Advanced Micro Devices. Do like what's going on there. Alex L pointing out that ride stock. Yeah, this thing, there's, I could make some puns about ride here, but no. It's when you're down 75%, I don't even want to joke about it, so I'm not going to joke. I didn't have them as reporting, and I haven't seen anything on the wire. I'm going to see if I can find something on Benzing for you guys or on Twitter because, this is one that was on a bit of a churn. If I had to guess without checking, it would seem like it would be it looks like it would just be an offering, but even 77% down seems like a little bit too much for a ride. Man, that is nasty, nasty, nasty. I'm going to say no puns at all. A lot of people talking about NVIDIA as well, so we're going to go to Chris in 1 second. I can't bring up AMD without bringing up NVIDIA. NVIDIA right back in to the 50-period moving average on the daily, into 117 even. For myself, I recently bought a 108, but I think it's very different from the reasons that a lot of other people would have. I like trend lines. So let me just do this quickly before we go to Chris. There is your August 6th bottom. Then it made essentially another higher low, and then you get a consolidation off a higher low and then a break of the top. Right? So it didn't do much yesterday, to be honest with you. I sold when it made this break, my PA, like I said, 109 because it was breaking here, but then also deciding I wanted to sell some Uber, and it looks like that was even a bad decision. Even though at the time it looked like a good decision to sell Uber yesterday when I'm sitting in bed sick. But Uber even looking pretty good. But NVIDIA, higher lows, and then a breakout of local top here at 108, 109. So I was able to add some. I don't know if I'll take any profit until it gets up to 129, 130. But you know what? because I see he's ready. And I've been purposefully, you'll notice, I haven't said a word about TAN here. TAN is sitting out there with like the number one ETF up today. And I'm not saying a word about the solar names because we got Trader Talk and we have the man who had it today, Chris Retcher. It didn't work, my button, Trader Talk. Oh no. Try it again. No, my stream deck fails.
How you doing?
How's it going, Chris? I like when we have the whole intro. It's like I say it and then we boom, Trader Talk and the news comes out in there. And then we have a more flashy entry to bring you on here, Chris. But I don't think we need much of a flashy entry because A, you had the solar names long today, and B, that's a great looking shirt, Chris.
That's my hummingbird shirt. One of my hobbies is we have a lot of photographing hummingbirds. We have like 20 on our deck, and they like flowery shirts. That way they come and land on your hand and all this stuff, and it's easier to photograph them. So I thought I'd wear one of my conservative shirts for you.
Well, fair enough. It looks fantastic. I'll say this much. When I was my dad was always into, he loved Alfred Hitchcock. He loved the Bond movies and like all the Hitchcocks we had to watch. We watched all the Bond movies when I was a kid. But I watched the birds when I was young. I'm not a bird fan at all. I'll be honest. There ain't no bird landing on my shoulder because I was really, really young when I watched that movie. It's not so scary when you're an adult, but trust me, that issue is scary when you're like a 6-year-old, to be honest. But let's talk a little bit about TAN because, well, maybe not TAN particularly, but let's talk about the solar names and get right down to brass tacks. Because these have been the weakest sector. If we're talking about sectors, I don't think there has been a worse one. So in terms of opportunity, when they do make a bit of a bounce, as they did here today, there probably weren't better ones to look at. And yes, the chip names paid out today. I'm not going to be mad at anybody who just played the chip names and did the regular thing like we usually do here on our show. But I'm glad that you were on this because there were some bangers to be had, Chris, in the solar space today.
Yeah, the thing is, I know everybody talks about the debate, who won, who lost, all this, but it's really how traders interpret it. And I've been seeing that with First Solar, when Trump was leading in the polls, First Solar got destroyed. When Harris went in instead of Biden, then First Solar went up. And now First Solar, not only was it near weekly support, but it just seemed like if anything was leaning positive, that would go nuts. And so that's why we came in long the solar stocks. But you also saw it with other things, XBI way up because people, I'm not saying it's right or not, but they're interpreting that XBI goes up because of the results of some, political news. The same with the chips. The chips went up because people are less worried about tariffs or they perceive that today. Maybe tomorrow's different. But that's why we were looking at First Solar, that not only was it near support, but also just politically, they had overdone it to the downside. So to me, let's say here they got destroyed because of, the polls. And then it went the other way because of the other polls. Well, it seemed like at the minimum, it should go to the midpoint. So that's where it went. So
Right.
Pretty exciting.
No, it doesn't technically get any better than that. I think a lot of times, it's always nice when you get a long off a support level or the thesis works and you get a great win on it or it goes to move. But it's always pretty sweet when technically it just carries all the way through to the resistance level where you can just, where it's trying to get to, that 240 area on the daily chart there. And, when it's able to carry through, you're just super happy about it, that it went the entire way. Now, what's interesting about this, when I pull it up on a 3-minute chart, I want to get your opinion on this because there's a trade that usually I'm into in the middle of the day, and I wasn't looking at these solar names. Like I've got to ask you, when you have a move like this and it pulls back in and holds on to a VWAP the way that it does from about 1 o'clock or so, like look at the reaction back into the high was juicy, and the pullback when it tagged VWAP and made that low was like $230. So it breaks out, and the symmetry on this is ridiculous, Chris, because it broke out just before 10 o'clock at 220. Then you pull back in at 230, and the resistance on the daily was at 240. I can't remember the last time something from a it's almost too easy. Like, I'm kicking myself for not looking at that. You could have just said, 220 to 240 is the range, pulls back into 230 at the middle of the day, go long in front of 230, instead of stop it at 229.99 and then just don't even look at it, offer in front of 240 and make your $10. That's ridiculous. Were you playing this for the entire day and some pullbacks? Like, what were you guys doing over there? Or were you just kind of holding on and counting the money?
We had spreads above the market. So we just let them go
let it ride.
for good gains, but not home runs. We didn't go for the home runs. We went for the good gains. But I'll tell you, this is a perfect example of where I don't believe in negative divergence. Look down here at the MACD and look what would have happened if you said, oh, it's not you, but I mean, if you thought negative divergence is you're going down, I just don't use negative divergence very often. And as you see, it definitely had that self-fulfilling prophecy to 240.
Yeah.
If it had negative divergence and let's say, a bearish chart, that's different. But it looked great all day. The key to me wasn't so much the one you're talking about. It was the 1 minute chart early. It's really hard to buy on the way up. But, I mean, after it gapped up 8 points, but there's your bull flag. And that was a quick 8 points. So maybe you miss in here, but boy, you make that 8 points really quick.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you don't need, and that's the point. Like, you can see that chop up where it tests the pre-market low. Everybody always a lot of people, I shouldn't say everybody, a lot of people always want that dip. They're like, if I can, like, there's your pre-market bottom. It's like, if I can get this dip right at the open. I've been there, man, like Palantir. I've done it on Alibaba, where it's like, that if you like it for the long, you're like, I want that bottom, got to get that bottom. The problem is, if you get chopped up down there and expend your capital getting chopped up down at the low, then you might, like, either if you shut yourself down, which to me, I never do, but even if you just lose a few times down there, you're not going to have as much conviction sometimes to take that breakout trade where everything is a little bit more certain. So I appreciate the explanation. You're getting a lot of love in the chat for explaining that trade and like why it was so important to look at. Now I don't know if you still have that chart up for the negative diversions, Chris.
Yeah, let me get that up for you.
So this is not something that I've looked at, but there is a former trader who was a friend and would say that a lot of times when you get that negative divergence set up, and see where you're going into, like that prior resistance, essentially, and it's pulling back up prior resistance. That's trapping shorts based on a resistance level, and then also the negative diversions looking for that mean reversion. And then when those shorts have their stop broken, ends up being a good long entry. And it's always fun that if there's like a really if there's a technical theory behind a trade that lines up with like a support or resistance level that shorters can then take advantage of in this particular case against an upward trend, well, sometimes that makes the break of the top a really good scalp trade because...
Well, here's another one for you in a perfect example. Number one, you're definitely right about not looking at this bottom here. In fact, the only bottoms I'm allowed to look at are my wife. So just to let you know. But yeah, it would be...
Well said.
It would be easy to say you buy here. But the problem is you don't know if it's going there, and that was an positive reaction to the debate. So I like buying on the way up. But I want to show you exactly what you're talking about. What happens if somebody thought that was a bear flag? So there you go with everybody trying to think it's a bear flag, and once it got above it, it just exploded, which is exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. You still have me choking up over that one, which you just got to be honest. If I ask, how long you been married?
Like 3 days. No, it'll be 30 years. It'll be 30 years coming up. And I was a day trader when she met me, and I'm still a day trader, and she's still married to me. And she calls me Tinkerbell also, so because I'm always so excited about the market. So that was my nickname on the floor.
There you go. That's awesome. 30 years is fantastic. Hats off to you. I hope to get there. And you know what? Actually, it's odd because for me it'll be 10 years actually come November, and then so I want 20 more so I can catch you there, and then you'll be at 50, which is amazing there. And what I love about the analysis of an FSLR. what's great about this trade, Chris, is that whether you're looking at playing it in options, whether you're going to buy and hold the entire day, if you're a scalp trader, this is the type of trade you can be on pretty much the entire way to the upside. And when you've got a good trend, sometimes the places to add are where the shorts get a little bit confident. Now, did you look at any of the other names there? Because I was talking to some people today on our floor about, like, SolarEdge had an 8% move. And when I look at this one compared to the others, now I'm not showing you the daily chart for the obvious reasons why it maybe didn't continue to go as much as some of the other ones. And let me zoom this. Can I zoom this out? There we go. Like, this really sort of failed a little bit. Now, you liked First Solar for obvious reasons, but this one's a bit of a dog. And I think this says the importance of predetermining, if you've got a thesis in a sector, know which stock you're going to play. Because it was not so simple as, oh, they're all up, I'll just pick whichever one. And in this particular case, it was obvious why you didn't want to. I think when you look at the daily chart, I think it's pretty obvious why maybe SolarEdge isn't the one that you wanted to go into. I don't know, but you tell me. But picking the right stock to be involved with, because you could have been looking at Enphase, you could have been looking at SolarEdge. You had First Solar, and that was the best mover. But talk about the importance of finding the right vehicle to trade. Like, if you were looking at the chips today, okay, they all won, but I would venture, if you had NVIDIA and ARM, those were by far the best too. So those should have been the ones that you were focused on. I think, again, today, it's the same thing here, just you need to be in First Solar, and certainly not SolarEdge, although the daily chart's about as nasty as it gets for that stock.
Yeah, that's why if I put this up here for you real quick to show you the support, the weekly support of First Solar. And that was one reason we looked for the initiation on the long side. And then you look at SolarEdge, I mean, it's just doesn't have that support or the turn. So we always call it wait for the turn. So at least this is testing the low. At least there's some backstop and you had all that support. So that had a lot to do with it. It's interesting talking about being, my wife being putting up with me for 30 years. I can't tell you how many charts I show and say, you can see that pattern a mile away. And she's like, no, I can't. Find a better example. So that's why the First Solar, to show you those little bull flags, that she'd say, yeah, I see that a mile away. So, if there are certain times that it looks better, sure, you could have stayed in the whole time.
Yeah.
But at least you have those little eddies and flows in here. And that right there, I mean, my goodness, that's 8 points with that bull flag. So if you wait for those identifiable patterns that your significant other might agree with you on, I mean, now at least you're in front of somebody and talking it out loud and saying this. You had a bull flag, and if it broke that, it was going to break the high for the day.
Yes, sir.
So, they're definitely, when you have these big movers, you don't have to get in at the bottom, like you said.
Yeah. I think that's the important thing. There's, it's more important to make money than it is to be right. There's a certain satisfaction when you get the best entry. We're all there. I mean, it happens, and you're really happy when you get the bottom or you get the top of a move. But ultimately, you just rather be right more than you are wrong, or be profitable more than when you lose. And I think that means a lot of times getting the confirmation for the A+ setup as opposed to, I think it's the bottom, but really it's like a B- trying to take that trade. Which one do you want to put the capital towards? And it should be to the A+.
Right. And it's the capital. It's also the emotional capital, because if you bought with this arrow, you're buying on the way up. You're a lot more aggressive, and you've deployed your capital timely also. And you're not sweating bullets saying, I hope it turns around. So it's definitely the capital like you're talking about, but it's also emotional capital.
100%. It matters so much. And we were just talking about being married over there. I would have shut out the Piper in our chat. 48 years, he just said. 48 years. So congratulations over there. I wish I could say, like yourself, Chris, before we get you out of here, that I go over charts with my wife. Absolutely not. We have a lot of things in common we enjoy doing together. I will tell you, like we'll talk about her business all the time. You know, she's kind of in the insurance game, and I'll find it interesting to learn something about that because I feel like it kind of helps me sometimes when doing investments, because actually it got me out of Lemonade one time, a very good conversation. When I'd made some money on that, I was going to buy it again. I got away from it from a fundamental standpoint, but she's never into the charts. I try to leave the stock talk away from the dinner table as much as I can. The problem is on the really, really good days, you just get really excited about a move that happened, and I'll start yapping about it, and she just gives me the, you done yet? You done yet?
I get that also. So definitely, but if it helps the household income, she'll deal with it.
That's exactly right. And you know what? If you've been doing it for 30 years, if you've been trading for 30 years, if you've been married for 30 years, I mean, if you're doing anything for that long, you're doing something absolutely right. So on that note, Chris, I want to thank you so much. I forgot to, oh my goodness, everybody needs to thank Chris for the Brecher ledge break short, of course, from last week.
Oh, earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could spend an hour with you going over the gaps and how everything followed each other, whether it was the Dow following the NASDAQ. Some other time, I'm happy to go over that anytime you want.
Yeah, I know, and as the funny thing is I mentioned it a couple of times today on the live show, and then I know it's so much more important to talk about the Solar Edge move today because I feel like that move is present, but that was a great call on the Brecher ledge. I mean, it was fantastic. I've used that phrase pretty much every single day since we had you on to talk about the Brecher ledge, and now I'm just going to keep saying it over and over and over again until we find the next one. But we got Chris Brecher here from Simpler Trading. Fantastic job, obviously, with the trading today on the solar names. Love the shirt. Congratulations on 30 years of marriage. I think that's absolutely fantastic. And I love the fact that we come on, we have a little bit of fun. You got a great sense of humor. Everyone in the chat loves you. Thank you so much again, Chris.
Great. I'm actually funnier when they make money. Let me just put it that way.
You know what? Aren't we all? We're all funnier. We're all happier when we're making money, but we're always just happy to have you on when you share your thoughts there. So that's a little trader talk with our good friend, Chris.
Thanks again. All right, bye.
All right, there's our transition. So it's all right. It's already 4:30. I'm really bad about, how long we're supposed to do this technically. It doesn't matter. Oh, really? But now we're not going anywhere. No, that's not how it works, Fabian. Fabian's here, and now Fabian's challenging me. So I do this, and Fabian's like, oh, I could be here all day. You don't want to enter into a staring competition with a West Indian. Because now I wasn't born in the West Indies, but West Indians are very, very stubborn. And so, trust me when I tell you, to the point where I tore my Achilles, and there's a driver that picks me up every single day because I can't drive. So I shouldn't even be letting the guy wait, but just out of pure spite, I should make this man wait a little bit longer. We got roll call to do. We'll get into this roll call, and I'll try to draw it on a little bit longer here as we thank Chris so much. Fantastic job as a guest, and he always does a great job, but I really want to thank him for going through everything, and we should have talked more about the Brecher ledge. Next time we have him on, we'll go over that move for sure. Big shout out on the ones and twos to Fabian and Ramin. Big shout out to the entire team, of course, but a big, massive thank you to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in the world, not just YouTube, in the entire world. We thank you so much for everything you do, and a big shout out to Royal Dixon, Andrew Chow. We got Hey Davis, Darwin in the chat. What up? Espinoza, Blue Arrow. We got 4X, XAU. We got Bristol in the chat. Eli 7721. Jay Haas up in the chat as well. Adrian, Apollo Vasquez, Espinoza, Mike Breeze, Julie Beckwith, roll call. Woo! Almog Mazar as well. We got Hey Davis, Neo Rob, Tyler ATX, Valhalla, Moy Cansado, Baron Keela 2020 hookup. What up? I guess my wife is West Indian. I thought she was Puerto Rican. Well, it is what it is, man. I'm not gonna go on about that. I'm just saying West Indians can be really, really stubborn, man. It's just true. It's just true. I'm not trying to make a big deal out of it, but it's so true. Apollo Vasquez, the philanthropist Baker, Jai Singh, Sinful Davey, Scott Toomey, Carlos. Oh my goodness, Carlos Consorico Costalano Perez. We got Aura Alpha. We got John Von Sowers, Easy Peasy, Jay Haas again, Don Quixote, Don Flamingo. We got Sinful Davey again, Bala up in the chat, Gecko. CompuCare team says hello from the NYC. And Piccolo San as well saying what up, crap stocks. Whew. All right, I'm out of breath a little bit here. I'm not going to lie. I was sick yesterday. Man, I was getting winded doing like some ridiculous, I had to go downstairs to go to the laundry room and came back up. I was getting winded doing a flight of steps. So I'm a little bit winded today, but we got the energy to get you guys through the show. And you know the best thing about all of this, and the best thing about Trader TV Live, and the best thing about the markets is we get to do it all again tomorrow, right? So all you got to do is enjoy the day, enjoy the evening, get plenty of rest, because you're going to be right back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning where we get to do it again. We're going to get some more inflation data. We're going to get some more moves in the chips, and we'll be right here for you through all of it with the trades, the bangers, the commentary, the laughs, the fun. We're Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye, guys.